Chapter 1: The Secret Apprentice. It was Naruto's birthday again, and he had just turned 6 years old the same day as the Kyuubi festival on October 10th. Unfortunately, it was around this time that the villagers would form a mob to find the boy and try to beat him within an inch of his life. Tonight was no different. Once more the shinobi supposed to be watching him were distracted from doing their job given to them by the Sandaime and were not paying attention to the fact the one they were watching was being attacked by a bloodthirsty mob. As for the Sandaime himself, had been naive in believing that those guarding Naruto would actually do their job and wasn't paying attention to the boy currently in trouble. However, as fate would have it, someone else was watching the boy currently trying to escape another near-death experience, and smiled at the boy while the taller figure next to him. Both wore dark robes, with the taller of the two wearing armor from head to toe, and had a respirator system hooked up to his suit to keep him alive. "Look at those fools, my friend. How they are so quick to destroy what they fear, and yet the easier path would be to understand what it is the boy has become," said the first and older of the two shadows in the darkness. "Yes, my master. The boy is strong with the force just as you have foreseen and could be turned to become a powerful hand under your command. Should we intervene now?" said the taller figure in a deep bass voice that spoke of authority that was surpassed only by the older of the two. "Yes, my friend. We can't have them damage such a prize," said the first, as they moved to save the child for their own means, and for the older of the two, achieve what he had always desired. The perfect Sith apprentice. As for Naruto himself, he had been surrounded by the mob, as it broke off into two, and moved around him to form a pincer movement that would cut off the boy's retreat. Hardly fair considering the boy was facing a mob of people armed with sharp or blunt objects to administer suffering to the child. "Now demon, we will kill you, and become heroes just like the Yondaime when he put you in this weakened state," said the leader of the mob, as he readied his sword in a semi-amateurish way, and got ready to end the boy's life. "But I didn't do anything. Why are you doing this?" said Naruto, as he was able to move away from the man, but had to jump again when another member of the angry mob with a pitchfork tried to attack from behind, barely dodged the sword strike from the leader of the mob once more. "You didn't do anything. You are the demon fox Kyuubi that attacked our village and was sealed away in human form by the Yondaime. He may not have had the power to kill you, but by sealing you away like this, we can do it for him and in his honor," said the leader, attempting to strike Naruto again and grazed the shoulder of the blonde before the boy could get away. Clutching his shoulder, Naruto dodged again one more time, and a few more times after that before he tripped with the leader stabbing him in the shoulder with the crowd cheering. The man with the sword smiled wickedly, laughing at the boy's pain, and would have done more had he not been shoved by an unseen power into a portion of the mob that was now knocked down. "Such a primitive people you are. If I wasn't so pressed for time, I would destroy this place, and all that reside in it," said a figure from the shadows, as he appeared with his taller friend, and now gained the attention of the mob. "Who are you?" said the leader of the mob after getting up from the ground, with the others with the mob as a whole wanting that answer too. "Our names are not important for you to know, as you along with these foolish people will not live long enough to tell anyone, and will know one thing before they die at our hands," said the figure with the cane, as his taller friend raised a hand, and made the boy on the ground floating before slowly gliding over to the armored figure. "And what is that? In case you haven't figured it out, we outnumber you 20 to 1, and are armed with various weapons," said the leader of the mob, with the mob cheering at the fact these people would fall to their greater numbers. What they got in response was the chilling laughter of the older of the two dark figures, who soon raised his right hand, and grinned an almost demonic smile at them. "Such odds are not against us, you fools, as we wield a power beyond your understanding in this backwater world, and can wipe you out with little effort. Oh, and the thing I told you that everyone here would experience before they died. Let me tell you what that is exactly. It's none other than pain," said the figure, as intense lightning shot out from his fingertips, and the element struck the mob before they began to spasm while crying out in pain from that attack. Meanwhile, Naruto watched in awe at the man's power, and the man laughing at the sheer pleasure he derived from doing that to them before stopping after the mob was turned into that of a pile of smoking corpses. Turning around, the elderly man turned to look at the child with apparently gentle kind eyes while his taller companion put the child down gently, and Naruto felt like rabbit caught in a snake pit. Thank you for rescuing me, mister. Could I have your name please?" said Naruto, as he kept his head down, and tried not to look the man in the eyes, though he hoped the mystery man could tell he really was grateful. "I go by many names, child. You may call me Sidious, but in truth I am an emperor of a grand galactic empire that has recently been made under my rule, and I came here to this planet because I sensed your pain with my second in command." "Darth Vader," said the emperor, as he pointed to his apprentice, and Naruto turned around to stare at the dark shadowy figure before him in awe. "Wow, you must be really strong to be an emperor of a whole empire. I wish I was able to be that strong, then maybe I wouldn't be beaten up by all those people, and live out on the streets at night," said Naruto angrily at the end, as he had been kicked out of the mean orphanage a few months ago, and had to fend for himself. "Really, what if I told you that I could grant that wish to you, my young friend? What if I gave you the chance to become more powerful than you could possibly imagine, and one day show these fools the error of their ways?" said the emperor, as he saw Naruto look at him with wide eyes, and could tell the boy wanted to become powerful. Still, the boy was cautious when accepting due to people befriending him, only to betray him, and call him a monster. "Why, I'm a nobody, a street rat living on garbage and semi-rotten food. Why would you take an interest in me?" said Naruto, as he looked at the one the Emperor called Vader, and seemed to sense a great deal of anger running through the giant of a man. You saw what I did to those people that tried to hurt you. It is a power known as the Force, which like my apprentice here, I sense you have it within you too, and we would like to train you in its ways, said the Emperor, as he saw the boy's eyes shine, and the thirst of knowledge being brought to his mouth was almost too much to resist. Train me, you really mean it? I would be honored, Sidious-sama, said Naruto, as he saw the Emperor raise an eyebrow at the strange suffix, but then read the boy's mind, and saw it was that his people gave to those of high ranking. Good. Follow me my boy to my shuttle, as I sense we have company approaching, and we cannot have them try to stop you from achieving your true potential. Lord Vader, deal with them while we escape, said the Emperor, who saw his loyal enforcer nod, and then unclipped his lightsaber from his belt before activating the red blade when an old man in battle armor appeared with masked warrior beside him ready for a fight. Who are you? What have you done with Naruto? Said the Sandaime, as he saw the Sith Lord in all his intimidating glory, and he would lying if he didn't feel some kind of fear at the sight of him. The boy you call Naruto is no longer yours to manage, old man. You have failed him, his father, and his mother for the last time, said Vader, as he read the old cage's mind, and knew all his secrets along with who the boy's father was along with the reason behind the hatred. I may be an old man stranger, but I am not without the power needed to stop you, and to rescue Naruto from your vile clutches. Fire style, fireball jutsu, said the Sandaime, as he went through hand signs, and shot fireballs at Vader. Vader for his part raised his left hand and stopped the balls of fire easily to the surprise of Shinobi before him. Indeed you are powerful for your age, but I sense that your powers have long since been weakened, old man, and do not have the power needed to stop me, said Vader, as sent the fireballs back, and hit the various masked figures behind the old man. We will see about that, said the Hokage, as he was about to summon Enma, but was stopped when his throat was suddenly constricted, and saw the Sith Lord had his left hand now forming a crushing action before he was thrown back a good 30 feet into a wall into unconsciousness. No, you will not, said Vader, as he deactivated his lightsaber, and then left to meet the Emperor at their shuttle. Coruscant Imperial Palace sometime later. Incredible, isn't it my boy? Said the Emperor, as he saw the child look around in wonder at the city below, the palace, and all the things that he would never see back home. It's amazing. Thank you again for brining me here, Sidam. Emperor sir, said Naruto, as he may have been excited, but was respectful all the same to the disfigured form of the Emperor, and was told not to call him Sidious while in public. Yes it is. Took me over 20 years of my life to create my empire, and I am looking for strong individuals like you to help me keep it, said the Emperor, as he saw Naruto look back at him with surprise and realized how little value the boy felt he had within himself. Not unlike Vader when he was a child growing as a slave. Me. But I'm not strong, said Naruto, as he saw the Emperor look at him with kind eyes, and put a skeletal hand on the boy's head. You have endured much since your birth, my boy. That much I know, and Lord Vader has told me much about why you were hate along with who your parents are after fighting an old man in battle armor, said the Emperor, as he saw the boy look at him, and then at Vader in surprise. You mean the Hokage? He's the leader of the Leaf Village. You didn't hurt him, did you? Said Naruto, as he was met with silence, and worried that the old man was dead. He's not dead, Naruto, though he should be considering how many lies he has told you, said Vader, as he saw Naruto frowning in confusion, and it had made him even that more infuriated at that old fool for doing this to a child. Just like Obi-Wan had to him years ago. What lies? Said Naruto, as he knew the old man was keeping things from him, but in what way he never knew, and always felt the Sandaime wasn't entirely honest. Regarding why you were hated and who your parents were, said Vader, as he saw Naruto looking at him in surprise, and had pleading eyes now staring at his helmet. Please tell me why I am. Tell me who my parents are. Every time I have asked the Hokage, he tells me he doesn't know, or I should wait until I was old enough to understand. I have been beaten, stabbed, burned, and spat upon by so many people that I feel like there is a higher power out there that hates me. I don't care if my parents were sinners or if they are even related to the reason why I am hated. I just want to know what secrets were being kept from me, said Naruto, as he hoped the being that was Vader would grant his wish and that the Emperor would let him. Should I tell him, master? Thought Vader to the Emperor with Sidious was thinking about it. You may my apprentice, but let him know that such knowledge comes with a price, and I expect the boy to pay it, thought the Emperor, who saw Vader nod physically and knew Naruto thought it was in regards to his question. Very well, Naruto, I will tell you, but in return for knowledge, I along with the Emperor expect your undying loyalty to us, and become a loyal agent of the Empire no matter what we ask of you. Do you understand? Said Vader, as he saw Naruto looking from him to the Emperor, and then back again to him before nodding. I understand, Vader-sama, said Naruto, as he knew that it was inevitable he would serve them anyway after they saved him from the mob, and had no problem repaying his debt to them. Behind the boy, the Emperor smiled, and nodded for Vader to proceed. This is the truth, Naruto, said Vader, as he began telling Naruto what he had learned from the Sandaime in raiding the man's mind, and learning about the Kyuubi being sealed inside the boy along with the boy's parents. How one of them sacrificed himself for the village while wishing for Naruto to be seen as a hero, and how the other had died shortly after the boy's birth at the hands of someone from within the Leaf for power-hungry reasons regarding the blonde. How the Sandime knew all of this, but chose to do nothing in terms of protecting the boy further from harm, and left the boy to survive with little to nothing despite the two godparents, who were for all purposes if nothing else supposed to be raising Naruto. Needless to say, Naruto was shocked beyond belief, as he had been raised in a lie filled with half-truths, and had been force-fed them by the one person he had trusted out of all those within the village that was not so trustworthy after all. What emotions soon filled Naruto's very being next, was that of sorrow, pain, and anger at those that wronged him. Anger at the Hokage for betraying him, anger at the one who took his mother away, and at the village that wronged him for something that was not his fault. Incredible. His strength in the Force could one day rival Vader's if pushed hard enough, and with this fox-like creature that also possesses dark side energies sealed within him will make the boy a strong apprentice indeed, thought the Emperor, as he saw the boy's power strain the metal around him and bending to his will by unknowingly calling upon the Force. Naruto, while you are here in the Imperial Palace, you will be trained by myself in the ways of the Force, and then by the Emperor personally before you become one of his many loyal hands that serve him throughout the Empire. This will require your complete commitment to what we are to ask of you, said Vader, as he saw the boy look at him now with strong eyes that spoke of incredible power, and the Sith Lord knew this boy had the power to change things in his favor. I will do whatever it is you ask of me, my masters, said Naruto, as he bowed his head to Vader, and then to the Emperor now looking on with joy in his yellow eyes. Good. Welcome to my galactic empire, my new hand. Lord Vader, prepare a room for our newest agent, and have the medical droids take a look at him. I want him ready for training immediately, and I sense his life has caused his body to be quite malnourished, said the Emperor, who saw Vader bow before motioning Naruto to follow, and the blonde obeyed instantly. With the two gone, the Emperor released an evil cackle of a laugh that echoed throughout his chambers, knowing that soon he would be in possession of a powerful agent of the dark side, and that would obey without question. Executor 6 years later. What is your bidding, my master? Said Starkiller to his master, that was Darth Vader, while kneeling down to the form of the Sith Lord in question. You have done well in killing the 2 Jedi I sent you after my young apprentice. Now you must find one more before it is time to take on the Emperor, said Vader, as he saw his secret apprentice look up in protest, and saw the young man wanted to rise while doing it. Why, we can take the Emperor now. I know I'm ready, said Starkiller, as he wished to prove his worth to Lord Vader, but the Sith Lord would not hear of it, seemed to loom over the boy with great intensity. You have defeated an old man and an outcast. That is hardly an accomplishment worthy of showing that you can take on a Dark Lord of the Sith like the Emperor himself. You have one more Jedi to hunt before we can make a move against the Emperor, and only after you come back will we proceed, said Vader, as he saw his secret apprentice nod and submit to his decision. Who is my next target, my master? Said Starkiller, as he awaited his next mission, and a target he needed to kill. Jedi Master Shakti is your next target, my apprentice. She is one of the last remaining Jedi left, who was on the Jedi Council, and you will need the full power of the Force to defeat her. She has been located on the planet Felucia, where our agents report she has been impeding Imperial forces there by assisting the natives of the planet. Crush her, my apprentice, to prove to me that you are ready to face the Emperor and secretly help the Empire conquer the planet, said Vader, as he saw Starkiller bowed his head before the transmission was cut, and revealed Proxy coming out of the holographic transmission looking ready to fall had Starkiller not caught him. With Vader. Darth Vader smiled under his mask, knowing he had trained Starkiller well, but knew that this boy was merely a means to an end in bringing all of the Emperor's enemies into the light, and would have to kill the boy eventually before things got out of hand. It had been a dangerous plan from the start when he told the Emperor, as the old Sith Master had first suspected he was planning to betray him, and was fortunate that was not the case when the plan was unveiled. The Emperor admitted the plan was brilliant, as his enemies had been sneaking through the shadows of his empire to secretly plan against him, and Vader could only do so much. Especially when so much time had been spent by both Sith Lords in the secretly training of one Uzumaki Naruto when the boy wasn't on missions for the Emperor to kill corrupt officials that were a disgrace to the Empire. In actuality, the boy was a blessing to both men, as the boy was a natural in the ways of the Force, and pushed himself when learning from both of them. The boy even developed his own double-bladed lightsaber that could break off into 2 standard lightsabers to advance his combat training. As for physical training, both Sith Lords pushed Naruto to do many things, from fighting in hand-to-hand combat with the royal guards of the Emperor, and running through life-threatening obstacle courses. What impressed the 2 Sith Lords regarding Naruto was the simple fact the boy had taken to the dark side so well without it dictating his actions. The boy could use it so well, yet could control in such a way that it did not corrupt his body like it did the Emperor, and to an extent Vader's own. It could have been due to the demonic fox sealed within the boy with such energies flowing through the blonde already that it gave him much better control, but even then it was not the main reason for the boy being able to command his anger so well and use the various skills taught to him. Speaking of the Kyuubi, Vader believed that the fox was an impressive creature, and had entered Naruto's mind to meet the creature personally to see it looking back with interest. After talking to the fox, Vader had explained to his master how the seal on Naruto's body would take the chakra that the fox possessed and integrate it into the boy's system. The Emperor himself was surprised, yet pleased by this information, since the boy would, unknown to Vader, one day be the Sith Lord's replacement when the time came, and the old Sith Lord would enjoy teaching the child all that would be required to take the throne. Lord Vader, I bring word from the Emperor, said Naruto appearing from the shadows, as he wore crimson-black Sith robes, and knelt before one of his two masters having long since stopped using the suffix of his home planet on the order of the two Sith. What does the Emperor wish of me, Demon Hand? Said Vader, as it had been Naruto's code name among all the hands at the Emperor's disposal, and the boy only came to him in terms of important information that was from the Emperor himself. The Emperor foresees Starkiller will be victorious over the Jedi Master you sent him to kill Lord Vader, and as such, wishes for you to begin the next stage of Operation Light Killer, said Naruto, as he sensed the Dark Lord understanding what the next phase of the plan entailed, and felt a small conflict within himself about it. Something troubles you about the next stage, Demon Hand, said Vader, as he picked up on the boy's feelings on the matter, and frowned when the blonde nodded. It's just, Starkiller has been your loyal apprentice and still could be a loyal agent of the Empire if things were altered to keep him within its ranks, said Naruto, as he saw Vader was displeased slightly by his words, but hoped they didn't put his loyalty into question since he was loyal to both Sith Lords. It was necessary that such an action happen, Naruto. I did not train him to be a hand like you were trained by both myself and the Emperor. There can only be two Sith, for that is the rule of two, and it will not change for whatever reason you think it should, Naruto. Sacrifices must be made for the good of the Empire, and Starkiller must be sacrificed in order to protect the Emperor. Do you understand? Said Vader, as he saw Naruto nod his head, and leaving to report to the Emperor. Incomplete Death Star sometime later. Naruto watched from the sidelines, shielding his presence using the Force to make sure no one saw his location, and saw how the outcome of Vader fighting his former secret apprentice was going in the man formerly known as Starkiller's favor. It was inevitable, of course, as Vader had taught the boy well, and in a way it was possibly too well when you consider how the boy was not holding back in his fight with the Sith Lord, having learned the truth about his purpose the hard way. Eventually, the battle had hit an important crossroad, which came down to the former Starkiller making a decisive choice to kill Vader, or go after the Emperor like the blind Jedi Master wanted him to. In the shadows of that moment, Naruto saw the Force show him visions of each outcome of the choice, and frowned at how the Emperor immediately disregarded Vader upon his death despite the man's loyalty to Old Man. If the older boy fought the Emperor, then the Emperor would lose, but would not die, and young potential Jedi would fall at the hands of the Sith Master. Since this operation first started, Naruto had been having a conflict within himself, as he saw the man not unlike himself swearing loyalty without question to two masters, and had trusted them in the belief that they deserved it. However, it also showed just how far the Sith Lords were willing to go to destroy their opposition, and that loyalty to them did not hold as much value as he first thought. So what did that mean for him? What did it mean in terms of his loyalty to them? Between the two of them, Vader was more honorable since he preferred to fight his foes rather than manipulate things like the Emperor did, and only did the cloak and dagger actions because it was what the Emperor wanted. Naruto also knew about Vader before the man became it, as the Force had shown him many things about the Sith Lord prior to his fall to the dark side, and saw why the man went down the path he did. Love. Oh, how Naruto could understand Vader's intentions, as the blonde had also wished to have the love of others in his life, and felt a connection with the Sith Lord. Naruto's thoughts on the matter stopped when his mind went back to the present with the sight of the older boy poised to destroy the Emperor and the Sith Master beckoning him on in order to covet him to the dark side once more. Naruto couldn't let that happen, as he jumped from his hiding spot before the blind Jedi Master behind the former Sith apprentice could move, and engaged the older in lightsaber combat using the double-bladed style. To the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Vader getting up, and heading to a nearby door to no doubt rally troops to flank the enemy of the Empire to crush them all in one swift stroke. Behind Naruto, the Emperor cackled in glee at seeing his loyal hand interfere, and stall long enough for Vader to make the maneuver needed to kill his enemies. That changed, however, when Naruto smirked at the former Starkiller, and the older boy himself frowned before the blonde disconnected the double-bladed. Instantly, the newly made Jedi leaped back, but instead of the blonde attacking with both blades now in each hand, Naruto threw one at the Emperor, who did not expect his loyal hand to strike him dead center in the chest just as Vader entered to see the sight of the boy killing his master in a surprise attack. Traitor! Yelled the Emperor in anger before the Sith Master exploded with dark side energies that sent everyone flying in all directions. And in that moment, the Force showed Naruto another vision, and it nearly knocked the wind out of him for the second time in a row. When the energies dissipated, Naruto quickly called his blade that was on the Emperor's robes back to his hand, and saw the other two Force users in the room still able to fight, now on edge though unsure what to do. Not surprising since the Emperor was dead, the Empire now stood on a pivotal point in its history, and who it was that would take the reins of power. At the moment, the three Force users with lightsabers in hand didn't have the strength to fight each other, as Vader had his injuries, the young former Sith apprentice once known as Starkiller was exhausted from fighting the two Sith Lords, and Naruto himself was not strong enough to fight either at the same time. So how did he defuse this situation? Go, run, said Naruto, as he saw the older boy look at him like he was crazy, and then at the Jedi Master behind him. He's right, you're strong, but in your current state we're no match for Vader, and the army behind him, said the blind man, as he grabbed Boy, and they along with the rebels were running towards the ship that was docking nearby. But what about him? He's facing Vader alone and he's younger than I am, said the Jedi, as he saw the blonde standing there with the stormtroopers shooting at them, and the boy was giving him a chance to escape by deflecting the more close-range ones. Trust in him like we are now to escape. I sense things will be different in terms of the way this empire is heading after today, said the blind Jedi Master, as they got on the ship, and took off to leave their blonde hero alone with the injured Sith Lord on the still incomplete battle station. You were either very brave or very foolish to do that, Naruto, said Vader, as he stared at Naruto, and the boy simply deactivated his lightsabers before putting them away. I am neither. I simply did what was right. I set you free from the darkness the Emperor had around your being. I saw visions of the future in the moment that he chose to fight you further or fight the Emperor. Had your former apprentice chose to finish you off, he would have won, and the Emperor would have had him replace you as his new apprentice after modifying him to his own specifications, said Naruto, as he saw the stormtroopers surround him with blasters drawn and waiting for the order to fire. Perhaps, but that did not happen, and I am still alive. So tell me why I shouldn't give the order to have my forces kill you for your traitorous actions, said Vader, as he saw the boy smile at him and remove his hood from his face. Because I know something about your family that not even the Emperor knows, and I believe it is worth enough to give me my freedom, said Naruto, as he saw Vader's eyes widen and then narrow at him with fury. And what is it that you could possibly know about my family? Said Vader, as his words were filled with anger, and told Naruto to be cautious when choosing his next few words. For they could be his last. Your child lives and I know where he is, said Naruto, and the instant those words left him did Vader use the Force to pin him to the nearest wall of steel. What did you just say? Said Vader, as he could crush the boy no in an instant since Naruto was not calling on the Force to protect himself. I said I know where your child is. When I killed the Emperor, the Force showed me a vision, and it was connected to your son. I know where he is and I will give it to you freely if you give me your word that you will let me go, said Naruto, as he saw Vader's eyes looking at him for any deception, and finally relented before pulling the boy back to solid ground. You have it. Now tell me where my son is before I change my mind, said Vader, as he saw the boy steady himself, and then explaining about the desert planet he saw with a boy about the age near that of Starkillers with sandy blonde hair on a moisture farm by the name of Luke. There is more. The Emperor lied to you when he said there were no treatments to heal your body. I know because I did some checking of my own, but I knew I could never tell you since the Emperor would catch on before you could receive such treatments and kill us both for such an action. So in addition to me helping you locate your son, I want you to receive the needed medical treatment to heal your body, and look at your son without the need for this suit the Emperor imprisoned you in, said Naruto, as he saw Vader look away in thought, and saw the shattered glass at his feet to see the horribly scarred face that was once Anakin Skywalker. Leave us, said Vader to the stormtroopers, who looked at him for a moment, but the glare the Sith Lord gave them told them to obey, or they would die painfully for it. You know what I say is true. Between you and the Emperor, I felt a much closer bond of loyalty to you because I knew you understood the value of it, said Naruto, as he saw the man close his eyes and then open them before turning to face the boy. And what, you young one? What will you do now that I have the power to control this empire? What will you do now that you wish to no longer be in its service? Or rather, in my service, said Vader, as he saw Naruto give him a weak smile and shrug a bit at him. I honestly don't know. Go back home I guess and see if things have changed, maybe. But in terms of the Empire, we both know that it cannot continue to exist. The Republic must be restored along with the Jedi to bring stability to the galaxy. I know you don't like the Jedi after what happened, but can you honestly say that doing what the Emperor had asked of you didn't indirectly cause the visions to become real? Right now, you have the power to change everything for the better like your wife wanted and bring peace to the galaxy instead of keeping it in a constant flux of conflicts that may never end. Whether you do this or not is your choice, but we both know deep in our hearts that I am right, and I ask you to trust me more than ever on this, said Naruto, as he had learned much under his teachers and had proven to be a tactical genius when it came to getting jobs done. I can't be a Jedi again. Even if my body could be healed like you claim it can be, I will not be a Jedi again, and we both know that is the truth, said Vader, as he saw Naruto look at him with sad eyes and shaking his head in disagreeing with that statement. How can you say that? Is it so easy to give in to the darkness the Emperor made you fall into, but too damn hard to leave it and be what your son would rather idolize? You have the chance to bring the light back into this darkness-covered galaxy and yet you say you won't, all because you fear the light when it does nothing except forgive those that wish to be forgiven. If you won't go back to the light for yourself, then do it for your son, and his mother whom you love without question, said Naruto, as he saw Vader clench his fists in frustration, and for a moment the blonde thought he pushed the man over the edge. For one so young, you speak words of great wisdom and understanding of the heart, Naruto, said Vader, as he saw the boy give a sheepish grin, and the man was once more reminded that the light of a child could do wonders. Even if it had been touched by the dark side. I've had my share of lies fed to me so I know what I'm talking about, said Naruto, and he also added to the fact he had some good teachers on the subject. One of them was currently dead, but that was beside the point. Go then, Naruto. Take whatever ship you need and go wherever you desire, said Vader, as he saw Naruto nod and smile back at him. May the Force be with you, said Naruto, as he took off to the hangar area, and to find his own ship the Crimson Eyes currently docked, a private hangar only a handful of people had access to. And you as well, young one, said Vader, as he looked at himself once more in the crude reflection of the shattered glass, and then left to his personal chambers to repair himself for the last time before seeking out the treatments the boy claimed existed. It was time to fix what was once broken and in more ways than one. Sometime later, Naruto looked at the planet he had been born from before smiling down at it while he let his ship descend upon it the world and wondered how things had gone after leaving. What had become of the leaf? The old cage, was he even alive after all this time? How was the village that once scorned him? It was in that moment, Naruto realized that he was free to do what he wanted and had the choice to use his powers for good or for ill. Though which would he choose? What he did for one side in the name of good could be considered evil to another, and such points of view were always shaded in gray areas. Still, Naruto needed to check on the life of the village and see if he can start there. He just hoped that the place was worth saving. If there is one thing I teach above all things, Naruto, is that some people and places are beyond saving. The Jedi did not realize this and paid for it with many of their numbers during their time protecting the Republic. The Sith kill any threats to them and those the rare handful of people they cherish. Do not hesitate when it comes to removing enemies, my demon hand, as such mercy will be your undoing and bring suffering to anyone you get close to. Those had been the Emperor's words, and for the most part Naruto believed them, if only to a point where such redemption was foreseen to be fruitless when it came to saving. The blonde believed that if the person was put on the path to redemption and kept on it, then it was not as fruitless as was originally believed. Only if the person refused the redemption after it was offered should they be destroyed. Whatever happens from now on, I have to be cautious of what I do, and what side of the Force I command while back here on this world, thought Naruto, as he landed in a large forest region, and kept his Sith robes on, though he felt they were more for him than the ways of the Sith. Not to mention he could always get them the altered in the future. Now it was time to see if he could get in his foot in Leaf Store. Chapter 2, Where Loyalties Lie. Naruto guided his ship down into the deep forest region near the nearby central tower before activating the cloaking system given to him by the late Emperor to hide it from detection from scavengers at spaceports. Locking the ship down until he needed it to make an escape, Naruto made his way to the village that was his home and sensed the various creatures this place held were giving him a wide gap to walk through. They knew he was dangerous, they knew that to cross him would result in their inevitable death, and these animals sensed that they would prefer not to face such a dangerous being like him. Naruto couldn't have agreed more. Reaching the gate, the blonde force jumped over it, and made his way into the streets of the shinobi village of the Leaf on this cold night. Naruto never realized it until now, but the village now felt like it did 6 years ago, and sensed that this village was descending slowly into delusional madness. There were a few people out on the streets, each of them slowly touched by it, as the darkness seemed to fill their minds, and Naruto knew his life here would have been hell had he stayed in the Leaf instead of going with the Emperor. Walking through the night-covered streets of the Leaf, Naruto sensed a group of people were watching him on the rooftops above, and knew that it was the ANBU that had done so little to protect him 6 years ago. He knew they were suspicious of him, as they had never seen him before, and due to it being so late at night they suspected ill will from him. Smiling behind his dark crimson hood, Naruto headed towards the Hokage Tower to see if the Sandaime was still in business, or someone younger more powerful had taken over for him. As he walked towards his intended target, the blonde force user decided that it would be in his best interest to send the unwelcome observers somewhere else and to bother someone else. Using the force, Naruto sensed a trash can nearby just below the ANBU watching him, and sent it into the streets, hitting a group of civilians hard with enough power behind the throw to knock them over. It was causing quite a bit of a commotion, as the ANBU had no choice but to break off their spying and focus on what caused the trash can to be thrown into a group of innocent people. All too easy, thought Naruto, as he walked towards the Hokage Tower, and his smile never leaving his face. Hokage Tower. The Sandaime Hokage sighed, as he finished the last of his paperwork, and stared out the window at the village below before letting out another sigh. After Naruto was taken from the village, the Sandaime had informed the boy's godparents that were 2 of the 3 students he trained of what happened, and had requested they come to Konoha at once so he could explain everything. The 2 Sannin had come back, as each one had demanded an explanation from the old monkey and who it was that took the Yondaime's son. To his credit, the Sandaime had remained calm despite the thick layer of killer intent his 2 students had covered the entire room with, and told them of the 2 figures dressed in black that had taken him. How the taller one wearing the strange mask had wielded a glowing red blade not unlike than the Dame Hokage did once, but this one seemed to be more refined, and then there was the power the strange man wielded with just the simple gesture of his hand. Jiraiya thought the old cage was losing it, but the seriousness in the Sandaime's eyes told the 2 differently, and asked if either figure described knew of Naruto's heritage. The killer intent coming from the Sandaime's 2 students skyrocketed, as they learned that the 2 figures did seem to somehow found out about Naruto's heritage and took him away without resistance. Since then, the Sandaime realized 2 things that were now going to be a painful fact of life for him, and he couldn't stop it regardless of being Hokage. First, was that his 2 students were now staying in the village to make sure there were no more screw-ups at his hands, and save what they could of the Leaf. Second, was that the councils had been in an uproar when they learned Naruto was kidnapped, and demanded hunter nins to find the boy before killing him. The Sandaime put a stop to that, as the poor child did not deserve to be hunted like some animal, and the old cage didn't want to do that to Naruto. Naruto, forgive me for my foolishness, thought the Sandaime, as he had done what he had believed was for the best, and knew that his decision to send the boy's godparents away was wrong. But at the time, the Sandaime's thoughts on the matter were stopped when his doors slowly moved open and a single figure wearing crimson black robes stepped into the room. The old Cage narrowed his eyes at the figure, which was the size of a young boy in his young teen years, and wondered just who was before him. "What's the matter, old man? Still using all the flaccid muscles you have in that old body of yours except for the one that counts," said the figure, as he smiled underneath his hooded robes, and the Sandaime scowled at him. "You have a lot of nerve talking like that to the Sandaime Hokage," said the Sandaime, as he rose from his chair, and glared at the figure before him. "I'm sure the two councils would disagree with that statement and the Uchiha clan if they still existed. I must thank Uchiha Itachi for that act the next time I see him," said the figure, and it put the Sandaime even more on guard. "Who are you? Identify yourself," said the Sandaime, as he brought out the kunai hidden in his sleeve and prepared for an attack. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you disappoint me so much right now," said the figure mockingly, as he removed his hood, and revealed himself to be none other than Naruto himself. "Naruto, my boy, you are alive," said the Sandaime, as he dropped the kunai on the ground, and rushed to hug the boy. Only to be stopped by the raise of Naruto's hand and an invisible power that stopped him from doing it. "Stay where you are, old man, and more importantly stay in your seat. I am not here for one of your hugs," said Naruto, as his voice began serious, and the Sandaime looked hurt by his words. "Naruto, I'm sorry for what happened to you back then, and I want to make it up to you now if you give me the chance," said the Sandaime, as he wanted to hug the boy, but the power that seemed to come from Naruto felt very similar to that of the one the masked person used years ago, and it scared the old man greatly. "Spare me your words. I did not come here seeking your forgiveness for being weak, old man, but rather seeking out a reason to remotely stay in the village, and purge it of the filth that have corrupted the Shodaime's beliefs for their own ends," said Naruto, as he saw the Sandaime grow fearful at that, and then frowning at him before looking at the door to the room. "How did you get past the ANBU stationed outside my room?" said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto smirking at him, and suspected it was more of that power that the boy seemed to wield. "Tricks played on the weak-minded, old man, and just leave it at that. Now, I am going to ask you a few questions, and depending on your answer I will stay in the village to handle things that need to be handled. Understand?" said Naruto, as he needed to know if he could possibly trust the old man, or leave the village altogether to find a place worthy of his skills. "I have to answer carefully if I want Naruto to stay," thought the Sandaime, as he would need to somehow subdue the boy after this, and have Jiraiya put a seal on the boy's body to keep the fox at bay while Inoki locked the blonde's memories away. Internally, Naruto sensed what the old man wanted to do should he pass this little test, and it sickened the blonde force user to no end. "First question, did you have any intention of telling me who my parents were?" said Naruto, with the old Cage flinching when he said parents. "Yes, your family had many enemies and I needed to protect you," said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto scoff at his answer, and once more flinched at those cold blue eyes. "Second question, when I was being attacked by people all those years ago, did you ever deliberately have my bodyguards delay their rescue, and so that I would feel some kind of appreciation for your interference?" said Naruto, and knew the man was about to lie because the old man couldn't even look him in the eyes. "No, the ANBU that failed to watch you were those I thought would be responsible in doing their jobs correctly. I was wrong," lied the Sandaime, as the truth was the two councils thought Naruto needed to feel some kind of attachment to the village, and the Hokage coming in to rescue the boy from certain doom would help. "One does not need to use the force to see he is a lying piece of human garbage," said Kyuubi, as it had long since decided to help the boy become strong, since being in a weak vessel was not something it wanted due to experiencing that for the first 6 years of the blonde's life. "Third question, why is it that the man who killed my mother was not punished for it, and why is it my godparents didn't watch over me like they should?" said Naruto, as he saw the old man look away for a few seconds, and the look of guilt was clear to see. "The man responsible for the death of your mother is too well connected within the leaf to be punished for her death, and your godparents were denied because in my stupidity I told them you would be better off being in the village than with them outside of it." "So the old monkey can speak the truth for once," said the Kyuubi, and its vessel agreed with it. "Final question, Sandaime, if I stayed here to become Hokage, would I have had a shot, and would the people accept me?" said Naruto, as he had once wanted to be Hokage to prove he wasn't what they thought he was, but now that was not the case, and saw the Hokage looking away for a second before looking him straight in the eye with his answer. "Yes, on both counts," said the Sandaime. "Liar," yelled the Kyuubi, with its chakra flaring behind its prison, as it was one thing it hated more than a human was that of a lying one to its or its vessel's face. Naruto's thoughts exactly. "You're lying, old man. Out of all the questions that I asked you, only one of them was actually answered truthfully, and that one I didn't even need to ask. You were pathetic and I want nothing to do with you," said Naruto, as he got up from his chair and began to head for the door. "Naruto, you are not leaving the leaf," said the Sandaime, as he got up from his chair and moved to intercept Naruto. He was once more met with resistance by the blonde's power and thrown harshly against the wall where the pictures of the previous Hokages sat. "You can't command me to do anything, old man. I'm not a shinobi of this village and I don't want to live in one where my parents are dishonored by those they once trusted," said Naruto, as he walked out of the room and ignoring the Sandaime trying to get up while calling out to the blonde to stop. Konoha Streets 30 minutes later. Naruto had nearly made it to the forest area where his ship was located, but stopped when lights went on around the fencing, and he was met with an army of shinobi with old man that was the Sandaime Hokage in full battle gear. Beside him on either end was Naruto's godparents, who also apparently didn't want the blonde to leave and were prepared to use excessive force to keep him here. "You're not leaving here, Naruto. You're too valuable to simply let you wander around the elemental countries," said the Sandaime, as he saw Leaf Shinobi move around Naruto to cut off his retreat and knew they had the boy no matter what he did. "So that's all I really am to you, old man. An asset, something to amuse the masses with. To amuse a mob that hates Kyuubi and hates me for being its prison. What exactly did you tell my godparents before you came here? Did you tell them how you from the very beginning have deliberately allowed the masses to beat me in order to be forced into submission? Did you tell them that my mother died at the hands of someone in the Leaf and that you let him get away with it? Did you even bother to tell the people about my heritage after I went missing? Judging by the looks on their two faces, I believe that the answer speaks for itself and you didn't tell them anything," said Naruto, as he went to his wrist controller hidden in his sleeve while his arms were connected to each other within his robes and began issuing commands for it to pick him up. "You never told us that part, sensei." "Why?" said Jiraiya, as he saw the old man glaring at him and telling the Sannin this was not the time. "Because deep down he hates me too," said Naruto like it was a simple fact. "That's not true. A law was passed to never mention Kyuubi inside of you under the pain of death," said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto still smirking at him, and in that instant the old cage knew he had fallen into another one of the boy's traps. "How very true, but what you failed to mention about that same law, was that it wasn't you who pushed for it, and the ones that did actually wanted to honor my father's dying wish. In fact, several clans wanted to adopt me, as they were allowed to since my father did want me to be loved by the village, but you told them no, and lied when you told them that I should be left alone as an orphan since it would keep you from learning about my parents," said Naruto, as he had read the old man's mind and saw the memory of that meeting like it had just happened yesterday. "What?" said Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time since they both believed that it had been their sensei that pushed for that law. "Surprised? You are? Well, I'll be a Sith Lord. You two actually are surprised by this, and thought that the old man made that law to protect me. Though it really shouldn't be a total surprise since the old man could have protected me by not telling anyone about Kyuubi in the first place, but he chose to be an idiot, and decided to let everyone in the Leaf to get their 10 pounds of flesh regardless if it was human flesh that they got," said Naruto, as he waited to see this whole situation go sideways on the Sandaime and saw the heavy glares aimed at the Hokage. The man's two former students would have spoken a few choice words right now, but the moment never came, as Naruto's ship suddenly appeared in all its terrifying glory, and the blonde used this little distraction to leap up high using the force before quickly entering the cockpit. Punching in a few codes, Naruto flew the ship out of the Leaf and began to make his way north towards what was called Wave Country on his navicomputer system. Deep down Naruto knew that one day he would return to his home planet, as the Force tends to bring things full circle despite all that it does between the beginning and the end of important events. This was no different, as he had learned much from his time with the two Sith Lords about the Force, and Naruto always felt that the mysterious power was not one to leave things done halfway. So the blonde had, with permission from his masters, sent a temporary probe droid to his home planet to monitor the events there and record any important ones that need to be known. For instance, Mist was still suffering from a brutal bloodline civil war and was suffering under a oppressive Mizukage despite the failed coup attempt. Another was Wave Country in the middle of a terrible stranglehold of a recession thanks to a corporate crime boss named Gato, with a bridge being built to the mainland in order to defy the monster. Suna was given a cruel budget cut due to its Wind Daimyo's alliance with Fire Zone, and the fact the feudal lord was giving important missions to the Leaf didn't help either. Earth Country was currently in the middle of a recession, as Iwa caused problems in that regard from the last Shinobi War and were trying to replenish the loss of its numbers from that fact. The only Shinobi village that seemed to be stabilized at this point was Kumo, which from all the information in his system had not one, but two demon vessels currently residing within its very walls, and one of them happened to be the Raikage's own younger brother. As Naruto flew his ship high into the clouds, he put the ship on temporary autopilot, and closed his eyes to meditate on where to go next. There were so many choices to make in regards to hiring himself out to various places, but most of them seemed to bring danger to his person within moments of the people in those places learning of his heritage, and that wasn't very good at all. So instead of just trying to find a place to stay for the long run, Naruto used the Force to guide his hand to a place where he could stay if only for a time, and then relocate elsewhere when needed. Right now, the Force was surprisingly telling him to go to Wave, as something important was going to happen there and needed his utmost attention. Taking his ship off autopilot, Naruto did just that, and sensed that things were about to get interesting for him. Wave Country sometime later. As before, Naruto landed the ship in a well-forested clearing, and activated the cloaking device on the ship before setting out to inspect the area around him that was currently Poor Country. Along the way, the blonde stopped when he saw a girl wearing a pink dress picking herbs, and humming a small tune, and seemed to be without a care in the world. However, the Force told him that this girl was part of something important here in Wave, and to investigate the matter more closely. Walking over to the girl, he was surprised to sense such light coming off of her despite the fact that his eyes showed dark scars from her past, and wondered what had happened to this girl. "You sing a lovely tune," said Naruto, as he saw the girl jump slightly, and turn around in surprise at being caught by surprise. "Oh, thank you so much. I must have been so busy picking herbs for my sick friend that I didn't hear you coming up behind me," said the girl, as she smiled at him, and Naruto felt something else tug at him through the Force. though he had to push it away for later study. My apologies. My name is Naruto. May I ask what a lovely girl such as yourself is currently doing here, Ms.? Said Naruto, as he saw the girl look slightly hesitant to reveal her name to him, but once more she gave him her nicest smile and seemed to shine brighter. Haku. My name is Haku, and not to be cruel, but I'm a boy, said Haku, with Naruto shaking his head with a smile that was seen despite the hood of his robes. You're lying, Haku. While you are much better at it than most of the people I know, you cannot fool me, and I know you are a girl. Besides, it's pretty obvious that you are female from the shape of your figure, and with all due respect, your chest is not being held back very well by the dress, said Naruto, as he had been around quite a few female beauties, and while not all of them were human female beauties, the principle was still the same. Sorry. It is my turn to apologize now, as I lie about my gender to keep perverted men that I encounter away from me, and prevent any advances they wish to take upon my person, said Haku, as she saw him smile at her, and let out a hearty chuckle at her response. I understand. You would be surprised at how many people do that to avoid detection from enemies, so do not think you are the first, Haku. Do you mind if I help you find the herbs for your friend? Said Naruto, as he saw Haku nod in her head, and yet he still sensed some kind of nervousness from her. As the two began looking for what was needed, Haku asked Naruto some questions about him and whether or not he was a shinobi from a village, considering his strange clothing. Naruto of course knew why she was asking, but told her anyway that at the moment he had no home to call his own, and while he was born in a shinobi village, the loyalty he once had for it was no longer in his heart. Haku could sense his words were true enough despite something about his words that didn't make sense, as she didn't expect a boy a few years younger than her to have left the village without hunter nins following so closely. At first, she thought he might be an undercover hunter nin sent by Mist, but his clothing didn't fit normal shinobi attire, and his weapons at his waist didn't either, since they looked like nothing she had ever seen before. He was from a shinobi village, yet not a shinobi, and had no one precious to him like she did right now. Do you not have anyone precious to you, Naruto-kun? Said Haku, as she saw him shake his head, and the sadness he tried to keep out of his blue eyes showed clear as day. No, I have no one. I once thought I did, but then I learned that such people didn't feel the same way, and only wished to use me for their own purposes. I believe there is no reason to stay loyal to someone who does not return the favor when it comes to loyalty, and that only those that return it are considered precious to me. Even more so when they betrayed my family that died for them the day I was born, said Naruto, as he saw how Haku now looking away from him, and knew that the pain in her life originated in some aspect to that of loyalty if not family. Someone precious to my life saved me from misery and only asked that I follow him no matter where he went, said Haku, as she saw Naruto nod, and saw he knew what it was to serve a master without question after being saved from a living hell. I know the feeling. Tell me, Haku, do you trust your Zabuza's employer to kill the bridge builder? Said Naruto, as he saw the girl now go tense, and summoned senbon needles made of ice to her hand. How do you know about Zabuza-sama? Said Haku, as her voice was just as icy, and was ready to strike him down to protect Zabuza. I wield a power beyond imagining, Haku. In some cases, this same power allows me to see one of many futures before they happen, and I have foreseen both of yours, said Naruto calmly, though he wasn't going to leave himself completely defenseless. You talk like the copycat Junin Hitaki Kakashi, but no one can foresee the future, and I do not believe you now, said Haku, but even now with her right arm ready to strike, she could feel something swirling around Naruto now, and the ice user would be lying if she said she wasn't a bit terrified in facing it. My apologies in copying someone else's words, but I do speak the truth, and I could tell you one of the many outcomes of your eventual battle on the bridge that will happen by the end of the week, said Naruto calmly, since the Force was now showing him such visions of the future like the late Emperor had taught him. I still don't believe you, said Haku, though the light now shining in his eyes seemed to speak differently. Whether you believe me or not now is irrelevant, but I will not let you go into this battle with the Leaf Junin unprepared, and will warn you of the upcoming events. The day of the battle on that bridge, your employer will betray you, and have an army of his thugs waiting to kill you both after you are all weakened from the fighting. During the battle itself, it pains me to say this, Haku, but before Gato does move to betray Zabuza, you die protecting the man from the death of Kakashi's assassination technique that will pierce your chest right through your heart, said Naruto, as he moved quickly when Haku in a fit of anger throws her senbon at him, and stops her with a force stasis field that kept the girl from attacking him. What did you do to me? Said Haku, as she couldn't move her body at all, and it seemed that even her bloodline had failed her too. As I told you, I wield a power beyond imaging, and this is just a small sample of what I can do. I ask that you hear me out, Haku, as the future is always in motion, and I can help you save not only your own life, but Zabuza's as well, said Naruto, as he set Haku free, and saw her looking at him in awe. You can see our future on the bridge, can't you? Said Haku, as she saw him nod, and remove his hood to reveal his face that made her cheeks have a nice shade of red on them. Yes, the future that was to happen without my interference would have been the death of you and Zabuza. Another outcome was Zabuza was killed, but you were taken back to the leaf to become used to breed your bloodline out, and mix it with the last loyal Uchiha of the village against your will. That vision is what would have happened if you didn't die saving Zabuza, but that vision has nearly vanished now, and I have foreseen the death that awaits you on the bridge. However, like I said before, the future is always in motion, and they did not include me on the bridge, said Naruto, as he saw Haku's face change from depression, sadness, and then to that of hope. Could you fight for us? We can offer you anything you desire in return if we have it, said Haku, as she knew that the floodgate for anything he may desire, which included her body for the day, but to save Zabuza from death, then the girl would gladly give it, and do what she must to save her precious person. I have never had any intention of killing the bridge builder just so Gato can continue to suffocate the last drops of life there is out of this place. I have done such an act more than once already and on a much larger scale than this small country. However, I cannot let the Leaf Shinobi here, who are protecting the man kill you, or Zabuza in your upcoming battle on the bridge. So we must compromise on a way to deal with this in a manner in which we win while everyone else loses, said Naruto calmly before looking away from her and took a deep breath. So what do we do? Said Haku, as she saw him close his eyes, and felt the power he used before, and wondered what this power was that Naruto commanded. Divide and conquer. Zabuza's injuries won't be gone until the end of the week, which will be when both he and Hitaki Kakashi will be at full strength. On that day, I will stop the bridge builder from coming to the bridge and disable the Leaf Shinobi. While I take care of that, you along with Zabuza must kill Gato and any of his thugs that will get in your way upon your escape. If the man is greedy like I suspect he is, then there should be a large stash of money to more than compensate you both on this assignment, and to further help Wave Country get back on its feet after the bridge is built, said Naruto, as he saw Haku nod, and knew that if they were to live, Gato had to die. Zabuza would have no problem with performing the act, but to convince him otherwise was another matter, and it wasn't going to be easy to explain Naruto's prophecy of their intended death on the bridge. It won't be easy to convince Zabuza-sama of what you told me, said Haku, as she knew that the man trusted her, but without proof of Gato's betrayal, the man may question it, and her loyalty to him. Then I will accompany you to meet him and show him that what you say is true, said Naruto, as he saw Haku smile, eyes now filled with hope, and could see she was eternally grateful for his assistance. Thank you Naruto-kun. I hope to repay this debt to you one day, said Haku, as she bent down, and grabbed her basket filled with herbs before the two went to the hideout to see her precious person. Bridge Builder's house end of the week. Are we all set to go? Said Kakashi, as he looked at Team 7, and saw they were though it was clear Sakura was nervous despite the training they did. I want to fight that fake hunter Nin. I'm going to show Zabuza and him the power of the Uchiha clan firsthand, said Sasuke, as he was going to show that Itachi wasn't the only prodigy of the leaf, and he wasn't in the older man's shadow. Why must you always try to inflate your ego to make up for having such a tiny penis, Sasuke? Said Sai, as he smiled at the boy and was punching rather hard by Sakura for his remark. Baka, Sasuke-kun's penis is not tiny, said Sakura while shaking her fist at him with all her fangirl fury. And you would know this, how exactly? Said Sai, as he once more smiled at her, and the pink-haired girl blushed before looking away. I don't know if it is big, I just assume it is since he's an Uchiha, and because he's Sasuke-kun of course, said Sakura, as she had never seen it, and yet assumed that him being from such a high class would automatically give her Sasuke-kun well-endowed lower extremities. Why is it the ugly people always go for people with the microscopic penis, said Sai, as he sighed, and ignored Kakashi looking at him with a sweat drop running down the back of his head. I'll kill him, yelled Sakura with Kakashi holding her back by her shirt. Calm down Sakura, we don't need you killing one of your teammates over for saying, said Kakashi, as he stopped speaking, and his eyes now narrowed before looking at the direction of an approaching figure. Oh no, said Tazuna, as he feared that Gato had sent one of his goons come for the rest him and the rest of his family. He was not afraid of death, but Tazuna was not about to have his daughter and grandson pay for his actions with their own. I cannot let you go to the bridge just yet Tazuna, said the figure in crimson robes, as he stared at the group before him, and saw the Genin team get into a protective formation in front of the old man while the woman in the window with the child ran deeper into the house to hide themselves from him. Who are you? Said Kakashi, as he got ready for a fight, and revealed his Sharingan if need be. Me. My real name is not important, but if I must go by some kind of name, then it shall be the one that was given to me by one of my two masters, and you would call me the Demon Hand, said the figure, as he drew his two weapons, and ignited the red blades that gave him an eerie glow. The Demon Hand. Are you a servant of Zabuza like the fake Hunter Nin, or are you the Hunter Nin that saved Zabuza before? Said Sasuke, as he looked at the boy that was the same age as him from the looks of it, and the strange weapons that made the Uchiha aching to have one of his own. No, I left the service of the ones who gave me that title and wish to go out to be my own person. I serve no new master as of yet. However, I do know that the battle that will no doubt take place on the bridge cannot happen, and I must remove your group from the equation, said the figure, as he saw the speed that Kakashi possessed, and moved even faster to dodge the kunai the Junin had in his hand aimed to take his head off. In return, the figure swung one of his red blades at Kakashi, and the Junin dodged the attack along with several more before rolling to evade another swing that sliced through a tree like it was nothing. Kakashi was shocked, as he saw that these blades were indeed very much like the Nadame's own weapon, but more focused, and were clearly designed to hurt if not kill whoever it was that was hit by one. I have to be careful. One false move and I'll end up like that tree, thought Kakashi, as he began going through hand signs, and was about to use a fire jutsu when an unseen power sent him flying right into the house. Hitaki Kakashi, you disappoint me. The Sandaime gives praise to your skills in being a shinobi. Surely you can do better, said the figure, as he could read the man's mind, and saw how this man was once the Yondaime's student. And that he too ignored the dying wish of the man that saved the village and abandoned his post when protecting the former hand of the late emperor. To his right, the figure sensed the force was calling out to him to move, and he did just in time to dodge a kick from Uchiha Sasuke. Deactivating his lightsabers, Naruto put them on his belt before smiling behind his hood at Sasuke and infuriating the Uchiha boy even further. Sasuke then began to attack the hooded figure with taijutsu, but the Uchiha's opponent batted them away like they were nothing, and a simple spin kick sent the leaf prodigy flying into a nearby tree. Sai began to attack using his skills with his pen in drawing various creatures, which brought them to life, but a simple hand thrust motion from the hooded figure sent them flying into the house, and causing them to splatter all over the building. His power is incredible. I must survive this to report back to Danzo-sama, thought Sai, who was going to draw some more, but found his paintbrush and paper were removed from his hands by an unseen power that the enemy used to take them before throwing them into the forest. Impressive, most impressive. However, what intrigues me more is that you serve the man who had my mother killed, and I want to know everything you know, said the figure, as he removed his hood, and saw Kakashi gasp at the sight of him. Naruto, said Kakashi, as he had been ordered while on missions to gather any kind of info on the boy after his kidnapping was made public in order to find a way to get him back in the leaf. This boy is the Kyuubi vessel. Is the demon helping him? Thought Sai, as he now backed away in fear of facing a demon vessel that had so eloquently put it, no longer served a master, and wondered what happened to said master of this boy. Glad to see you remember me, Hitaki. I am a bit surprised that you do remember me, all things considered, as you weren't around most of the time to protect me from harm from the mob beatings I endured, and only intervened at the last moment when the old bastard of a Hokage told you to, said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi's eyes widen in shock, and the blonde knew that the Junin was wondering how he knew that tidbit of information. As this was going on, Kyuubi was grinning madly behind his cage in praise of his vessel's actions in distracting Kakashi while mentally pillaging the Junin's mind for all the jutsus the man possessed, and was cataloguing them for future use in terms of training. Kyuubi knew this boy needed more than just force powers to survive in this world, and may need to use them should his original powers were lost to him. So while heading here, Kyuubi spoke to its vessel, indicating that the boy could become more powerful than ever if the blonde learned the ways of the shinobi in terms of chakra, and jutsus that shinobi use while using the force to balance with it to become unstoppable. Naruto agreed, since he knew there were people in this world that could rival a full-grown Sith Lord and wasn't about to be defeated by anyone on this planet anytime soon. How did you do what you did just now? Is it because of the demon inside of you? Said Kakashi, as he knew that after Naruto's disappearance the Sandaime's law had become pretty much voided by the councils, and everyone knew what Naruto had inside of him. That is for me to know and for you to never find out. Do not fear, Tazuna, I am not here to kill you, just delaying you from going to the bridge until my allies are done with Gato, and we depart from this country without any further conflict, said Naruto, as he smiled at the still nervous man, and then turned to leave, having sensed Zabuza along with Haku were now waiting for him on Gato's borrowed yacht. This doesn't make any sense. First, you attack us, and the next you are saying that you are not a threat to Tazuna, said Sakura, as Naruto put his hood back on, and turned to leave. Attacking Leaf Shinobi is different from attacking your client Haruno Sakura. I saw the bridge being built and I know that it will bring life back to this dying country. Gato has been suffocating what is left of it out of the people. With Gato gone, Zabuza along with his helper will no longer come after you, and allow the bridge to be built without fear of being attacked, said Naruto, as he saw Tazuna nod his head in understanding, and knew that the attack on the Leaf Shinobi here was nothing aimed at him. Without another word, Naruto left the stunned Leaf Shinobi where they were, and headed for Zabuza to speak to him about many great things. With Zabuza and Haku sometime later. Thanks for saving my ass, kid. I owe you one, said Zabuza, as he stood there with Haku beside him while smirking behind his bandages and the blonde nodding slightly. It was not a problem. Now that you have what you need from Gato's headquarters, what will you do now? Said Naruto, as he saw Zabuza shrug, and Haku looking away with sorrow. Well, you were right about the stash of money that Gato had, so we took about several times the amount that was owed to us, but don't worry, we left plenty of cash for the people of Wave Country to jumpstart their economy back like you suggested, and Haku dropped the money off at the daimyo's place not that long ago with a note explaining everything, said Zabuza, as he Naruto smiled and nodded in approval of his actions. That's good to hear, but you didn't answer my question, and another one I have in why you have no eyebrows, said Naruto, seeing Zabuza get a tick mark on his face while Haku giggled slightly. Fine, look, the truth is, after what happened today, Hunter Nin's from Mr. going to be all over my ass, and I need to do something about the Mizukage now then later. I still have allies in Mist, who want the bastard overthrown, and with all the money that we just acquired I can do it by heading back to Water Country to get a strong enough force to take him down. I want your help in doing it, said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto frown in thought about the offer, and Haku to his right was a bit fidgety. She couldn't be. No way does Haku have a crush on this Gaki. Oh, why did he have to be the one that gives her the talk when it comes to attraction of the opposite sex? I'm not sure. What would you do once you were Mizukage? Said Naruto, as he needed to know what Zabuza intended to do once he was Mizukage and if he had a place in it. Well, for one, I can make some changes to Mist so it's not a shithole anymore, and two, I'd like to get some Mist shinobi into this year's Chunin exams to further prove Mist isn't so weak right now. I think it's being held in Konoha this year, said Zabuza, as he saw the blonde's eyes widen in surprise, and then an almost feral smile appeared on Naruto's face before the boy walked to the edge of the boat to look at the water. Yes, getting Mist ready for the Chunin exams would indeed bring your village a great deal of influence among the elemental countries. But the real question I have for you now, Zabuza, is, can it be done? Said Naruto before turning his head to face Zabuza, as he laid down the challenge of being the Mizukage of the Mist and getting the necessary teams together for the exams. Once we get to Water Country, I will show you firsthand, and more if need be, in getting the job done, said Zabuza, since he wasn't about to back down now. Good, I will meet you there in a few days. My own transport is a bit different than what you have taken off of Gato's dead hands, said Naruto, as he bowed slightly, and left via force jump that left the two confused shinobi to their own devices. Things were about to get very interesting within the elemental countries now that the demon hand in entering the shinobi arena. Make Zabuza's confession. Good, I will meet you there in a few days. My own transport is a bit different than what you have taken off of Gato's dead hands, said Naruto, as he bowed slightly, and was about to leave when he stopped for a moment since he needed a question answered. What? Said Zabuza with frown. You never did answer my question on how you didn't have no eyebrows, said Naruto, seeing Zabuza getting peeved while readying his sword to chop the blonde up into little pieces. That's not funny and it's none of your business, said Zabuza, as he was not going to get into the embarrassing story behind why he had no eyebrows and why people always asked him why he didn't have any. You will tell me the truth behind having no eyebrows, said Naruto, waving his hand in front of Zabuza, and used the force to get the man to do listen. I will tell you the truth behind me having no eyebrows, said Zabuza, much to the shock of Haku. Naruto-kun is strong, thought Haku, and she hoped the boy didn't use that form of his power on her. Now tell me, said Naruto with another wave of his hand. I got drunk in a bar one night while in Konoha when I had a genin team there for the Chunin exams, and a creepy guy in green spandex shouting about the springtime of youth challenged me to some crazy challenge. The winner got the other's eyebrows and I lost my own, said Zabuza, as he fell to his knees crying, and the two around him just sweat drop. Okay, not what I was expect, thought Naruto, while Haku was thinking the same thing. Curse you, leaf Jounin. I want my eyebrows back, yelled Zabuza up towards the heavens, and made the thief of his eyebrows be put on notice, since he would one day get them back. In the leaf, a certain Junin froze and shivered in fear before touching his super fuzzy eyebrows after a tingling feeling ran through them. Fear not, my lovely eyebrows, I will not let your previous owner have you again, and be once ignored of your fuzzy greatness, thought Mido Guy, as he whispered sweet nothings to them, and currently being avoided by those around him. Then again, people already do that every day. Chapter 3 of Mist and Clouds. Zabuza docked the ship in one of the scum-filled ports of Water Country that really didn't pay attention to who came in, so long as good money was made in not paying attention. It didn't hurt the demon of the Mist that the man running the dock was an old friend of his, who owed him a favor from a few years back, and threw in an extra wad of cash just to sweeten the deal. Never thought I would be here again so soon, said Zabuza, as he saw Haku nod, and was a little nervous in being in her home country again after what happened before. Do you really think we can pull off the coup now, Zabuza-sama? Said Haku in a hushed whisper that only Zabuza could hear. That all depends on your crush, Haku, said Zabuza, smirking behind the bandages, and Haku now had a healthy shade of pink on her pale cheeks. In the time they drove the ship, Zabuza had to give the girl the talk, and it had made things very difficult in the days it took to get to Water Country for Haku. Ever since the talk, the poor girl had been having strange and slightly erotic dreams that she could never let Zabuza know about. It had been after the first dream that Haku had realized she was growing up to be a full-grown woman, and it was going to one day become obvious to others. However, Haku only had one person in mind to have in a relationship, and that was the one that was in her special dreams at night. Do you think he will show up? Said Haku hopefully, with her blush increasing slightly at the thought of the blonde helping Zabuza in his coup over the Mizukage. I think he will. The Gaki's like us. Nowhere to go after leaving his village, and I think he's on the run. He knows that by helping us, we give him a chance to settle down and stay in one spot where he can be safe, said Zabuza, as he wondered just how the kid was able to wield such power and if it was teachable to others. A few hours later, the two walked through the forests to the spot where they would meet with Naruto and their contact within Mist. While this happened, Zabuza was inspecting his sword for any damages, and Haku inspected her own equipment and wondered just how Naruto would arrive. They got their answer when something big and metallic flew overhead with a roar like thunder from a lightning storm overhead that sent the two diving onto the ground. When they looked up, their eyes near exploded out of their sockets at the sight of the ship that landed less than 30 feet away from them, and saw Naruto get out of the head of the metal flying ship. Hey, said Naruto, as he leaped down to the ground, and saw the two staring at his ship in awe. What is this? Said Zabuza, as he looked on with awe at the sight of Naruto's ship, and Haku was wondering how such a vessel was kept in secret for so long. Oh my ship, well, I did say was different than yours. As to how I acquired it, you might want to sit down again since this story is going to be a while, said Naruto, as he cloaked his ship, and sat down with his two allies looking at him eagerly. So Naruto told both of them about his life within the leaf for the first 6 years in his life, which made Zabuza blood boil and Haku rethinking her policy on not killing. Then he told them of his two masters from beyond the stars, who were powerful in the ways of the Force, which Naruto explained was like chakra, only different in terms of its usage, and that he had been trained to be the hand of the Emperor. After that was explained, Naruto told them of how he betrayed the Emperor after seeing visions of the Force that showed what would happen to others suffering at the old Sith Master's hands and wished to end it by slaying the old man. In doing so, the late Emperor's apprentice would take over and have a chance to change things for the better now that he learned the existence of his long-lost son. After Naruto's story was over, Zabuza's bandages were destroyed from his jaw hitting the floor and Haku's eyes were glazed over after hearing the story. Damn, to think our world is that of a small fish in an endless ocean, said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto nod and smile at him. Yes, but don't let it overwhelm you, Zabuza. Your goal to be the Mizukage of Mist is not a pointless one. Being a cage of a shinobi village is not so different from ruling over a planet that some species in the galaxy do. My masters taught me many things and one of them was do not let something much bigger than yourself overwhelm your spirit, for it is then that your chances of death become far greater. My first real test, as being one of the Emperor's hands, was to take down a ranker, and with just the clothing I had at the time on my back. Granted I had the Force, but I was barely trained in its ways, and I had to use my instincts while trying to let the sheer size of the monster I faced scare the will to fight out of my body. This task set before you, Momoki Zabuza, is your ranker, and you must do everything in your power to not let it crush the will to fight out of your body, said Naruto, as he saw Zabuza nod in understanding, and Haku knew that this would be her precious person's moment of truth. Thanks for the pep talk, kid. Though I wouldn't mind a few of those ships to back me up on this even with the forces I can muster, said Zabuza, as he knew the only reason that the Mizukage was in power was due to being a demon vessel and an arrogant prick at that. Zabuza had nothing against demon vessels since he knew from various rumors he heard about them, even more so from the rumors about the one in Suna and Naruto's own life in the leaf, that they were treated like shit. How they were always beaten into submission in terms of physically and mentally to feel like their only existence revolved around those that did. Serving those that hurt them in order to make the pain stop, and were rewarded little to nothing in the belief it was everything. The current Mizukage didn't receive any of that, but rather had been spoiled silly, and used his demon powers to rule over Mist, knowing there was no one who could stop him. The Uchiha bloodline was now down to a handful, the Senju clan was down to a woman now long past her baby-making years, and couldn't use her grandfather's power to tame such power. Now however, it seemed with Naruto now entering the battlefield being the vessel of the Kyuubi itself evened things out greatly, and this force power of his also didn't hurt the demon of the Mist's plans either. If anything, Naruto could no doubt take on the arrogant Yondai Mizukage alone, and take the title of Mizukage himself. But that wasn't for Naruto, of that Zabuza knew, and maybe in the distant future it would be possible if the blonde wished it. However, for the moment, the boy simply wished to help Zabuza achieve his dreams while finding out what his own were, and the demon of the Mist hoped Naruto would stay to help continue the legacy Mist should have. Well, I see you haven't changed at all, Zabuza, said a female voice, as a beautiful woman with red hair wearing a blue dress, and a sweet voice that could bend almost any male to her whims. Terumi May, it's been too long. Last I saw you, it was a few days before the failed coup, said Zabuza, as he saw his contact within Mist, and the woman with two bloodlines that were right under the Mizukage's own nose. Yes, when you broke my heart and I broke your trust, said May, as she knew that he knew it was because of her that the Mizukage became aware of Zabuza's coup, and had rewarded her in being his second-in-command. Yeah, can't say I didn't deserve that. The phrase hell has no fury like a woman's scorn is not something I could so easily forget. In a way though it turned for the best, said Zabuza, as she saw him nod, and knew his setback had put him in a greater position to overthrow the Yondai Mizukage. If anything, the shinobi of the Mist were more loyal to May, and her help in overthrowing Yagura would be key to the success of the coup. After the failed coup, May's ascension to being Yagura's second-in-command, the hunted demon of the Mist was shortly contacted by May, and she had confessed her betrayal to him. How she had acted out in her anger at breaking her heart, and at the time May had believed the only way to make Zabuza pay was to destroy his plan to defeat Yagura. Now to say Zabuza was pissed was an understatement, but after cooling down a bit by turning a forest area into a wasteland, the former Mist Junin realized that he had brought it upon himself, and knew it was his fault for May doing what she did. So from then on, the two had formed a partnership once more, and planned to overthrow the Mizukage together. It wasn't easy, even with May's position being second only to the Yagura, and there had on a few occasions been close calls where May had to, conveniently, find Zabuza's location. By that point, Haku was already proficient in her art in throwing senbon, and had helped the demon of the Mist escape from the hunter nins. Yes, I guess that is true, said May, but she wasn't going to hold it against him anymore, and knew all about what happened with Gato since Mist Hunter Nins had been to wave about a day after Zabuza left, and sent a messenger bird to her on what had happened with the bridge builder along with Gato's base being littered with bodies. Not all of the bodies were fully whole upon their death. How is everything in Mist, by the way? I've been out of contact with you for a few weeks and I assumed something big happened, said Zabuza, as he saw Mei smirk at him, and give a sexy pose that seemed to puff out her chest to the point of it bursting out. Oh Zabuza, you go straight to business, and think only of the plan before you. How you wound me, said Mei dramatically, as she saw Zabuza sporting a few ticks on his head, and Haku giggled at the antics of the two before the younger girl looked shyly at Naruto. Knock it off, said Zabuza, as he hated when Mei teased him like that, and in front of others. You must forgive Zabuza, my dear. He's just a little impatient to achieve his goal, said Naruto, as he spoke for the first time since Mei appeared, and saw the woman turning her attention to him with interest. Oh, and who might you be? From the way you are dressed, I'd say you're not a local boy and someone that walks in certain cult-like circles. You're not a Jashinist, are you? Said Mei, as she saw Naruto shaking his head, saw his blue eyes swarming with power, and it made the woman feel a little hot under her dress. I do not know of such a thing, said Naruto, as he saw Haku glaring heatedly at Mei, and raised an eyebrow at under his hood. Good, because I hate them, and there is no place in Mist for one of those psycho freaks, said Mei, as she walked towards the group, and sat down with her dress revealing quite the bit of leg to the males of the group. Must, not, kill, possible, man, stealer, thought Haku, as she knew the tall tale signs of seduction since Zabuza had explained it during the talk, and how women used their kami-given assets to tempt men to do their bidding. And right now Mei was trying to tempt her Naruto. So who among the shinobi of Mist are truly loyal to Yagura? Said Zabuza, since there was still some loyal to Yagura. Not many, just a few hunter nin and the ANBU that guard him. The only reason the majority of Mist hasn't revolted right now is because Yagura's shinobi skills and his demonic powers make him too powerful to take down, said Mei, as the man was well versed using his shinobi skills, and the power of his demon made him unstoppable in her eyes. Really? Well, that is about to change since this boy here is the vessel of the Kyuubi, and had offered to help us dethrone the damn tyrant, said Zabuza, as he heard Naruto growl at his words, and gave the man a small glare since he didn't want to be seen as just a tool. Please do not refer to me in such a manner, Zabuza. I find it very insulting and you do not want to see me angry. Even my previous masters were cautious in that regard, said Naruto, as he had always kept his anger in check when using the force per instructions from the two Sith Lords, but there were times when such anger would break loose and cause a significant amount of damage to the surrounding area. A lot of damage. The host of the Kyuubi. I'd heard stories you were kidnapped from the Leaf and they are posting a heavy sum to anyone that will bring you back alive undamaged, said Mei, as she had gotten word from her contact in the Leaf that they were increasing the bounty and to bring Naruto back alive, unconscious yet alive. More like rescued. You know the rumors of certain demon vessels being abused in order to force them into submission, right? Well, this kid was saved from that. Trust me when I say if you heard about the first 6 years he spent in the Leaf, it would make you want to burn it to the ground and piss on the ashes, said Zabuza, as he saw Mei look at Naruto and then back at the former Miss Junin. Zabuza, that is enough. We are here to liberate a shinobi village from a tyrant, not talk about the many tyrants around me that tried to rule my life like they were this world's gods, said Naruto, as his eyes flashed between blue, red, and a orangey yellowish hue with slits before closing his eyes to bring them back to blue. Scary, thought Zabuza, Haku, and Mei at the sight of the eyes changing. He's right, Zabuza. We must come up with a plan to get close to the Mizukage in order for you to kill him, said Haku, as she wanted to reach out to Naruto and tell him it was all right. Good point, said Zabuza, as the original plan was for the army to build up around him and then storm Mist when the army was strong enough. However, such activity wouldn't go unnoticed by Yagura, and would no doubt send his forces to destroy the amassing army Zabuza wanted to create. No, in a time when the best way to kill someone was deception, one must work with the times and do just that. I have a plan that will be perfect for all of us to get close to the Mizukage, but it requires your absolute trust in me, Zabuza, and yours too, Haku, said Naruto, as he saw them all looking at him now with raised eyebrows and question marks on top of their heads. This is something that's going to scare the crap out of me, isn't it? Something to do with your other power, said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto nod, and noticed Mei frowning in confusion to what he was referring to. Yes, as you've probably already guessed, a direct attack on Mist itself from the outside cannot work since it won't go unnoticed by the Mizukage, and he will no doubt sense a traitor within his ranks. As such, he'll look at his second in command here, then go all the way on down to his other subordinates, and do a new purge within Mist to make sure people once more obey his every command. With that being said, such an outdated tactic cannot work, and a new more shadowy one must be done in order to take the man down. Using my power, I can put Zabuza in a state of fake death like Haku can with her senbon needles, but without the signs of needles hitting the man in the neck, and we know the man will check you for such signs. When he agrees to pay me the money for your body, I will release my power over your body, and within seconds you will awaken once more. I will then use my power to stop the Mizukage from attacking and give you the opening needed to run your blade through his stomach, said Naruto, as he knew Mei would have to be in the room too, and holding Zabuza's sword for that part of the plan to work. What about me? Said Haku curiously. You are the escape plan should we fail. Do you have any kind of explosive device on hand? Said Naruto, as he saw Haku nod, and reveal explosive tags that Kyuubi explained to its vessel were potent weapons for demolishing walls in this world. I will not fail you, Naruto-sama, said Haku, as her cheeks once more were cherry red, and ignored the giggle from Mei while Zabuza had a few more tick marks on his head before glaring at Naruto. I know, Haku. Of that much I have foreseen, said Naruto, as he smiled at her through his hood, and made the poor girl now have a full-blown facial blush. Hidden Mist Village Mizukage Tower. Yagura had just finished a mountain of paperwork when Mei came in with Zabuza's sword in hand and the robed figure of a boy that seemed to carry the body of Momoki Zabuza on his shoulders. He was surprised to hear how this mercenary had encountered the demon of the bloody mist and killed him by using a unique ability to stop the man's heart in order to preserve the body for full payment. At first, Yagura was suspicious of this boy since word had it that Zabuza had an apprentice of sorts helping him evade all his hunter nins, and asked the boy remove his hood. After seeing the boy was different, the Mizukage saw that this mercenary was indeed the real deal though a bit young, and when asked who it was that taught him, the mercenary just said 4 words that chilled the demon vessel greatly. The Masters of Shadow. Still, for a boy your age to take down a former Junin of the Mist is quite impressive, and with one of Zabuza's reputation to match. Mei, do you sense any kind of false death state on Zabuza, or any seals that would allow him to be in one? Said Yagura, as he had complete trust in Mei since he knew that Zabuza broke her heart years ago, and relied on her to watch his back when it came to the plan's attempts at rallying support against him outside of the village. No, I checked before the Gaki came in. However, just to be sure, said Mei before she slapped Zabuza across his now revealed face, hard to leave a red handprint on his face with the man not even showing a single muscle twitching. Aside from the ones that were hid by her hand. So he really is dead. Did you by chance encounter his apprentice? Said Yagura, as he saw the boy shake his head no, and Mei shrugging her shoulders. When I encountered Zabuza, he was alone by himself, and no one came to help him when I caught him by surprise. It is my belief that his apprentice left him after learning all he or she could from the demon of the mist before taking off. Zabuza didn't look like he was in the best of moods when I discovered him, said the boy, who saw Yagura nod his head, and also made that assumption since missing nin apprentices don't always stay loyal to their teachers. Okay, Mei will show you where to collect your bounty. I'll also have some ANBU come here to take his body away, and then we can talk about you doing some additional service for Mist in the future, said Yagura, as he smiled at the boy, and then looked over at the dead form of Momoki Zabuza. Actually, Mizukage-sama, I have not been entirely honest with you, said Naruto, as he put his hood, and grinned in a feral manner at the now frowning man before Yagura's eyes widened with his demon speaking to him. Zabuza is not dead. You have been tricked and betrayed, said the three-tailed giant turtle demon, and before Yagura could fully react, he was hit by lightning that came out of the boy's fingertips meant to pin him to the wall. Acting with what little he could, Yagura braced himself using his demon's power, and had leaped right out the window into the streets to prevent further damage. Frowning at this new event, Naruto undid the state he put Zabuza in, and leaped out the window while Mei gave Zabuza his sword. What did I miss? Said Zabuza, as he got off the table, and took his sword from Mei. We're about to see what makes this kid so special and hope he can fight toe-to-toe with Yagura, said Mei, as she leaped out of the hole Yagura made, and Zabuza joined her to see if this kid had the power he said he did. Streets of Mist. Yagura summoned his staff to his hands while eyeing his opponent carefully, as the boy in front of him removed the crimson robes wearing attire that looked similar to ANBU, but different texture, and was something he had never seen before. Even more so were the 2 weapons the boy now had in his hands, which he connected together, and made the cage's eyes widen in shock along with everyone watching when the 2 red blades came out on opposite ends. You wield a strange weapon in your hands, boy. It is similar to the weapon the Nadame of the Leaf himself had years ago, but make no mistake, boy, you have not the skill to beat me, or the power of the demon I hold, said Yagura, as he charged at Naruto, and the boy did the same. Where did you pick this kid up again? Said Mei, as she watched Naruto's skills with his weapon push Yagura back, and use agility one would not see in a boy so young. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, said Zabuza, as he saw Yagura use his demonic chakra to cover his weapon to prevent Naruto's from cutting through it. Your skills are impressive, Yagura. It's been a long time since I've fought another with skills that could rival mine, and that is saying something when you consider one of my previous masters is considered one of the best there ever was in the galaxy, said Naruto, as swung his blade aggressively at Yagura, and jumped spear kicked the man right in the chest that sent him right into a building. You have no idea of the power within my body, you insignificant worm. Yagura, as he covered his body entirely in demonic chakra, and was going to teach this boy a lesson he would not soon forget. I know more than you know, Yagura, and while I may not have the control that you do with your demon, my demon make yours look weak by comparison, said Naruto, as he closed his eyes for a second, and then opened them to reveal crimson eyes before crimson chakra ran down his left arm. That power, it's the Kyuubi's chakra. But, I thought the boy was lost to the world 6 years ago, thought Yagura before Naruto sent a clawed hand made of the fox's power right at him, and grabbed the 3-tailed demon vessel of a man before slamming him against a building. When I wasn't training with Darth Vader or Darth Sidious, I met the fox within me and wanted him to teach me some things regarding his power. Nothing too serious, since I did not want my masters to rethink their decision in sparing me and then have me destroyed for being too strong for them to control. But it was just enough to get things done that needed to be done, said Naruto, as he had suspected that the Emperor and Vader knew of it since very few things got by those two at the time he served them. You're strong Gaki, but not even the limited amount of control you wield can stop me, and I'm not about to lose to some weak demon vessel," said Yagura, as he drew on more of his demonic power, and came at Naruto with the intent to kill him. "Weak, Yagura, it is not I who is the weak one here, and you will soon realize that fact when I strike you down," said Naruto. He shot his left arm out, which sent one hand at Yagura, but in a twist of things, the blonde manipulated the demonic energy like he did the force, and made multiple hands surround the much bigger one. Yagura tried to get away, swinging his staff at the hands that reached for him, but there were too many, and soon they overpowered his demonic energy when wrapping around him. The man would have screamed out in pain, but one of the hands was on his face, and squeezing it hard to the point that it might explode. And in the next few seconds, Yagura's head did, as well as the rest of his body, and he was no more, along with the very demon sealed inside of him. "Damn kid, you sure know how to kill someone in a wicked manner," said Zabuza, as he felt he was cheated out of killing Yagura, but the man was dead, and that is what really mattered. "I had good teachers," said Naruto, as he let the body fall, and saw Mei go through hand signs before lava came out of her mouth to turn the remains of the man's body to ash. "Yeah, and that's what scares the crap out of me," thought Zabuza, as he knew this kid's power was incredible, but add in the Kyuubi, and whatever training the boy may get here in being a shinobi could one day make him a Kage. "How did you shoot lightning from your hands like that? It's not like any jutsu I've ever seen before," said Mei, as she looked at the boy, who smiled at her while deactivating his blades, and then clipping the weapon to his hip. "All shinobi have their secrets, my dear, and so do I. Excuse me, I have to be elsewhere at the moment," said Naruto, as he used the force to summon his cloak, and covered his head in the crimson blackness of it before walking away. "Why is it the mysteriously cute ones always steal my heart?" said Mei while pouting, and Haku was now glaring at the woman fully for saying that. It took all of Zabuza's influence and shinobi training to stop Haku from killing a clearly obvious Mei before his apprentice ran after the boy. "I'm getting too old for this shit," thought Zabuza, as he glared at Mei, and the woman just winked before heading back to the Mizukage Tower to announce the death of Yagura. With Naruto. Naruto stared at his ship, as he took down the cloaking field around it, and was about to enter it when Haku appeared behind him. The blonde knew how she felt, as he had not been a stranger to women, and could see how much she cared for him. The force told him to stay, but at the same time, Naruto feared that being here in mist was a bad idea, and needed time in seclusion to take Kakashi's mental list of 1,000 jutsus to master. "Are you going to leave us without saying goodbye?" said Haku, as she didn't need his kind of power to see the tall tale signs of him leaving, and it was hurting that he was. "If I said goodbye, Haku, then it would mean I would never see you again, and I find that difficult to be the case from the way the force shivers around you," said Naruto, as it had when near the girl, and surprisingly enough around Mei too, though for some reason he had found that a bit odd. "Stay then, please stay. If this force tells you to stay, then surely you should listen to it. Stay with us, or stay here with me in mist now that Zabuza-sama is going to be the new Mizukage," said Haku, as she walked towards him slowly, and prayed to Kami that he wouldn't leave. "Leave her? What about my ship? It can't stay here in this world. In fact, this technology cannot be found by anyone, or else a whole new breed of warfare will sweep the various elemental countries that will destroy it," said Naruto, as he knew it was only a matter of time before his ship was found, and he was quite attached to it. Not to mention all time it cut through in getting to places. "Destroy it. I know it means something to you, but if that is the case, then you must make sure that no one gets their hands on it, and use it for evil purposes," said Haku, as she saw him look at the ship with a pained look in his eyes, and so did she with the marvel of technology never before witnessed in such a smooth, sleek design. Indeed, it was a masterpiece that should be cherished and loved, not destroyed. "You're right, Haku. It has to be destroyed. Something of this magnitude cannot exist in this world. No doubt Zabuza will be upset I do this, but in the end, he will understand, and if not, well, I trust you can persuade him using those lovely eyes of yours," said Naruto, as he smiled at Haku, currently blushing a full shade of red once more, and had tears in her eyes. "I make sure he understands. But how will you destroy your ship?" said Haku, as it was massive, and doubted a dozen exploding tags could destroy this thing. "A trick I learned from Darth Vader when it came to objects of this size. Let's just say I learned this move by example," said Naruto, as he raised his hand towards his ship, and making it levitate off the ground before squeezed his hand slowly into a fist. Haku watched in awe and horror as the ship began to crumple slowly under the invisible pressure Naruto was putting it under using the force. She sensed darkness of some kind surround him when he used this power, but the darkness was fueled by his anger aimed now at himself for doing this, and yet there was control where she didn't think it was possible when it came to such a power. Soon, the ship was a ball of metal leaping various fluids onto the ground, and the blonde then threw the now large orb that was once a ship into the ocean by calculating the amount of power needed with the force to make sure it landed deep in the water where no one could find it. This, however, strained Naruto's use of it, and fell to one knee while breathing heavier with Haku now beside him with her arms wrapped around her shoulder. "Thank you for doing this, Naruto-kun. Forgive me for being selfish," said Haku, as she really wanted Naruto to stay in mist now that Zabuza would be in charge, and deep in her mind the girl knew she also wanted him to stay just for her. Now if she could only keep Mei from trying to wrap her fingers around him. "There is no need to apologize for it, Haku. You were right. Now, let's head back to Mist and see the inauguration of our new Mizukage, said Naruto, as he rose from the ground slowly, and Haku followed with her arm around his shoulder along with her head lying on it too. You do realize that because of who your family is, you can have multiple wives to rebuild it, right? Said Kyuubi, as he may have been away from this world for 6 years, but knew much about clan laws and how the CRA worked for every shinobi village. Now is not the time to deal with that, Kyuubi. I have much to learn while here and I need your help to pull it off. Also, there may come a time when my lightsabers are damaged, and I may have to rely on a normal blade. I may have to ask for one and learn how to use it without hesitation since it won't cut like a normal lightsaber, thought Naruto, as he felt it was best to be prepared and didn't want to lose his lightsaber. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't inform you of such things ahead of time, and we both know such foresight has helped you in the past. Besides, you know fully well that you belong to a clan on your father's side of the family, and need multiple wives in order to bring the clan back to its former glory, said Kyuubi, as he knew much about shinobi clan laws in its time, and this was one of them. Again, I know this, but now is not the time for it, so I ask you leave it alone for now, and not speak of it until it is time to speak of it, thought Naruto, as he wasn't interested doing any clan repopulating right now and wasn't even sure if he would rebuild his clan. Do not think you are unworthy of being trained as an apprentice, my boy. You are more than worthy, but the rule of two forbids it unless Lord Vader were to die, and I so need my old friend to reinforce my will across the Empire. Those had been the Emperor's words to him when asked if he was worthy of being a Sith apprentice and why they couldn't make an exception in his case. But now, the Emperor was dead, he was no longer the dead Sith Master's hand, and Naruto could do whatever he desired with his life now. Perhaps, in the distant future Naruto would rebuild his father's clan, but for now, the blonde just wanted to enjoy the peace he had right now and hoped for the best. Kumo Reikage Tower several weeks later. To say that the Reikage was surprised was an understatement, as he had received word from a messenger from Mist that it was sending an emissary to Kumo and hopefully create some kind of alliance. Now to say the Reikage was skeptical was like saying that his brother was piss poor at speaking proper sentence without rhyming, which he was if you met him, and the man didn't want anything to do with Mist since an alliance was not in his village's best interest. However, if the reports he had gotten lately about Mist were true, then the place turning around for the better, as there had been rumors of a new more stable Mizukage of the Mist, and bloodlines were no longer considered hated. Of course, they were only rumors, which the Reikage didn't want to hear unless they were actual facts, and it seemed that the only way to confirm them would be through this Mist emissary. One, who was now walking his way here, and opened the door despite being some 5 feet from it while wearing a crimson black robe with hood that covered his face. That's a neat trick, chakra strings maybe, thought the Reikage, as the emissary, which turns out was a boy now sat in a chair, and saw this kid move with a grace that rivaled ANBU. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Reikage-sama. I trust I'm not keeping you from the ever-growing pile of paperwork, said Naruto, as he saw the man look at the ever-towering mountain, and internally the man was crying knowing he had to deal with that later. No, I'm fine. To be honest, if you hadn't come here right now, I would have gone crazy and destroyed it with a lightning jutsu, said the Reikage, as he gave a hard laugh that echoed through the office, and the emissary along with the pile of paperwork had sweat drop running down their heads. I assume you were curious about Mist wanting an alliance with you, said the boy, as he got straight to business, and saw the well-muscled Reikage nodding seriously at him. Yes, you have to understand that an alliance with Mist holds no promise for Kumo right now, said the Reikage, as he saw the boy nodding in understanding and was still calm about the whole thing. I know that you are hesitant to do anything, Reikage-sama, but like the other villages of the elemental countries, I'm sure you are aware that the Yondai Mizukage has been replaced by a more competent one, and that we are showing signs of improvement, said the boy, seeing the Reikage nod his head. True, I have gotten such reports, but that still doesn't increase my confidence enough to agree to this alliance with Mist, and need something more potent to say yes to it, said the Reikage, as like all cages, he respected power, and unless Mist could deliver, the answer would be no. I see. Then perhaps you should be made aware that the new Mizukage currently has the demon vessel of the Kyuubi as a member of his shinobi forces, said the figure, which made the Reikage's eyes bulge right out of their sockets and rise from his seat in shock. You're bluffing. The boy has been lost for roughly 6 years. How did the new Mizukage recruit the boy to his ranks? Said the Reikage, as that was potency the man could get behind, and knew only his baby brother had a chance of taking on such a vessel. Recruit, you misunderstand, Reikage-sama. I willingly joined him, said the figure, as he removed his hood, and revealed blonde hair with whisker marks on his cheeks. You're still alive like the rumors said you were. The Leaf went absolutely batshit crazy after you were kidnapped and started searching everywhere they could without breaking legal barriers, said the Reikage, as he now started to sweat a little since he did not know how much of the Kyuubi's power this boy mastered, and for he knew could rival Killer Bee. Reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated. As to where I was, that is a secret I don't share with anyone and will not, said Naruto, as he knew that was a lie since Haku and Zabuza knew the truth. I understand. As to the alliance, what exactly are you offering, and how do we benefit from such a thing? Said the Reikage, deciding to respect the boy's secrecy on the issue. As you know, Mist is currently recovering from the previous Mizukage's stupidity with his bloodline civil war, and bloodlines are now welcome within its borders. However, the Mist Village needs support in order to recover, and the new Mizuki knows this despite his own pride. In a few years' time, Mist will one day be the frightening force it was ages ago, and we want Kumo to be among its allies that fight beside us, instead of the enemy it has every intention of running over, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage look at him with raised eyebrows and seemed uncertain of such a statement. You speak bold words, my boy, and I like your guts in speaking back to me in such a way that such manners would have gotten you killed with anyone else that cared about their ego. But it takes a lot of big talk and blowing smoke to impress me, said the Raikage, as the man saw Naruto and smiled further at the challenge. I know, which is why I propose a test. If I pass, you agree to the alliance, and agree to help us with our plans being set up right now for something big, said Naruto, as he saw the man was interesting and knew the bait had been taken. Really? What test do you propose? Said the Raikage, and hoped it was something good. It requires possibly sacrificing some of your subordinates and having them die at my hands. I don't suppose you have any that have upset you to the point that you don't care about them anymore, said Naruto, seeing the man frown at him with a bit of anger and then in thought. Well, I do have that one Chunin in my ranks that has been accused more than once on several occasions of attempting to rape some of my female shinobi in their late teens for the last couple of days. There is no proof, but the constant harassment is slowly killing our client list and those that leave head to the leaf. If I don't do something soon, I'm going to lose more, and then Kumo will be in trouble, said the Raikage, as the victims always recanted, or were for the most part partially drunk. Set this man up to face me in combat to show Mist's power. Depending on whether or not I kill him in the way I see fit will determine if he's guilty, said Naruto, as he got up to leave the room, but stopped to glare at the wall near the door, and used the force to rip the ANBU from the wall before levitating him while choking. Stop, what are you doing? Said Raikage before Naruto made a quick flick of his wrist and snapped the Kumo ANBU's neck before letting the dead body drop on the floor. He's a temporary spy for the leaf. He sneaked into Kumo using a henge, stole an ANBU uniform, knocked out the assigned bodyguard, and took over for him, said Naruto before kneeling down, removed the ANBU mask, and revealed to the Raikage a man that was not the one assigned to watch him today. His shift was to end after our meeting. Well, I'll be damned, said the Raikage, as he now hoped that age wasn't catching up to him, and ran a hand through his beard. Yes, oh, and he is also the one who attempted to rape those various girls. The Chunin, who was accused, looks just like him, but the difference is the shade of hair and eye color that separate them, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage wipe his head of sweat, and the blonde sensed a wave of relief coming from the man. Oh, thank Kami. I almost screwed up big time. Tell you what, kid, the Mizuki wants an alliance with Kumo, right? Well, you got it. You just helped me out twice in a row within just a few minutes, so I'll sign the alliance treaty, said the Raikage, as he could now relax and explain to clients the allegations were not true about his shinobi. Excellent. There is one more thing that I need you to do before I leave, said Naruto, as he took out the Alliance Treaty scroll and another scroll with both having the symbol for Mist on them. What's this? Said the Raikage, as he saw the one scroll was an Alliance Treaty scroll, but the other was a storage scroll and yet held a significant amount of importance if the seal on it was any indication. Something I need delivered to the Fire Daimyo. You see, the Chunin exams are coming up within a few months and I want to attend with a genin team of my own. I want the Fire Daimyo to know just what the leaf has done to the son of the Yondaime and how the said child hates their guts, said Naruto, smirking at the Raikage, who smirked back at the boy and shook his head at what the blonde was suggesting. You want rumors to spread of Kumo allying with Mist, said the Raikage, as he knew such an action by having an agent of Kumo give this to the Fire Daimyo would make the rumors spread like wildfire through the elemental countries, and that was what the kid wanted. I want the leaf to suffer, and this will ensure that Konoha's standing in the elemental countries will fall to nothing and divert clients to other villages. And by other villages I mean more along the lines of Kumo, Suna, and Mist, said Naruto, as he knew Suna's situation right now, and the secret meetings the Kazekage was having with Orochimaru right now with the promise of Suna becoming powerful again. Clever. If you're going to be at the Chunin exams, then I'll send a team of my own, and be at the finals to see how the Sandaime is doing, said the Raikage, smirking, and the boy in front of him doing the same. As will I read the fine print of the alliance treaty before you sign it, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage about to sign it without reading, and stopped before laughing sheepishly at him, causing the blonde to sweat drop again. My bad, said the Raikage, as he looked over the alliance treaty, nodding at a few things it entailed, and even whistled at one part involving getting in on a trading contract with the recently liberated Wave country upon making the alliance with Mist. As you can see, Mist can bring a lot to the table when it comes to making deals, said Naruto, as Tazuna hadn't been thrilled about how the Leaf treated a 6-year-old boy and paid Kakashi's team before telling him get the hell out of his country. They even named the bridge after him. The Great Demon Hand Bridge. It was actually quite catchy. No kidding. Okay my boy, the treaty is signed, sealed, and ready to be delivered back to Mist for your Mizuki to read, said the Raikage, as he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the blonde. Mind if I stay in one of your hotels for the night? I have traveled quite a distance from Mist to get here, said Naruto, as he saw money signs appear in the Raikage's eyes and the man nodding quickly. Of course. Hell, I'd do the same after traveling for so long and being in a meeting like this. Get me Nia Yugito in here now, said the Raikage, as he clicked his speaker system and heard his secretary scrambling on the other end to reach the woman he wanted. Moments later, a blonde woman came in and standing at attention while awaiting her cage's orders. "Yes, Reikage-sama," said Yugito, as she saw the man smile, and then look at the boy in crimson-black robes, and felt Nibi stir slightly inside of her. "Please escort our young emissary from Mist to our Cloud 9 hotel. Enjoy the rest of the day in Kumo." Young Naruto, said the Reikage, who saw Yugito nod, and then waited for Naruto pass her while feeling Nibi now getting a little hissy when near him. "So he still lives. Damn you, Kyuubi. If I get out of here, I'm going to kick your ass for leaving me when I was in heat and incinerate your balls," said Nibi, as she had been with the fox before when she needed him badly, but left while tied to up, and left her squirming in her torturous position she was in for weeks on end. "Are you all right, Yugito-san?" said Naruto, as he sensed turmoil within the woman, and sensed there was more to her than was let on. That and Kyuubi was feeling strangely silent. "Yes, I am fine, thank you for asking," said Yugito, but silently was telling Nibi to calm down and keep her hissy fits to herself. The two made their way to the hotel where Naruto checked in, paid half the cost up front, and would pay the other half before leaving. "Thank you for escorting me to my room, Yugito-san. You've been most helpful," said Naruto, as he smiled at her, and the Nibi vessel smiled back despite the conflict growing within her head. "Thank you, sir. I must go inform the Mizukage you have settled in," said Yugito, but was stopped when Naruto's gentle placed a hand on her wrist and she stiffened at his touch. "Wait, you're not an ordinary Kumo shinobi, are you?" said Naruto, as he kept sensing conflict within her, and yet it wasn't her own mind that was conflicted. "I don't know what you are talking about," said Yugito, as she tried to not to look at him, and tried to free her wrist from his hand. "Your thoughts betray you. Memories of your past coming to the surface. You are the vessel of the two-tailed Nibi, correct?" said Naruto, as he heard Yugito hiss, and doubled her efforts to get free from his grip. "You are mistaken," said Yugito, as she struggled once more, and began to use some of Nibi's chakra to make him let go. "No, I am not, and you shouldn't use your demon's powers against me since they have little effect on my body, due to Kyuubi keeping me from being harmed," said Naruto, as he saw her face go pale when she looked back at him, and saw he was telling the truth. "So that's why Nibi had been upset since I met you," said Yugito, since she had no idea what the demon cat was talking about until now. "I don't know anything behind the reason why your demon hates mine, Yugito-san, but I do know that you have nothing to fear from me, and that I hope to see you again in the distant future," said Naruto, as he took hold of the hand he once had by the wrist, and kissed the back of her hand that made Yugito's face turn cherry red. "Don't fall for it, kitten. Fight his charms. He's a fox. Foxes can't be trusted," said the Nibi, as she wasn't going to have her naive vessel be deceived by Kyuubi's, and was now hissing at Naruto from her line of sight she saw from what Yugito saw. I hope to see you again too, Naruto-kun," said Yugito, as she felt her body feel tingly all over from the contact of his kiss, and ignoring pleas of her demon to destroy him before leaving to head back to the Reikage. "You've learned well in the arts of seduction thanks to my time working with you, Kit. At this rate, you will be getting all kinds of women lined up to sire you kits of your own, and help rebuild your clan," said Kyuubi, as he had long since talked to Naruto about the birds and the bees, and there were cases where the blonde had attracted various women to him while in various bars all over Khorasan. Granted, not all of them were human women, but they weren't bad looking either, and some even got Kyuubi's attention with sexual hunger. Not now, thought Naruto, as he went to his room, and soon got ready for a much-needed nap. Omake No. 1 Zabuza's inauguration. Today marks a day in which the Mist Village enters a new era, where bloodlines will not be feared, hated, and considered wrong like they were in the past. "Those days were wrong and will never happen again under my watch as the Mizukage of Mist," said Zabuza, as he finished giving a speech to the people of Mist, and the crowd cheering. "This is so boring," said Mei, as she had to listen to Zabuza speaking, and wanted some kind of excitement. "All hail the new Mizukage, Mr. No eyebrows," yelled Naruto, as he used the Force and a Jedi mind trick on them. "All hail the new Mizukage, Mr. No eyebrows," yelled the crowd, which made Zabuza get pissed off beyond belief, and it got worse with Mei along with Haku rolling on the ground laughing. "Damn you, Naruto. Come back here so I can slice you to pieces," yelled Zabuza, as he now began chasing Naruto all over Mist, and Haku running after him trying to stop the man from killing her future husband. "Why don't you grow some new eyebrows?" yelled Naruto, as he used force speed to get away from a battle-crying Zabuza, and flipped him off like Kyuubi instructed to make the demon of the Mist see red. Blood red to be exact. Zabuza-sama. Leave Naruto-kun alone. I love him. He's going to be the father of my child," yelled Haku, as she wrapped her body protectively around Naruto, and shielded him from Zabuza's blade. "I am," said Naruto, stunned. "He is," said Zabuza, looking stunned and then angry again. "Well, he will be once I take him home to have my way with him tonight, and then again later on in the morning with the help of some fertility drugs," said Haku shyly, as she saw the two sweat drop, and Zabuza smashing his head on the flat side of his sword. "I didn't need to know that part, Haku." "Shit," said Zabuza before glaring heavily at Naruto and stormed off to gather what little dignity he had left. "Glad that's over," said Naruto, who then got a heated kiss from Haku, and felt her hand on his wrist now in her shirt squeezing one of her breasts. I may have lied about using fertility drugs, but I wasn't lying when I said I wanted you to be the father of my child Naruto-kun, and I want to spend every moment we can to make it happen, said Haku hungrily while inside of Naruto. The Kyuubi was laughing its nine tails off, as he saw the girl taking his vessel home, stripping them both, and a night of intense love-making sex with Kyuubi helping in giving the boy alpha-like instincts to help drive both parties wild with pleasure. Oh yeah, it was good to be Naruto right now. End Omake. Omake number 2 alternative hotel ending. You were mistaken, said Yugito, as she struggled once more, and began to use some of Nibi's chakra to make him let go. No, I am not, and you shouldn't use your demon's powers against me since they have little effect on my body, due to Kyuubi keeping me from being harmed, said Naruto, as he saw her face go pale when she looked back at him, and saw he was telling the truth. So that's why Nibi had been upset since I met you, said Yugito, since she had no idea what the demon cat was talking about until now. I don't know anything behind the reason why your demon hates mine, Yugito-san, but I do know that you have nothing to fear from me, and that I hope to see you again in the distant future, said Naruto, as he took hold of the hand he once had by the wrist, and kissed the back of her hand that made Yugito's face turn cherry red. Don't fall for it, kitten. Fight his charms. He's a fox. Foxes can't be trusted, said the Nibi, as she wasn't going to have her naive vessel be deceived by Kyuubis, and was now hissing at Naruto from her line of sight she saw from what Yugito saw. I hope to see you again too, Naruto-kun, said Yugito, as she felt her body feel tingly all over from the contact of his kiss, and ignoring pleas of her demon to destroy him before leaving to head back to the wreckage. Until something seemed to wrap around her and a certain smell from the boy filled her nostrils before a growing sensation filled her body. You don't have to leave, Yugito-chan. Stay a while as my own guest in this room, said Naruto, as smiled at Yugito with a lady-killer smile, and Kyuubi was pumping out more pheromones. Don't listen to him, kitten. He's a fiend, a pervert, well-built hunk, said Nibi, as the pheromones hit the two-tailed demon cat like they did Yugito, and saw her vessel walking seductively towards the Kyuubi vessel. You're right, Naruto-kun. I don't have to leave your side so soon. I should be a proper host of a Kumo shinobi and entertain you since you are a tired emissary with needs that need to be satisfied, said Yugito, as she followed the boy into the room and locked the door after shutting it. For the next few hours, various animal-like noises could be heard in that room, and the seal on the door with the words, "Open this door and die," written on it in what looks like crimson blood. I think this will make up for my screw-up with Nibi those years ago. Then again, she did deserve it for cheating on me with Shukaku of all people. I'd say we evened out the score, said Kyuubi to himself, as he saw his vessel still connected to Yugito, who was currently spooning with him, and purring with content. Well, her and Nibi were purring. Chapter 4: The Chuunin Exams. Keigai Kimimaro was usually a calm man, who worked his body to its limits each day to please his master Orochimaru of the Sannin, and current leader of the Sound Village in Rice Country. Found by the man shortly during his clan's destruction when they attacked Mist after their bloodlust got the better of them, the Snake Sannin gave the albino child a purpose that the last Keigai never thought would be possible, and did everything in his power to keep it. However, in the past few months during Orochimaru's plans to attack Konoha during the Chuunin exams, things began to change, and Kimimaro believed it was not in favor of the infamous Orochimaru. During the past few months, the now albino man was having a few coughing fits, with one case involved bloody mucus, and problems breathing properly because of it. To further add to the troubles of Kimimaro was at night when he slept, a figure appeared in his mind telling him that Orochimaru cared nothing about his loyalty, and that the Sannin would cast him aside like a broken tool without so much as a tear at the loss of the last Keigai. Kimimaro was always angry when seeing this person in front of him, who was younger than him even, and spoke like Orochimaru was an evil vile monster. As if the Sannin was such a thing, right. So for a time, Kimimaro ignored the words the figure spoke in his mind at night when he slept, and kept everything to himself about it because he didn't want Orochimaru to think he was going crazy. Orochimaru doesn't know what he has when it comes to you, Kimimaro. Rather than find a way to cure you, he wastes time in getting his revenge, and trying to crush the leaf. If you served me, I could find a means to cure you of your disease, and make you stronger than ever before. I respect you for your sense of loyalty to Orochimaru, but you have to understand that such loyalty will not be returned, and will throw you away for something he believes is better, said the voice, continuing to infuriate Kimimaro to no end. Shut up, you know nothing about Orochimaru-sama. He gave me purpose and direction to my life, thought Kimimaro, as he punched a wall next to him, and focused on the pain it caused him to block out the voice. I know it was a purpose to serve him, and it is the direction that he gives you. But what do you think will happen after you die? That he'll cry. He'll bury you with dignity. That is the last thing Orochimaru would do for someone like you. I on the other hand would treat you like a person and see to it that your life had a much larger meaning than simply serving me in battle for my own personal gains. If Orochimaru was smart, he would have you find a woman to have your child to continue on the legacy of your clan, and purpose in this world, said the voice, as the figure sensed Kimimaro tense at that, and knew the albino was interested. No woman would dare be with me now due to my growing condition, much less with me before when I was healthy, thought Kimimaro, as he had more than once thought about being with a woman for such a thing to happen, but Orochimaru had frowned upon it for some reason, and always seemed to have a strange look in his eyes when around Kabuto. Where you are right now. Possibly. However, I know that Mist would welcome you back with open arms, and could help you restore your clan. I can even cure that ever-horrible disease that plagues your lungs so you can teach your children how to use their bloodline and see to it that they don't make the same mistakes that your predecessors did, said the voice, as the figure once more made the albino feel emotions that were thought to be lost to him, and tried to mentally swat him away. But he failed. Can you really cure me of my pain? Thought Kimimaro while finding himself at war with his mind and heart. Yes, said the figure. What do you need me to do? Thought Kimimaro, as he was done fighting this voice, and the images of happiness the figure showed him in his dreams if he left Orochimaru. Follow my instructions carefully and make sure that no one follows you to Mist, said the voice, as the figure began telling Kimimaro what to say to Orochimaru, and to throw off the Sannin's suspicions of him. With Orochimaru sometime later. You wish to go water country. Am I hearing you right, Kimimaro? Said Orochimaru, as he saw his loyal subordinate kneel before him, and narrowed his eyes at the albino. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. A repressed memory came to me from my childhood of a man amongst our clan, who was working on curing the illness that pops up within our clan that I am currently plagued with, and I believe there is something in our clan home that could prove useful to cure it, said Kimimaro, as calmly as he could in front of the Sannin before him, and the albino knew had to be convincing if this was to work. Tell me the location where you wish to go, Kimimaro, and I will have Kabuto go there to collect what is there, said Orochimaru, as he studied his bodyguard carefully, and waited for the boy to speak. I'm afraid I cannot say, Orochimaru-sama. The possible item that Kabuto-san could use to cure me is locked away in the Kagaya clan home and only a Kagaya can access the item, said Kimimaro, as he sensed Orochimaru was not entirely convinced, and knew there were ways around certain clan seals that the Sannin could use without the need for his bodyguard to go alone. I see. I find your sudden need to go to water country very coincidental now that the issue with bloodlines now resolved and welcomed back into Mist, Kimimaro. You would not be planning to leave my services to join the new Mizukage, would you? Said the cold chilly voice of Orochimaru with his gaze hardening at Kimimaro. Never, Orochimaru-sama. The proof of my loyalty to you is worn proudly on my chest before you. I just wish to see if the item that could cure me is still there and bring it back for Kabuto to examine before seeing if it has that power, said Kimimaro, as he looked up at the Sannin and saw the man look at him with calculating eyes. Very well, I suppose I should trust you in that regard since you have done everything I have ever asked of you without question. Not only that, but if this item does exist, and Kabuto can make it cure you of your disease, I can use your body in the near future, said Orochimaru, as the idea of using Kimimaro's body once again appearing in his mind, and knew this would help him extend the training periods of his other bodies that would one day house his soul. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, said Kimimaro, as he knew the Sannin's desire to use his body as his next vessel had been put on hold due to his condition, and Kabuto needing to run a few more tests to determine how bad it was. Go at once and find this item in your old clan home, Kimimaro, but if I have the slightest feeling you are betraying me for Mist, I will personally hunt you down, and make your clan nothing more than a memory to the world, said Orochimaru, as he glared heavily at Kimimaro, and the albino nodded in understanding. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, said Kimimaro before leaving the room with a wave of relief washing over him. He's hiding something, said Kabuto, as he appeared behind the Sannin, and bowed in a respectful manner. So you say, Kabuto, but I know Kimimaro won't betray my trust after all I have given him, and if he does, not even his power can match mine should it come to disposing of him, said Orochimaru, as he knew that in the event that did happen, the Sannin had a means to remove the Kagaya from play and move on without hesitation. So you say, thought Kabuto, as he wasn't so sure, and feared the Sannin was becoming a bit too arrogant. Water country 2 weeks later. Kimimaro had made sure he wasn't followed by anyone from Sound or anyone at all for that matter since this needed to be done. Fortunately, the official record was the Kagaya clan were all wiped out years ago after they attacked Mist, and further stimulating the horrors of the bloodline purges. Unlike his fellow clan members, Kimimaro didn't look like most of his bloodthirsty family, and had control over his desire to maim others. It was what helped make himself the strongest of the clan and the reason why he was locked up by them should he decide to unleash his power upon them. Walking into a seedy bar, the albino Kagaya currently wearing a cloak with a hood had walked to the bar itself, and knocked on the wood in front of him 3 times to get the barkeep's attention. What do you want? Said the barkeep ready to administer the albino a drink. The elixir of life and restoration sounds promising. Do you have it? Said Kimimaro, as he saw the barkeep nod casually, and acted it too. Yeah, but it's an expensive drink, and it's more for the high-class customers. If you drink it here, you could get a lot of people's attention, and that around here is not good, said the barkeep with Kimimaro nodding this time in understanding. I could drink it somewhere more private if you have such a location in the back, said Kimimaro, as he saw the man nod once, and motioned for him to follow. Kimimaro did just that before entering the back room and the barkeep knocked on the door across the room in a pattern of knocks like a combination before a door slot at head level opened revealing a shadowy face. Who knocks at the guarded gate? Said the figure with Kimimaro stepping up to the door to answer. One, who has tasted its fruit, and eaten its mysteries, said Kimimaro, as he saw that the figure nod once and then unlocked the door before opening it. Kimimaro stepped through the door and walked several feet in front of him before a light above him went on to reveal a crimson-robed figure like in his dreams. The Kagaya was now on guard, as his muscles tensed, and ready to use his bloodline to summon a bone-based weapon from his body. There will none of that, Kimimaro. I am not your enemy. Not anymore, said the figure, as he saw Kimimaro was not entirely convinced, and still tensed to strike should this be a trap. I came here as you said. I was not followed by anyone associated to Orochimaru, said Kimimaro, hoping this figure could grant him what he desired. I know, I have foreseen it where you would stand before me, Kimimaro. You have done all that I have asked of you to lead up to this point, and your trust in me will be rewarded as promised, said Naruto, as he revealed himself to the albino and saw the Kagaya look at him with still uncertain eyes. Can you really cure me like you claimed? Said Kimimaro, as he needed to know if it was true, or some ruse to get him away from Orochimaru. Of course, did I not promise you that? I always honor promises, Kimimaro. It is what separates me from Orochimaru. I know you feel loyalty to the Sannin for what he has done for you, and to be honest I feel some form of sympathy for the man in losing you over this. However, that sympathy dies after seeing how he manipulates others, does not return one's own loyalty, and discards others like they are second-rate pieces of trash, said Naruto, as his face became cold and icy like that of a merciless winter storm. If you cure me, I will pledge my loyalty to you, and the new Mizukage, said Kimimaro before kneeling in front of Naruto. You realize by doing this, it will bring the wrath of Orochimaru down upon your person, and mine for that matter, said Naruto, as he knew Orochimaru would not be pleased by this traitorous action and no doubt try to kill the albino Kagaya. In my currently weakened condition, I am no match for Orochimaru, but if I were healed of my disease, then my power would be on par with his, and I could kill him if given the chance, said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto nod and commanded him to rise from his kneeling position. Then I will delay your cure and recovery no longer. Come my friend, we have work to do, and not enough time to do it at the pace we would like, said Naruto, as he put his hood over his head before walking deep into the shadows of the room with Kimimaro right behind him, and the beginning of a new destiny for the last Kagaya of the elemental countries. Konoha Hokage Tower at the moment. I'm very disappointed in you, Sandaime Hokage, and I am not easily disappointed, said the fire daimyo, as he sat across from the Sandaime Hokage in the man's office, and had a look on his face that could make steel melt. I know, Daimyo-sama. I am sorry beyond words, said the Hokage, as he felt so ancient right now in front of the fire daimyo, and no doubt felt it too with the way his students had yelled at him after Naruto left in that strange metal thing that looked like the airships that were rumored to exist in Snow Country. Sorry is an understatement. Do you know who handed this to me in the middle of court when I was with my wife and all was well within my world that is Fire Country? It was a Kumo ambassador, who kneeled down before me in front of the entire public that was my court, and announced for all to hear how this scroll from mist was to be given to me due to its contents relating to the life of the Yondaime's son while here in the leaf. Imagine my surprise to read how that the Yondaime's son was treated like crap. No, crap is such a weak word here. I believe I should rephrase that, and say he was treated like less than crap while in the leaf. All under your watch, and you let it happen without so much as batting an eyelash of guilt towards him after being beaten within an inch of his life. So please tell me your reasoning for tolerating not only this village, its people, and you along with the entire governing body of Konoha. Give me a reason to not have a large army of my samurai come to Konoha and simply burn it to the ground with everyone inside of it being turned to ash. Said the fire daimyo, as he saw the Sandaime looking even more nervous, scared out of his mind at his words, and for good reason since such an action was a simple command away. I can't give you any reason, Daimyo-sama, other than the fact that there are still innocent people in this village and they should be spared your wrath, said the Sandaime, as he knew that the leaf was on thin ice right now, and even more so with clients since they had been losing them recently since the contents of that scroll holding a tell-all book of events of Naruto's life in Konoha. Well, lucky for you, there still are innocent people in the leaf, who are not guilty as sin like most of the population here in Konoha, and I will spare them my wrath, to small if only to a limited extent, said the fire daimyo, as he saw the Sandaime nodding, and knew he had the leaf by the balls right now with a simple flick of his wrist that could rip him off without hesitation. I understand, said the Sandaime, since he knew there was no point resisting. As of now, the leaf village is being put on notice, and you are going to be under a more watchful eye. I left the leaf in your capable hands because of your experience in running the village before you retired, but I see now that was a mistake, and I should have left someone else in charge to handle its affairs. Make no mistake, Sandaime, the people that hurt Yondaime's son are going to be properly punished for their actions before they are forgiven in my eyes, and I expect you to enforce my decisions or expect your grandson to pay for your mistakes in your place. As for your two councils, I am reducing all their powers to what they should be, which is down to non-existent and advisory only when it comes to shinobi matters. The Civilian Council will only handle civilian affairs, which do not fall under shinobi families, and that will be handled by the clan heads along with yourself, with your shinobi council acting only as advisors. They can speak their minds, but it will be up to you to make up your own, and I expect you to handle things properly from now on. If you don't, said the fire daimyo, as he let the words sink into the old cage's skull, and the Sandaime nodded, knowing full well the threat behind it could be carried out. Hidden Mist Village Hospital sometime later. Are you sure that this will work, Naruto-kun? Said Haku, as she saw him standing over a shirtless Kimimaro with his curse seal showing, and monitors with wires running over parts of his body to cover his vitals. It's either this or the man dies slowly of this fatal disease, Haku-chan. That is not how a warrior wants to die, right, Kimimaro? said Naruto, as he had gone over everything with the albino, and sensed the man was scared yet ready for this. The idea was to manipulate the force and Kyuubi's chakra into Kimamuro's body around the damaged portions of his lungs before purging the disease right out the man. It was tricky, and in all honesty Naruto had never done anything like this before, much less used the force to help heal another being, considering who it was that trained him in it. Still, it was possible. If anything, the Emperor and Darth Vader told him about the force were true, along with the knowledge gained by accessing a few of the Sith holocrons that the Emperor had on Bis for him to look at during his training. In the event that I do not survive, I wish to be buried with dignity and honor worthy of my clan, said Kimamuro, as he saw Naruto nod his head in understanding and braced himself. I can't numb your body for this, Kimamuro, so please forgive me when I hurt you, said Naruto, as he handed the man mouth bracket to bite down on, and the albino shook his head. I won't need it, said Kimamuro in a matter-of-fact tone. Trust me when I say, Kimamuro, you will need it, said Naruto, as he let the albino bite the object before getting into position with Haku ready to help should he need it. I'm ready, said Kimamuro clearly enough despite the mouthpiece before Naruto put his hands on the albino's chest before Kyuubi's crimson chakra crept around his body. And thus begun the long hours of Kagaya, Kimamuro screaming out in pain, as the disease that had long since been a curse of his clan and now him, was purged from his body. When it was over, Kimamuro was alive, yet unconscious from the intense pain that had assaulted him, and if he saw himself now, he would also. His curse seal was gone. As for Naruto, he was sitting in a chair exhausted from using his powers and breathing heavily from using so much of his powers. Haku had a few nurses take Kimamuro away to a private room with Anbu standing guard while she stayed behind to help Naruto recover. Are you all right, Naruto-kun? Said Haku, as she saw how drained he was from using his powers to heal Kimamuro, and saw him smile at her. Yeah, I'm fine. My old master would be rolling in his grave if he saw me do that with the force and Kyuubi's power to heal Kimamuro, said Naruto, as he let out a small laugh before breathing heavily again, and felt Haku touch to be quite soothing. I have spoken with Zabuza-sama earlier before Kimamuro's procedure. He wants us to be enrolled in the Chuunin exams that are being held in Konoha, but he wants to know what you think, and if he should let us, said Haku, as she saw him close his eyes in thought, and waited his answer. The future is always in motion. I sense a plot to destroy Konoha aside from the one I have planned with Kumo, and the source of it is that of Orochimaru, said Naruto, as he saw the future was filled with countless possibilities and the snake Sannin was planning something with Suna. Though what exactly Naruto wasn't sure, as the visions became clouded, and made him frown knowing he would have to wait until the time was right to look into the future once again. We can make preparations if need be for that, said Haku, as she saw Naruto nod his head, and get up from his chair with her help. I sense our presence in the leaf is needed, but I do have a small question, Haku, and that is, just how will be a genin team when we are one person short? Said Naruto, as he had taken the liberty of reading up on the ways of the shinobi along with rank qualifications, and knew that the Chuunin exams required a team of 3 genin. Zabuza-sama suggested that we recruit Kimamuro to the mission, as he can give us key detailed information about Orochimaru's invasion plan for the leaf, and allow us to make a proper counter to it, said Haku, as she saw Naruto nod, and smile at her that caused the ice user to blush. Agreed. Put him under an assumed name and keep his bloodline a secret until Kimamuro is ready to work with us. I have to deliver my report to the Mizukage. The operation was a success, said Naruto, as he knew Zabuza would be pleased with Kimamuro's curing, and would want the albino ready immediately. Konoha Hokage Tower, start of the Chuunin exams. You all know why you are here. I have received information about the genin team from Mist that is heading here to take part in the Chuunin exams. One of them is Namikaze Naruto, said the Sandaime, earning gasps from the Anbu, Junin, Chuunin, and the 2 council members in the room with the clan heads getting their interests piqued. What do you want us to do? Subdue him and take him to Inoki to erase his mind, said a Junin, since that was always possible. No, the Fire Daimyo has already stated we are on thin ice as it is. One screw up from us and he'll march his samurai here to kill everyone in it, regardless if they're innocent people here or not. No doubt the Mizukage has already informed the Fire Daimyo that Naruto is coming here to participate, and any attempt on him, no matter what it may be, could bring us more disgrace in his eyes, said the Sandaime, seeing everyone murmur to the person next to them. So you want to let his team pass without opposition, said Ibiki, as he didn't like doing that, and yet couldn't blame the kid for being hostile to Konoha. No, I'm not saying that either. Do your job, Ibiki, and see how well Naruto's team does. Do not fail him or his team unless they fail legitimately. It's the only way that the Fire Daimyo will spare the leaf his wrath. The Namikaze clan and the Fire Daimyo family go back long before Konoha was even founded by the Shodaime. Our feudal lord considers what the leaf did to Naruto an insult to him and to the boy's ancestor, with one more hit to that ancestry being the final nail in our coffins, said the Sandaime, as he saw them nod their heads and look away a bit guilty. What about that team from Kumo? It's been rumored that they are sending over one of their demon vessels to participate, said Asuma, as he saw some people tense at that, and knew that some people would not let their bigotry go. Since Kumo is allied with Mist, any action against them would be the same as if it were done to Mist, and we do not have the strength to repel both villages with Fire Daimyo threatening to cut off all support to the leaf, said the Sandaime, as he knew that both Jiraiya and Tsunade would not help Konoha either for the village's mistakes. Great, as if we need two of those things running around our village, said the Haruno councilman before getting glared at by several people. Be mindful of what you say from here on out, councilman. One slip-up from any one of us will cause the death of every person in Konoha that lives here, said the Sandaime, as he saw the man grumble, but stay silent for the most part, and the old cage turned to the various shinobi in the room. What about our students? What happens if they interact with Naruto or his team? Said Kakashi, as he saw the Sandaime close his eyes and sighing heavily. Keep him away from them. Especially the Uchiha. Knowing that boy, we could have problems, and I don't want any when it comes to Naruto, said the Sandaime, seeing the scarecrow of a shinobi nod, and saw the others thinking the same way. Hopefully, Naruto wouldn't make any kind of scene, and force the leaf to do something it would later regret. Konoha Street's a random alleyway at the moment. Are you both ready for this? Said Naruto, as he saw Haku wearing a blank white mask, and the uniform she wore when she was the fake hunter nin for Zabuza. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he now wore black pants, a shirt with matching trench coat with steel-toed boots, and fingerless gloves with his hair having been cut to a shorter length while he wore bandages over his lower face. We know what to do, Naruto-kun, said Haku, as the plan to make it to the Chuunin exam finals was considered a priority for them, and at least one of them had to make it for the Mizukage to have a reason to come to Konoha for it. The same with Kumo's team for the Reikage too. Good, Kimimaro, as of this moment until further notice, you will be addressed by the two of us and the Mizukage simply as Starkiller, said Naruto in honor of the former apprentice of Darth Vader and secretly hoped the young man was doing all right in the galaxy. I understand, said Kimimaro, as he knew that no one could know his real name, and that this codename would help keep Orochimaru from knowing it was him. Good, the first part of the exam is tomorrow. Let us go to our designated hotel and, said Naruto, as he started walking, but stopped when he heard a commotion not far from them, and the cries of help coming from a young kid not that far away. You damn brat, you ran into me. Apologize right now, said a boy wearing what looked like a black catsuit and makeup while an older girl behind with blonde hair in pigtails with an iron fan on her back was looking away disinterested. Let go of me, you weird-dressed and talking girl, said the boy, who turned out to be the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage and was kicking his feet violently. I'm a guy, you baka, said the boy with tick marks on his head. What's this? An S&M transsexual picking on a kid, said Naruto walking towards the boy now looking angry at him while the blonde girl with pigtails had to fight back the laughter she wanted to let out. What do you care, you robe-wearing freak? Said the boy while the girl behind him sweat dropped. Should I be worried that he didn't deny it? Thought the blonde-haired girl before looking at the figure her brother was currently arguing with before her face went pale. If I am a freak, then what does that make you, and your feminine makeup-covered face? Said Naruto, as he smirked the angry expression on the other boy's face, and threw the little kid away before bringing out the wrapped-up object behind him. Kankuro, you're not considering using crow, are you? Said Temari, as she watched her younger brother look back with a smirk on his face, and then look back the crimson-robed Namikas. Don't worry, Temari. This kid looks weak even if he is a genin from Mist, said a clearly overconfident Kankuro, as he was about to unveil Crow, but stopped when he couldn't breathe and collapsed to his knees gasping for air. Foolish Suna Shinobi. I find your lack of intelligence to be disturbing, said Naruto, as he had his arm stretched out, and his arm in a squeezing motion. His action looked similar to Gaara's with his sand. Thought Temari and Kankuro in fear at the sight of it. Naruto-kun, you should stop, or we might get in trouble for causing a scene, said Haku, as she sensed two people behind her, and saw Team 7's pink-haired girl run into them before Naruto let Kankuro go. As you wish. You with the red hair behind us, please stand before me, and introduce yourself properly, said Naruto, as he waited for a second while the two in front went pale with fear, and the boy in question that brought it now manifested himself before them. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to the village, and to me, said Gaara, as he saw his quivering, and still out-of-breath older brother pleading for his life. GG Gaara, it wasn't my fault. That kid bumped into me and, said Kankuro, who was silenced by the glare and killing intent of Gaara. Shut up or I will kill you, said Gaara with the statement sounding very much like a fact. Good thing he isn't strong with the force or he'd be a pretty mean Sith, thought Naruto, as he sensed something was off about Gaara and knew the dark rings under the boy's eyes were parts of it. Please tell me your name, said Gaara, as he now faced Naruto and his teammates. My name is Namikaze Naruto, but you may call me the Demon Hand if you wish, and behind me is Momoki Haku along with Starkiller of the Mist Village. Your name, said Naruto calmly though his voice was cold like a frosty winter. Subaku no Gaara. Behind me is my older brother Kankuro and sister Temari from Suna. We are here for the Chuunin exams. The same as you, correct? Said Gaara seeing Naruto nod with his team doing the same. Correct. I look forward to facing you in the Chuunin exams in the distant future, Subaku no Gaara, said Naruto, as he extended his hand, and Gaara took it that caused his poor siblings to look at him with shock. Normally when Gaara took hold of someone's limbs, they don't exactly keep it, and it normally gets devoured by Gaara's sand. You are strong. Mother will have your blood soon during the exams. I can feel it, said Gaara, as he grinned sadistically, and Naruto did the same. Perhaps, but I think that your mother is not going to get it so easily, and you can thank a certain fox of mine for that form of resistance to her desires for me, said Naruto, as he saw Gaara's eyes widen slightly in understanding before letting go of the blonde's hand, and took a few steps back. So he's like me. The rumors are true, thought Gaara, since he had heard the Yondaim's son had become a demon vessel, but lost for well over half a decade and now rumored to return serving the mist. Farewell Subaku no Gaara. See you tomorrow, said Naruto, as he walked away from the Sunan Inn before stopping at the tree Gaara had hidden himself on, and in a quick flash of red had sliced the tree trunk in a diagonal cut that made it fall to reveal Uchiha Sasuke was watching them from that same perch. What was that? Thought Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari all in one, while the Sandaim's grandson thought it was cool. Stay out of my way, Uchiha. I have no problem running you over, said Naruto, as he left with his teammates and left an infuriated Uchiha behind. Leaf Shinobi Academy Room 301 the next day. Naruto could feel eyes from all over were on him and his team long after they entered the room, with whispers from those people being heard by his ears thanks to Kyuubi sealed within him having heightened all the senses to make things easier for him. He smiled under his crimson black hood, as he heard the whispers about him, how he had become part demon on his travels, made a deal with the Kyuubi, and wielded unnatural powers by offering virgin sacrifices to the fox. The last part was kind of hysterical, though he sensed Haku was a bit flustered by it and Naruto had to ignore Kyuubi telling him to mate with his teammate to appease the nine-tailed beast. Honestly, not everything about these rumors had to be true, or close to it for that matter. Naruto-sama, the white-haired boy with glasses, is named Kabuto. He is secretly working for Orochimaru as a spy for him against the Leaf, and is also a skilled medic nin. His shinobi skills are secretly that of Junin level, said Kimimaro through his bandages in a small whisper before seeing Naruto nod slightly. Yes, I sense he is a key component to Orochimaru's plans. For now, we will let him live, and deal with him at a more appropriate time, said Naruto, as he saw his teammates nod, and knew that the opportunity to kill Kabuto would arise eventually. As this was spoken, the Rookie 9 and Guy's team were around Kabuto, showing him his info cards after he introduced himself to them. Tell me about Namikaze, Naruto, said Sasuke, as he wanted to know everything about that boy and find out how he got so strong. Oh, I see you know his name. Well, that does make things easier, and help me give you his stats, said Kabuto, as he brought out his info card, and then looked at Naruto's stats, though it only caused him to frown. What is it? Said Kiba, as he saw the frown and the uncertainty. It says here that Namikaze Naruto is the Yondaime Hokage's son, was kidnapped at the age of 6, and returned to the public eye with strange new powers while apparently given the title of the Demon Hand by persons unknown. Defeated Team 7 in Wave Country and helped kill the Yondaime Mizukage. There is nothing else here, said Kabuto, as he saw the Leaf Genin in front of him looking nervous at that, and didn't give him any real insight to his power. What about his teammates? Said Kiba, looking at the two with interest. One is Momoki Haku, who is considered the adopted daughter of Momoki Zabuza, the current Mizukage, and possibly has a bloodline. The second individual is unknown, except for his supposed name, and only responds when called. Starkiller. Nothing else about him is known, said Kabuto, as he saw everyone around him getting nervous in regards to Naruto's team, and for good reason. They were three unknowns from a bloodthirsty village, which was now ruled by a man, who literally rewrote the rules to the Mist's Academy graduation exam, and they all looked strong. Does anyone else feel a bit outclassed? Said Chuji, as he was munching on his chips, and saw the others looking nervous right now. Hinata, said Shino, as she saw the girl was stealing her resolve, but the Aberrame could tell she was still secretly nervous, and knew the pressure her clan put on her. I'm fine, Shino. Nothing will stop me from becoming Chunin, said Hinata silently, but the look in her eyes told Shino that she was determined, and he nodded his head. After what happened with Naruto disappearing 6 years ago, Hinata had become cold to everyone around her, as if another side of her had come out with Naruto's persona not being there, and had made it known to others. In class, Hinata was the strongest of all the female shinobi in her class, dominating all, and proved she was indeed a strong member of the main family. Hyuga Neji learned all too well to meet the demands of his cousin, as the failure to do so would result in the caged bird seal being used when he displeased her, but they were rare, and she would normally hurt him during spars. The girl's younger sister Hanabi was trying to push herself just as hard to prevent the caged bird seal being used on her, and yet could not beat Hinata in combat. At the same time, Hinata refused to let her victories over Hanabi to result in the Hyuga clan elders placing the seal on her, and stated that Hanabi was still young with time to needed to improve her gentle fist skills. As cold as Hinata was, she was not about to have her little sister have that seal on her, and was going to stall such an act for as long as she could. In another portion of the room, Nia Yugito saw the Hyuga heiress standing next to her Genin team, and saw the very prize that the Kumo ambassador had failed to achieve 9 years ago. Looking around, the Nibi vessel saw Naruto with his team, and could hear the two-tailed cat purring with delight at seeing him here. I hope you get some alone time with him, kitten. It's been too long since we've last seen him, said Nibi, as she made her vessel blush, and sputtering mentally. Nibi, we've only been away from him for a few months and you act like it's been a few centuries, thought Yugito, as she saw the Nibi yawn and stretch within her mind before sitting down again lazily. True, but you have to admit he is quite a catch, and those little fantasies you've been having about him since then haven't helped either, said Nibi to further embarrass her vessel. That's because you gave me those dreams, yelled Yugito mentally at Nibi, who saw the cat laugh and smile mischievously at her. I only gave you what you desire, kitten. You've been near Naruto before he left Kumo, you've smelled his scent using the enhanced senses I've given you, and you know that he is perfect for a girl like you. Don't deny it, I've seen the dreams, and even I did not know you could bend your back that far, said Nibi, as she laughed at Yugito's red-faced look, and shoved the blonde-haired woman out of her mind to focus on the written test being handed out by a scar-faced leaf shinobi. Had Yugito paid more attention to her surroundings, she would have seen the boy that had caught her interest sitting next to the Hyuga heiress, and sensed an angry aura from the boy's female teammate being aimed at her. Naruto simply smiled at the questions before him, as he ignored them all, and turned his head slightly to Hyuga Hinata currently trying to focus on the test in front of her. Keyword was trying, of course, as Hinata felt an intense heat rise to her face, and her heart was thumping in a way she had almost forgotten when she last saw Naruto all those years ago. She had been so shy, as well as timid when Hinata first met Naruto, when a group of kids at the playground were picking on her due to the color of her eyes, and the blonde boy had come to her rescue. Naruto had beat the boys bloody with a fury Hinata didn't think was possible in a 6-year-old, and befriended her before the kids' parents came to beat him bloody. From what Hinata saw, Naruto had managed to escape the Baka parents' own wrath, but the moment had long after been burned into the Hyuga heiress's brain, and had long since felt a pull to the blonde sitting next to her. Focus, Hyuga Hinata. If you don't focus, then your team will fail the exam, and we can't have that, said Naruto, as he saw Hinata's face blush with embarrassment, and stared at her paper with more focus though not without stealing a few glances at the boy. I can't believe Naruto-kun's sitting next to me. He's gotten so handsome since I last saw him, thought Hinata, as she had to restrain herself from using her Byakugan on him, and see what he looked like beyond the clothing before she mentally scolded herself for such perverted thoughts. Haku, Starkiller, can you hear me? Speak using your minds only, said Naruto through the forced mind of Haku and Kimimaro. Yes, Naruto-kun, Sama, thought Haku and Kimimaro. Good, I've used the force to find the answers to the questions. Prepared to receive them, said Naruto, as he had used the force to see the tests from the hidden Chuunin posing as Genin, and connected with his teammates for them to see what he did. By the time the 10th question came, Naruto's team was ready for it, and remained calm while the exam proctor Morino Ibiki told them what it was. Needless to say, everyone was shocked by it, and some even protested while saying the question was unfair. Ibiki just smirked and told the Genin, who just happened to be an Azuka Kiba, that he didn't give a shit, and that it was his decision to make up the rules for it whether the people in this room taking the test liked it or not. So who here is going to raise their hand to quit, and who here is going to stay to take the test knowing that failure to get it right could result in your forever being a Genin? Said Ibiki, as he saw the most scared Genin raise their hands to signify they were giving up, and left with their tails between their legs. Ibiki smiled knowing he still had the touch to affect minds on others. His smile left him when he heard laughter coming from the most unlikely source, and it was from Namika's Naruto of all people. The boy slowly rose from his chair, removed his hooded face, and had a full-blown smile on his face that gave off a feral look to him before giving off an almost insane laugh. I haven't laughed that hard in years. Maybe at all. Thank you for that small moment of entertainment, Ibiki-san, said Naruto with a smile on his face before bowing his head slightly to the scarred man while Ibiki frowned back at him while he sat back down. There is nothing funny about this test, Gaki, said Ibiki, as he saw Naruto shake his head in disagreement, and laugh a little more before calming down. My apologies, Ibiki-san, but for me taking this test is funny, as I have done things that make it, and your intimidation tactics you're throwing at us look like a joke. I have done, experienced, and seen things that would shock if not awe you. I have seen things that in reality would make you think I'm crazy and should be locked up if I told you right now. This paper test, your tactics to make me, and my team break are no more effective, than the world's smartest dust mite trying to do the same thing. Regardless if I fail the next question or not, I have no intention of stopping in being what I am, and I intend to make myself infamous because of it. I mean, can you imagine full-fledged Leaf Chunin being killed by a Genin-ranked shinobi of the mist? This could crush the reputation of this very village, and it would be of its own making, so I have nothing to lose. Bring it on, said Naruto with the last 3 words being spoken in a deadly whisper, and covered his head in his crimson black hood of his robes. Why, that cocky little shit. He's practically daring me to fail him and he doesn't care. Shit, and it worked for everyone else too. No one else is scared to take it. Over 20 teams left in this room. Damn, Anko is going to make me hear about this for months, thought Ibiki before sighing in defeat and telling everyone that stayed that they passed his test before he explained to them the 10th question. Naruto smiled victoriously at Ibiki, and the scarred leaf shinobi was tempted to smack it right off his face. All right, you maggots, there is no time to waste, as the sexy Mitarashi Anko is here, and so is the second part of the exams. Yelled Anko after she crashed through the window and showing off her banner to them. Anko, you're early, said Ibiki from behind her banner, while the said woman, who was wearing only a skirt, fishnet shirt, and trench coat, looked sheepish before seeing how many we left. Damn, Ibiki, you must be getting old. You still have so many teams here, said Anko, as she was surprised that there were so many left in the room, and saw Ibiki smirk at her. Not really. There was just one person here among them that reminded all of their balls, said Ibiki, as he pointed to Naruto, and Anko's line of sight followed. Yeah well, when I get through with them, they'll wish they left their balls here, and go crying back to their mommies, said Anko, as she grinned sadistically, and told all of the genin in the room to follow her. As they did, Ibiki went to collect papers, and stopped when he saw Naruto's own. It was blank with exception of something written below. Despite what I said Ibiki, your tactics are impressive for someone of this world, and you should be commended for it. However, do not think for one second that I am planning to forgive this shithole you call a home for what it did, and forget the betrayal the leaf has done to me along with my family. Tell the old bastard and the other old bastards that conspired against me that they will answer for everything when the time is right. Tell them the demon hand will have his 10 pounds of flesh from every single one of them whether they like it or not. Namika's Naruto, the demon hand. Great, the Hokage is going to shit himself when he sees this, thought Ibiki, as he had pocketed this particular test and finished up knowing that this was going to be a long Chuunin exam. Training ground number 44, Aka Forest of Death. Welcome to the Leaf's pride and joy in tearing wet behind the ears Genin team's new orifices. Behind the Forest of Death, said Anko, as she showed them the gated forest with signs telling everyone that saw it to stay the hell away from it and enter at their own risk if they did. I've seen worse, said Naruto, which he had since some worlds he had been to had vast vegetation that made this forest look like a bush, and a scrawny one at that. Anko, not liking Naruto's boastful attitude, decided to scare him, and threw a kunai at his face before moving in behind to make the blonde shit his pants. However, the kunai she threw never reached him, as it was stopped in midair, which shocked everyone that saw it, and the same could be said for Anko too. So shocked that she failed to notice Naruto was now behind her with his katana sword covered in blue chakra near her throat, with his teammates on either side of the special Junin with kunai aimed at her sides. Don't do that again or you will lose your head, said Haku in an icy voice. Then tell your boyfriend not to be so boastful, said Anko, as she saw Haku's body had stiffened slightly, and would have done more to get a reaction out of the masked girl had it not been for Naruto growling into her ear. You should listen to your own advice, Anko-san. After all, anyone who dresses and acts like you is just painting a target on their backs. So do try to keep your wild side in check or you'll find it difficult to crash through windows in a dramatic fashion without your head attached to your body, said Naruto before nodding to his team, and all three of them released Anko from their formation. Alright, that's enough screwing around. All of you need to sign these forms so in the event you die, which some of you will, I might add, the Leaf is not held responsible, and have no guilt no matter how brutal your death is, said Anko, as she had a stack of forms in her hands, and handed them out to everyone with three magically it seemed floating over to the mist team before the forms floated back moments later to the shocked special Junin. And what do we exactly do while in the Forest of Death? Said Sasuke, as each team was soon handed one scroll, and Anko now had a flare gun in her hand. The objective is to get the opposite scroll that your team has and make it to the central tower in the Forest of Death before the time limit of 5 days expires. You want a word of advice? Don't die, said Anko, which scared most of the genin, but not all of them, and that included the mist team. Let the bloodbath begin, said Kimimaro, as he revealed his sword with an ivory hilt, and a jagged-edged blade that looked like it was made of bone. Well spoken, Starkiller. Soon you will have your wish and soon we will have our much-desired revenge, said Naruto in a whisper, as he sensed the presence of someone hiding their signature from everyone, and it came from the grass genin team. Using the force to pierce the person hiding their true self, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise to sense it was none other than Orochimaru posing as a grass, and then narrowed his eyes that had now turned yellow for a second. Redirecting himself to the gate in front of him, Naruto made a hand motion for his teammates to follow, and they moved with lightning speed into the Forest of Death. It was time to put a part of their plan into action. Chapter 5 Preliminaries. Naruto smiled under his hooded robes, as he sensed the force run through this Forest of Death in a fascinating mixture of both light and dark side alignment. Many shinobi had gone through this place to compete in the Chuunin exams, but not everyone survived the ordeal and became one with the force in the process. The reason behind the strange mixture was that not everyone that competed in this part of the exam were pure-hearted and honorable shinobi. I could walk through this area forever, thought Naruto, as he bathed himself in the force mixture, and loved how it felt upon his own person. Naruto-sama seems different now. His stance is one that is aloof and filled with pleasure I cannot describe, though Kimimaro, as he did not understand the nature behind the force that Naruto called it, and yet could see that there was something that was causing this behavior in his master. Haku was thinking the same thing, as she saw her Naruto's stance had shifted while they were in the Forest of Death, and suspected it had something to do with the force. From the way the blonde described this mystical power, it sounded similar to the Senju clan's own affinity for nature itself, but on a much larger, and perhaps evolved scale than what the nearly wiped-out clan possessed. She had seen Naruto use his power to lift objects off the ground like they weighed as much as a feather, but in reality such objects required the intense physical strength of Senju Tsunade to lift them, and had seen his anger when one of the mist shinobi that hated bloodlines had been harassing the ice user. Needless to say, the man that was harassing Haku for possessing a bloodline would never do anything again after Naruto turned the man to ashes, and using a Sith technique to make it possible. Naruto-kun, I sense the team from Iwa is not far away, and seem to be hesitant to come near us, said Haku, as she sensed the team from Iwa and their chakra flux telling her that they were scared. Of course they are. They know who I am. They know who my father is. The fact I was the one that helped Zabuza kill the Mizukage is also making him hesitant. However, we cannot let him pass this exam, but I have no intention of shedding needless blood, and I have other business to attend to without the need to look over my shoulder. I leave them to you, Haku. Kill them if you want, but I want their scroll, and I want them taken out of this exam before they can make up their minds, said Naruto, as he saw Haku nod and leave via ice mirror to take care of them. What about me, Naruto-sama? Should I not assist? Said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto turn his head and shake his head no to the question. Haku is more than capable of handling such weak shinobi, my star-killer. If I sent you to take the scroll, they would be a bloody mess in your wake, and I have no desire to kill the weaklings of Iwa to advance my own gains. My old master would do that, but I am not him, and I will not have you waste your energy on Iwa when your skills are needed in a far more different direction, said Naruto, as he saw Kimimaro nod and knew just what that direction was. The enemy Kimimaro needed to find and kill was Kabuto. What about Orochimaru? Said Kimimaro, as he had told Naruto about what the Sannin wanted here in Konoha, and a certain Uchiha Sasuke that the snake desired for a new body. Leave him to me, my star-killer. I want you to rendezvous with the Kumo team here and to coordinate with them to kill Kabuto along with his teammates, said Naruto, as he had already explained that Nia Yugito's team could be trusted and treat him with respect. Should I do that now? Said Kimimaro, since now would be the best time to take out the Sannin's spy. Yes, wipe Kabuto and his team out, my star-killer. All three of them, said Naruto coldly before turning to stare at Kimimaro with his cold blue eyes that secretly made the Keigai shiver. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he had been told where to meet the Kumo shinobi prior to entering the Forest of Death, and headed there right now. Now to take away one of Orochimaru's reasons for being in the leaf, said Naruto, as he knew that when the snake is being too elusive to pin down by yourself, you need to target its prey and take said prey out of the equation. Hokage Tower at the moment. The Sandaime sighed tiredly at the sight of his two students, who were frowning at him and wished that things had turned out differently. Both his students had been angered beyond measure at the fact Kushina had been killed by Danzo and he had done nothing to punish the old warhawk for it. The Sandaime tried to explain, but Tsunade had slammed her fist on his desk looking redder than the blood she feared to ever see and practically dared him to give him some lame excuse. They left Naruto alone for 6 years of his life on the belief the boy's red-haired mother would raise the child, and only after the abduction of the Yondaime son did the old monkey decide to contact them. So Naruto is here now like I thought he was. I take it he's not happy being here unless it's with a purpose, said Jiraiya, as his spies were having a hard time getting into mist and even a more impossible task of reaching him. It was like Naruto could sense who was spying on the leaf and who was loyal to it. Yes, I tried sending a message to his hotel room to have him see me, but the messenger came back with a glassy-eyed look on his face and simply stated, "Go fuck yourself," right before the messenger collapsed. I need you to talk to him and convince him that his home is here in the leaf, said the Sandaime, as he saw Jiraiya scoffing and Tsunade scowling while looking out the window. And what do we hope to offer him? We may have been his godparents, but we weren't there for him when we should have been, and that is mostly your fault, you old bastard. You should have sent for us the instant Kushina was declared dead, said Tsunade, as she saw the old man look away, and out the very same window she was looking at. I know, but the councils wouldn't hear of it, and stated it would only draw attention to us. They felt you Jiraiya were better suited out in the field gathering information, and that you Tsunade were unfit to raise Naruto since they feared she would take him away from the leaf, said the Sandaime simply, though it did little to calm them. Of course I would have. Those barkers treated the boy like shit. I may not be perfect in many ways, Sarutobi, but I would never have left my godson to knowingly suffer and leave him alone like you did after Kushina died. You betrayed Minato's, Kushina's, and our trust along with Naruto's own. The only reason I'm staying in the village now is due to the boy needing to see us and knowing that we want to be his godparents like it was supposed to be. The Fire Daimyo may have punished the leaf for its transgressions, but my grandfather's village is far from ever being forgiven, and I hope you realize this when Naruto one day comes to collect his own 10 pounds of flesh from you, Sandaime Hokage, said Tsunade, as she got up and left the room with Jiraiya slowly doing the same, though he looked at the old cage one more time to say what was on his mind. Don't be surprised if Naruto does come here to take your head off, old man, and don't be surprised when either I or Tsunade decide not to help you, said Jiraiya, and left the room so the old cage could fully understand the ramifications of his actions against Naruto. In the Forest of Death with Team 7. It had happened so fast, the Genin team run by Hitaki Kakashi never saw it coming, as they were sent flying by a powerful wind-based blast that sent them scattering. When they all came to, Sai was nowhere to be found, Sakura was on the ground nearly 15 feet away from Sasuke, and the said Uchiha was slowly getting to his feet while shaking his head to get the cobwebs out. What the hell was that? Said Sasuke, as he looked around to see Sai was not around, and Sakura was slowly coming out of her unconsciousness. Oh dear, you're still awake, and here I wanted to strike while you were at your weakest, Sasuke-kun, said a smooth voice in the shadows that made the Uchiha shiver. Show yourself, said Sasuke, as he heard the smooth voice let out a chuckle and made the Uchiha even more nervous. Remember the old saying Uchiha Sasuke. Be careful what you wish for, since you just might get it, said the figure, who appeared to reveal herself to be one of the grass nin that had entered the Chunin exams and had a wicked smile on her face. No shit, thought Sasuke, as he got ready for a fight, and began fighting the blonde before someone had interfered on his behalf. And it wasn't Sai or Sakura. Forest of death moments ago. Sai got off the ground, as he looked to see his teammates were nowhere to be found, and made him concerned for the Uchiha since Danzo had given him orders to protect the boy at all costs. So when the blast of wind hit him, it made Sai realize that Sasuke could in fact be in trouble and against someone of incredible power if the jutsu used was any real indication. Despite what Sasuke thought, he was no superior, or an elite like he claimed he was to everyone in the Leaf. Danzo also knew this, which was why the secret rude leader had bribed the instructors at the academy to privately tutor Sasuke, help him get stronger, and do everything to spoil the boy in a way that the Sandaime could not stop it. Even then, the Uchiha was showing his clan's arrogance, and only showing a fraction of the prodigy-like promise Itachi had. I must get back to Sasuke before I fail Danzo, thought Sai, as he leaped through the tree, but stopped when a strange buzzing sound hit was heard, and turned in mid-jump to see a spinning red blade coming at him before it took his left arm off at the elbow. Your detection skills are impressive. A weaker person would have been sliced in half by my lightsaber, said Naruto, as he appeared, and recalled his weapon with the force. Sai for his part was clutching the stump that was his left arm and saw the blonde boy with the glowing red blade in hand with something close to fear. After the mission to Wave Country, Danzo had given him orders not to confront Naruto unless the odds of taking him down were good, which given Sai's current condition was not possible, and the pale-skinned boy needed to flee before it was too late. Little did Sai know, it already was too late. You have information I want about your master and about why he killed my mother soon after I was born. One way or another, Sai, I will get my answers, and I will get them no matter what stands in my way, said Naruto, as he saw Sai take a few steps back and then try to run. Only for Sai to be stopped while in midair by Naruto using the force and slamming the root subordinate into a tree before sending him into another one. Naruto did this until he sensed Sai's body was far too broken to escape, brought Danzo's servant before him while looking at the bloody face of his prey. You won't win. Danzo-sama will, said Sai, as he now cried out in pain at the horrible feeling of Naruto using the force to tear through his mind and know all that there was to know about root that this one knew. Thank you for your help, Sai-san. Let my reward to you for this vital information be that of a quick death, said Naruto, as he quickly sliced off the boy's head from his body with his lightsaber and then putting the head in a sealing scroll. 1 down, 3 to go. Back with Orochimaru and Sasuke. Your taijutsu is impressive. Indeed you are an Uchiha and Itachi's little brother, said Orochimaru, as he revealed his face to Sasuke and Sakura before the boy had charged forward into battle with the pink-haired girl watching from a distance. Shut up. I am better than my brother and I'll prove it, said Sasuke, as he pushed even harder and saw the Sannin was still toying with him. Sasuke leaped in midair from his position, which was above the Sannin, and practically dive-bombed towards Orochimaru with the intent to use to get in a few good hits. The boy was nearly 5 feet away from the Sannin with his arm cocked back ready to slug Orochimaru in the face, but an invisible hand sent him flying through several tree trunks, and stopped with a deep imprint on the 4th tree before collapsing on the branch. What kind of jutsu was that and who used it? Thought Orochimaru in shock, as he looked around frantically for the attacker of his prey, and it was only his instincts that told him to jump out of the way that he did so to miss the chakra-covered blade that nearly sliced him in half. Greetings Orochimaru of the Sannin, I do believe we haven't met before, so allow me the honor of introducing myself before I kill you and leave your sound village leaderless. My name is Namikaze Naruto, the demon hand, said Naruto, as he smiled at his Sannin behind his hooded robes and saw Orochimaru looking at him with cautious eyes. So the infamous Kyuubi brat decides to grace me with his presence. I must admit, I do feel honored that you would introduce yourself, but I have no time for you, and must get what I came here for, said Orochimaru, as he looked hungrily at Sasuke, who was still unconscious, but showing signs of recovery and now had his pink-haired teammate by his side. If you are referring to the Uchiha, then I suggest you not bother since he will not live to see another day within this forest, and neither will his teammate, said Naruto, as he saw the Sannin look at him with surprise and then anger at what this boy was telling him. As if I would let you steal my future body from me and rob me of the chance to know all the jutsus in the world, said Orochimaru, as he brought out Kusanagi from his mouth to spill the blonde's blood and possibly disable to take back to sound for proper study. But I already have Orochimaru. In fact, I've taken more from you now than you could possibly imagine until much, much later, and there is nothing you can do to stop me, said Naruto, as he smiled deviously at Orochimaru's confused look that adorned his pale face before quickly spinning around and threw his chakra-covered katana sword at the groggy still recovering Uchiha with blinding speed. No, my new body, yelled Orochimaru, as saw the horror that was Uchiha Sasuke being pierced by Naruto's sword right into the chest with such force that it pinned the boy directly to the tree trunk, and the echo of Sakura's banshee scream covering the forest of death. Only to be silenced by the force-choked Naruto used on her before levitating her up while looking at Orochimaru with crimson eyes and feral smile that scared the Sannin shitless. What? Surprised? You actually thought I wouldn't kill the Uchiha because he is from the Leaf just like I was, didn't you? In case you can't see my headband, the symbol on it is for mist, and I have no love for Konoha. However, unlike you Orochi Barker, I intend to make the leaf hurt in a much more profound way, and that would be the death of the last Uchiha here during the Chunin exams, said Naruto, as made a crushing motion with his hand, and a loud sickening snap was heard followed by a thump sound of the pink-haired girl collapsing on the tree trunk she had been originally lifted off of. Curse you Namikas, my future body is now lost to me. I will have my revenge on you soon after I deal with Konoha, said Orochimaru, as began to sink into the tree, but not before Naruto used the force to stall him long enough to target the Sannin's right arm and crush the shoulder area beyond repair. Now Orochimaru would need a new body immediately instead of waiting another 2 whole years without Kabuto's skills to heal him. Take it as a parting gift from me to you Orochimaru, said Naruto, as he saw the man snarl and leave the area to prevent being caught. Seeing that he was victorious, Naruto recalled his katana blade stuck in the Uchiha, who was currently still pinned to a tree using the force, and sheathed after cleaning it before bringing out his lightsaber to take care of the excess baggage in terms of the bodies that were currently in front of him. With a few quick slices, the heads were severed and the rest of the bodies were kicked off the tree branch into the darkness below to be eaten by the animals that lived within the forest of death. Putting the 2 heads in the ceiling scroll that held Sai's own, the blonde moved to meet up with his teammates and the Kumo team that Nia Yugito was with. Central tower outside of the entrance. Where is he? I hope he's okay, said Yugito, as she was getting anxious and waiting for her Naruto-kun to show up while ignoring the hidden glare that she felt from Haku. What is up with you Yugito? All this fuss for a gaki a few years younger than you. I never would have thought you were interested in young boys. What would the Raikage think? Said Omoi snickering, as he had been sent with Yugito and Karui to these exams to help Naruto carry out their plans to hurt the leaf where it would the most before their invasion later on. Shut up, you don't know him like I do, and if you badmouth him once while I'm in earshot I'll turn you into my new scratching post, said Yugito, as Omoi paled at her threat and knew of the last unfortunate soul that became her scratching post after pissing the nibby off, and it wasn't pretty to say the least. The said person had long since retired permanently to a bed in the psychiatric ward with several IVs connected to his body and staring up at the ceiling with a distant look on his face. While I do appreciate you coming to my defense Yugito-chan, it is not necessary, and I must ask you not maim your teammate, said Naruto, as he appeared from the shadows of trees that made up the forest of death with several scrolls in hand that were needed in order to graduate, even though he didn't need so many and did it just in case the Kumo team had forgotten to. Naruto-kun, said Yugito, as she leaped at him with feline gracefulness, wrapping him up in a hug while purring and rubbing her face against his cloaked head. Had Yugito turned around, she would have seen Haku getting ready to send a few senbon needles at a certain place on her body that the Nibby vessel wouldn't like, and Kimimaro had to silently restrain her arm to stop such an action. It's perfectly all right Yugito-chan, I'm here now, and I brought a gift for your team too, said Naruto, as he sent 2 scrolls to Omoi using the force and another 2 scrolls to Haku. You're so thoughtful Naruto-kun. I simply must show my appreciation for such a gift in a more private setting, said Yugito seductively that made Omoi giggle perversely and get a blow to his head my Karui. The hell you are, thought Haku, as she got free from Kimimoro's grip, and then pulled Yugito off her Naruto-kun before the 2 girls got into a silent glare of death contest to see which one would explode first from it. That's enough from the 2 of you. There is to be no fighting from either of you unless it's part of the exams. Since we've cleared that part of the exams where you can for the brief moment, I suggest that you 2 wait for another opportunity to do it, and within the legal parameters the exam allows, said Naruto, as he was not about to have the girls get into an alpha-female kissing contest over him and cause problems for him in the future. Sorry Naruto-kun, said Haku and Yugito at the same time when they looked at him with sounds of regret in their voice. Only to glare at each other once again when they heard the kun suffix used by the other. On a more mission-related note, my targets have been eliminated, and I need a progress report from you too, said Naruto, as he pointed to Kimimaro and then at Haku. My mission was a success with the help of Nia Yugito's team in killing Kabuto and his teammates. Orochimaru will not be able to proceed as planned in the distant future, said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto nodding in approval at this news and then smiled at Yugito along with her teammates in accomplishing this task. That is excellent news Starkiller. Haku-chan, did the Iwa team give you trouble? Said Naruto, as he saw Haku shake her head no, and show him the scroll she recovered. No Naruto-kun, all 3 of them were disabled within moments and I acquired their Earth scroll, which was exactly what we needed, and a scroll from Kabuto's team was given to Kumo team since they needed the Heaven scroll, said Haku, as she saw Yugito hiss at her silently and the female ice user smirked behind her mask. That's good news to hear. Let's go inside and rest, said Naruto, as he saw his teammates nod, and Yugito's do the same before following him inside. Central Tower 2 days later. My team just came in. Did yours make it Kakashi? Said Kurenai as she saw Kakashi shake his head, and was secretly becoming worried despite his masked face showing none of it with the small fraction that wasn't covered lazily reading his porn. No, but considering who the backbone of my team is, I'm confident that they will arrive shortly, and show just how strong they really are, said Kakashi, as he had his eye U-shaped, and went back to reading his book before a cold chuckle reached their ears. Such blind arrogance you possess Hitaki Kakashi. It's no real wonder that this village has become a shadow of its former self, said Naruto, as he appeared in front of the two Junin and made him feel uneasy at seeing him. You seem pretty sure of yourself, Naruto, and your choice in joining Mist isn't exactly the best village to join considering they are still weak right now, said Kakashi, who put his book away and was a bit more guarded around Naruto. Of course I am pretty sure of myself, Hataki-san. I have every right to be since I've made it to the tower using very little of my abilities. Also, I must thank you for the gifts that I got from you while in Wave, and was able to share with everyone, said Naruto, as his smile became almost sinister, and made the hairs on Kakashi's neck stand on end with the rest of the hair on his head. What gifts? Said Kurenai as she looked from Naruto to Kakashi and then back to Naruto. Why, the 1000 jutsus that Kakashi knows along with training techniques that he uses when training to get stronger. You cannot imagine how useful they are to the Mist and myself, said Naruto, seeing the shocked look on the two Junin's faces. I never gave anything like that to you, said Kakashi as his fists clenched and a look of denial was all over his masked face. Not knowingly of course, but all the same, I consider such knowledge to be a gift, and I know all the shinobi of the Mist thank you for your hard work in acquiring them all with your Sharingan. Speaking of the Sharingan, have you seen your Genin team recently? Said Naruto in a smooth and sweet-like voice that made a cold sweat run through Hataki Kakashi's entire being. No, I haven't. They are still out in the forest of death, said Kakashi, but even as he said that, a chill ran up his spine and a feeling of dread soon followed to create a pit within his stomach. Really? Because I was under the impression that Uchiha Sasuke, being the all-great prodigy that everyone claims him to be, would have gotten here a few days ago with his team just like the Suna team, or my own team that came in with Kumo shortly after the start of the second part of this exam, said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi's eyes widen at that, and Kurenai he sensed was silently praying thanks to Kami that the blonde force user didn't run into him during the most recent of trials to become Chunin. Just what are you implying, Naruto? Said Kakashi as he saw the smile on Naruto's face and a sadistic streak behind it that almost reminded him of Orochimaru. Oh, nothing at all, Hataki-san. However, I do feel that you should consider the possibility that Team 7 is not going to pass the second part of the exam, and may have to consider such a loss to be entirely your fault, said Naruto, as he let out a chuckle and saw the Junin now looking at him with incredible rage. You have a lot of nerve telling that to me, Naruto, when you're talking to a higher-ranked shinobi, said Kakashi, who was tempted to take the kid behind the central tower and beat him within an inch of his life. Higher in rank? Yes. Higher in terms of intelligence? I think not, and here is my proof for you to share with the Hokage, said Naruto, as he revealed a bloody scroll and tossed it to Kakashi, looking at it with fear. What is this? Said Kakashi, as he saw Naruto turn around, and began leaving the two Junin alone to stare at the scroll. Oh, that, Hataki Kakashi, is my gift to you, and to the Hokage, though in all honesty the term, gift, is really a point of view. Enjoy, said Naruto before fading into the shadows. I don't think I want to know, said Kurenai, as she left to check on her team and make sure they were all in one piece. Carefully opening the scroll, Kakashi's eye widened in horror at what was sealed inside of it, and instantly sealed the contents back up, and ran directly to the Hokage. Central Tower Arena floor a few days later. Naruto smiled at the sight before him, as he saw the great Sandime Hokage look older than when he last saw him, and Hataki Kakashi looking like he wanted to kill him for what happened to Team 7. It was interesting how or in Naruto's case the force worked in mysterious ways in balancing things out when lines were crossed. Naruto of course had done everything to make sure he didn't cross any lines, knowing the force would make him pay for it later, and the young Namikas didn't want that. Behind the Sandime was the Shinobi Council, which consisted of Koharu and Homura, with both old fossils glaring at him for killing the Uchiha. They wanted to punish the blonde for the death of Sasuke along with the rest of Team 7, but they couldn't because of the waiver they signed, and that said, in a nutshell, what happened in the Forest of Death stays within the Forest of Death, even it was death. You will pay for this, demon brat. One way or another, thought the two Shinobi Council members, as they had arranged for Naruto to do the most fighting and tire himself out. Then Danzo's root Anbu would move in, take the boy, and begin to learn all the blonde's secrets before remolding him into their weapon. Sensing what their intentions were, Naruto just smiled further at what they thought was a foolproof plan, but then again it was made by fools and the various fools who followed them. Naruto knew that even if he was weakened by fighting so many, Haku along with Kimimaro and Yugito's team would be able to stop any kind of attack on his person. Not only that, but the incident would bring Kumo and Mist into the fray, with Iwa itching to take down Konoha after what happened in the last Shinobi War. After the Hokage gave his little speech for the reason behind the Chunin exam prelims, as well as the reason behind the Chunin exams as a whole, followed by the appearance of the coughing leaf Junin Gecko Heya, the names on the large screen that appeared behind one special Junin Matarashi Anko, and were now being, randomly, selected. Namika's Naruto vs Aburame Shino. A worthy opponent, thought Naruto, as he looked at Shino, and gave the slightly taller boy a nod of respect before Shino did the same. The floor cleared to leave Shino and Naruto their much-needed space to do battle with the Junin Proctor Gecko Heya, getting ready to start this match while everyone watched with anticipation at the battle before them. Many had heard only the rumors of Naruto's mysterious powers, but never witnessed them, and only once more relied on the rumors that spoke of his abilities. Ready, fight, said Hayate, as he saw Shino instantly release a swarm of bugs upon the blonde, and the boy just standing there doing nothing except smile. Is he crazy? Those bugs will drain him dry unless he fights back, thought the spectators watching with interest. You will stop advancing upon me and retreat back into your colony, said Naruto with a small hand gesture, which made some snicker at the simple command and wondered if this kid was for real. Imagine their surprise along with Shino's own when the bugs stopped advancing towards Naruto with just a foot of space between them and then turned around before retreating back into Shino's body. For his part, Shino was silently terrified, as he sensed his allies had been commanded by a power outside of his own and had obeyed this foreign entity like they belonged to his opponent. The queen inside of Shino, which ruled the colony inside of his body, was also terrified, and told its host body not to risk any more of her children to this foe until whatever power Naruto used on them wore off. I surrender, said Shino, as he chose to save his colony, and it was illogical to risk the whole thing against the blonde. Winner by forfeit, N Namikaze Naruto, said Hayate, as he was shocked that had even happened, and knew that the Hokage would want to ask Shino what the hell just happened. They wouldn't be the only ones. He just stopped Shino's insects with a simple command. What is he? Thought Kurenai, as she knew that Shino's bugs followed the queen within the hive that was within the boy, and the queen was a loyal ally of the Aberrame that let him do with her bugs what he wanted provided the bugs were not harmed. If Shino surrendered, it was due to the queen inside of him telling him to for the sake of her children and the hive in general. Meaning Naruto was wielding a power none of them could see. Neji, what do you see with your eyes? Said Lee, as he saw the Byakugan eyes from his Hyuga teammate scanning Naruto, and the branch member was frowning. It's strange. I see his chakra flow, but then I see another kind of crimson chakra that is more potent than his own, and at the same time I see something else that is not chakra. A wavy invisible energy that twists, turns, and has no focus like the wind itself, said Neji, as he saw his two teammates' eyes widen, and wondered if that was the power that Naruto used to stop Shino's bugs. All too easy, thought Naruto, as he looked at the board, and saw it going through names again at random. Namikaze Naruto vs Isis Tenten. They're having him fight again. Bastards, thought Haku, as she sensed there were fiends involved in this, and knew it surrounded the Leaf Shinobi Council. All right, time to show everyone what I can do, said Tenten, as she leaped down to the floor gracefully, and instantly drew her sword before getting into a sword. Interesting, let's see how much skill you have with a blade, said Naruto, as he drew his own katana sword, and held it in the form 2 of the lightsaber stance known as Makashi before giving her a swordsman salute. Ready, fight, said Hayate, as he saw the sword stance Naruto was using to be quite intriguing, and decided to watch this fight a little more than usual. For a moment, neither opponent moved against the other, but it was clear that Tenten was the more eager of the two due to the mocking smile Naruto seemed to have, and it finally broke when the blonde made a "come and get me" hand motion. Tenten moved with a speed worthy of her sensei's springtime of youth, as she wished to show that her skills with a blade superior to anyone around her age group, and defeat this ominous opponent before her. Tenten found it to be more difficult than she ever thought possible. He's good. That style he's using is unlike anything I've ever seen, thought Tenten, as she tried to get through Naruto's defenses, but such a thing just didn't seem possible, and it was becoming increasingly frustrated. Isis Tenten, you disappoint me. Your Junin sensei holds you in such a high esteem to have you enter the Chuunin exams and advance to the next stage of your shinobi career. Surely you can do better, said Naruto smiling, as he applied the combat skill of Dunmok upon the bun-haired girl, who took offense to this, and attacked the blonde in a rush of anger at being considered weak in comparison to him. Smiling at the sight of Tenten falling into his trap, Naruto dodged the girl's attack, and did a sweep kick that knocked the genin on her back with her sword soon kicked out of her hand before the blonde pointed his blade at her throat. Tenten couldn't believe that this kid, who was younger than she, had defeated her in an art she had trained in since she could first hold a weapon under her father's supervision, and saw Naruto looking back down at her with a now gentle smile behind his crimson dark hood. I yield to you, Namikaze-sama, said Tenten, as she could not deny he was the better swordsman, and it clearly showed in her submission by the use of last name with suffix. Winner is Namikaze Naruto, said Hayate, as he was impressed by Naruto's skills with a blade, and how he taunted Tenten in battle. Maybe he could use that on Yugao when they sparred. You have a great deal of pride within you, my dear, but remember that twice the pride is double the fall, and you did fall here today, hard, said Naruto, as he sheathed his blade, and helped Tenten up with a strong grip on her arm. Wow, he's got muscle. Whoever trained him must have been a real slave driver if not a sadist, thought Tenten, as she could feel the arm muscles that Naruto possessed, and had to resist blushing. Until we meet again at another time, my dear. Do get stronger, said Naruto, as he took her hand to his, and kissed the back of it in a gentlemanly manner before walking up the stairs, while Tenten just blushed up a storm while walking in a zombie-like fashion back to her teammates. The next couple of matches went off without a problem, as Tsuchikin fought ever-lazy Naro Shikamaru with young Leaf Genin winning, if just barely mind you, and using his shadow possession jutsu to pull it off. Yamanaka Ino surrendered instantly when she saw her opponent was Nia Yugito, and the Nibi vessel had a look telling everyone she was just about ready to claw the platinum girl to pieces. Inuzuka Kiba fought Temari, which was a one-sided fight, and the second fastest one so far, with Temari swinging her fan once that sent Kiba flying into a wall after Kiba badmouthed the pigtailed blonde while saying she was going to lose because she was girl while he was an alpha male. It was possibly one of the rare few times that Naruto saw the Force show him visions of this fight not change at all in the slightest, with Temari coming out the victor. Omio killed Dosu via decapitation with his sword, while Karui easily took care of Zaku by slicing his arms and head clean off within seconds. However, it was the next match that made the young Namika's frown and the Shinobi Council members smile. Hyuga Neji vs Starkiller. How do you wish me to proceed, Naruto-sama? Said Kimimaro as he saw the Hyuga descend the stairs and then back to his albino friend. Fight him using only your taijutsu and your sword, Starkiller. Don't use your bloodline. Not yet, said Naruto, whispering so only Kimimaro would hear him, and saw the older boy nod his head. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro before heading down, but was stopped once more by Naruto and the words he spoke next for all to hear. Don't kill or cripple him, Starkiller. That I command of you, said Naruto as he sensed a connection between the Hyuga boy and Hyuga Hinata that must not be broken. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro as he saw Hyuga Hinata looking at Naruto now with appreciation and looked to see Neji already in his gentle fist stance. You should give up, said Neji as he activated his Byakugan, and Kimimaro shook his head no. I cannot. I owe Naruto-sama too much to simply disobey him now. If Naruto-sama asks me to, I will give my life to ensure victory in his and the Mizukage-sama's honor, said Kimimaro as he got into his taijutsu stance and prepared to do battle with Neji. Kimimaro, cover your skin with bone plating underneath your clothing in order to help protect yourself from your opponent's blows, as he will use his eyes to shut down chakra points and shred internal organs within your body if you are not careful, said Naruto through the Force to the albino, and Kimimaro mentally nodded in understanding before he did as instructed. It was close considering how much Kimimaro had to hold back, Neji's eyes that were used in a combination with the Hyuga's gentle fist, and the fact Naruto ordered the albino not to hurt Neji in a way that would permanently damage him. However, in the end, Kimimaro did become victorious in his battle over Neji when using his sword and wounding Neji from the shoot down his back. After that, Kimimaro soon had the boy pin calling for Neji to submit or possibly bleed to death from all the wounds he was given from this battle. Neji didn't get a chance to decide, as the Junin Proctor announced Kimimaro to be the winner, and the albino slowly removed his blade along with his person away from the Hyuga branch member. Fate decided our match, said Neji as he got up from the ground and saw Kimimaro shake his head no once more. No, Hyuga Neji. It was not fate that decided the outcome of this match, but rather the spirit that comes from each of the combatants that fought, and the stronger of the two won. Think about it, said Kimimaro as he returned to Naruto's side and bowed to the blonde, with the boy nodding in approval of the albino's actions. Hyuga Hinata vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Time to show everyone what I can do, thought Hinata as she walked down the steps, and Kankuro did the same, though a bit on the arrogant side, with a smile on his face. Just to let you in on a little secret here, Hyuga, I'm not like the other members of my family here, and I'll give you this one chance to give up, said Kankuro as smirked at the Hyuga girl, who activated her bloodline and went into her gentle fist stance that was the mirror image of Neji's own. Time to show me how much you've grown, Hinata-chan, thought Naruto as he smirked at girl his age and wondered if she was indeed strong like he hoped she was. Ready, fight, said Hayate as he brought his hand down to start the match, and in an instant Hinata was upon a surprised Kankuro, since he thought that she was one of those gentle, hesitant to hurt others kind of girl. How wrong he was. Hinata saw the truth behind Asuna Shinobi's tactic and countered it by going right after the bundle in Kankuro's arms to reveal it was really Kankuro himself, with the puppet that everyone thought was the him really being controlled via chakra strings. Though it was seen easily by Hinata as she targeted him first, and then Kankuro quite literally wrapped up for her to handle. All he needed was a red bow on his head and the gift wrapping of this victory would be complete. Winner, Hyuga Hinata, said Hayate as he declared Hinata the winner and saw her bow to the fallen enemy before heading up the flight of stairs. And came face to face with Naruto. Your skills and your bloodline are most impressive, Hyuga Hinata. Had anyone else fought Kankuro, it would have taken him quite some time before the truth was even discovered, and by the time it had, Kankuro would have been the victor, said Naruto as he saw the others nod, and even Haku would admit such a tactic could have even worked against her Senbon needle attacks, since the puppet would have been more resistant to it. Thank you, Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she knew that such praise from the blonde was in a way an honor unto itself, and saw out of the corner of her eyes the cautious, tense look in her sensei's eyes. Turning to face the board, Naruto now saw the next list of names and now frowned at the sight of it. Namika's Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Oh no, thought Yugito as she saw the look of bloodlust in Gaara's eyes and then at Naruto's calm-looking ones. Interesting. Then again, the future is always in motion, said Naruto to himself as he leaped down and slowed in midair in a dramatic fashion. Mother wants your blood. She originally wanted the Uchihas, but I smell some of his on you already, and that can only mean you killed him in the forest to death, said Gaara, which got looks of shock and horror from the various leaf shinobi that had not heard this news. Perhaps, but now is not the time for such talk, Sabaku no Gaara, said Naruto as he saw how the Shinobi Council and Kakashi glaring at him for his actions. Ready, fight, said Hayate, as he saw Gaara free his sand the instant the last word was spoken and launched it at the blonde. Naruto dodged the sand, as he moved with incredible speed that made Gaara's attempts to catch him very difficult, and it was clear that the red-haired boy's power was not meant to be this offensive in terms of combat. It easily made Gaara annoyed that he couldn't move his sand fast enough to catch Naruto, as he kept missing one chance after the next and making the Suna shinobi look like a joke. I sense much fear in you, Subaku no Gaara. Yes, you have hate, you have anger, and yet I sense you do not know how to use it properly, said Naruto, as he used Danmok on Gaara like he did on Tenten, and it only made Gaara angrier with his mother calling for the blonde's blood. I'll kill you, said Gaara, as he shot more sand at Naruto, and was becoming more and more psychotic for everyone to see. Really, would you really wish to kill your own mother, said Naruto, as he used the force to use the skill of the alter image power that changed his image into Gaara's real mother, and made the red-haired boy stop in shock while his other two siblings were also surprised by this. He looks just like the Kazekige's late wife Karura. But, how? Thought Baki in shock, as he wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him and saw that this was no henge. At least not one he had ever seen before. Gaara, my brave little boy. You've grown, said Karura, as the form of Gaara's biological mother walked towards the boy and the Shukaku vessel lost control of his sand. Mother, said Gaara, as his mind fell upon the illusion and wondered what cruel trick this was. Yes, Gaara-kun, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you after your birth. I really wanted to, but your father used my life force to perform the sealing on you and caused us both great pain, said Karura, as she walked towards Gaara and saw the Suna-born boy looking ready to have a mental breakdown. He tried to make me into a weapon. He never saw me as his son, said Gaara, as he was nearly in tears and saw the woman in front of him smile kindly down at him. I know, Gaara-kun. He did it to combat the other shinobi villagers who were turning the demon vessels they had in their possession into weapons and bring Suno back into the spotlight of greatness. Though I must admit, his method of doing it was a bit crude and cruel to both of us, said Karura, as she was now a few feet away from Gaara and saw the youngest of the Kazekige's children nodding his head in agreement. I hate him, said Gaara, as he had wanted to kill his father for so long and yet was so busy doing what the man wanted in terms of missions. I know, Gaara-kun. As for now, let's not focus on him, but rather your fight with little old me and how you were going to use the very sand that is an extension of myself, said Karura, as she saw the sand retreat back into his gourd and him shaking his head no to the idea. I won't fight you, said Gaara, as he couldn't fight his mother and wouldn't do it no matter what Shukaku was telling him. Winner my forfeit, Namika's Naruto, said Hayate, as he saw the form of Karura now change back into Naruto and saw the shocked redhead look at him in surprise. Why, you impersonated my mother to get me to surrender, said Gaara in disbelief, as he was sure that this kid was the same age as him and had never known what the woman looked like. Would you have preferred I used that power to kill you? At least this way, you get to live to see another day and head back to Suna to kill your old man, said Naruto, as he saw Gaara get up and glare angrily at him. That's low, said Kankuro, as he knew that the subject about their mother was a sore subject and even more so with Gaara. This coming from a guy who has dolls fight for him and wears his sister's makeup while calling it war paint, said Naruto, seeing Temari smirk at that while Kankuro was getting pissed off. It is war paint, yelled Kankuro, who would have gone down there to teach Naruto a lesson, but stopped when Temari hit him in the back of the head and began belittling him for being a baka. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, thought Naruto, as he began walking away, but was stopped when he found sand had wrapped around his body and Gaara posed to kill him. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Gaara, as his sand was now alive once more with life blocking the Senbon needles Haku aimed at him and ignoring Hayate telling the redhead that the match was over. No, you are not, said Naruto in a deadly whisper, as he called upon a large portion of the force and used force repel that freed him from the sand-constricting sand, much to Gaara's own shock. What happened next would scare everyone around Naruto to no end. The blonde turned fully to face Gaara before moving even faster than when he dodged the sand from their fight and slammed his fist right into Gaara's gut before Naruto began landing blow after blow upon the Suna boy's person. The Suna siblings, their sensei Baki, the leaf shinobi from Genin to Junin, and the Hokage himself were stunned at Naruto manhandling Gaara like he was a helpless child. A solid uppercut sent Gaara flying back into the wall before collapsing onto the ground, as he struggled to get up but found the pain to be too much, even with the sand armor that covered his body, and it felt like Naruto had hit him like he didn't wear it at all. For Gaara, it didn't make sense since no one had ever hit him once, and this person was doing it like it was a natural thing to him like breathing. Speaking of natural things like breathing, Gaara was surprised to soon found himself floating in midair and was slowly choking via the invisible hand wrapped around his throat. Is this what it feels like when I kill people with my sand? Thought Gaara, as he was soon thrown from one side of the room to the next before he hit the large hand sign statue, and then thrown a short distance from it to land a few feet from Naruto. Now you will meet your end for your lack of respect, said Naruto, as he reached out to the force with his hand, and the sound of rumbling was heard from the statue he had just thrown Gaara into before it slowly started to rise off the ground. To everyone's horror, the statue moved closer to the two, and Gaara saw Naruto's eyes went from blue to a menacing crimson color with a hint of yellow with slits with the rage in them like the Shukaku vessel had not seen. It seemed unreal that this boy his age could even command such a large object like it was a natural thing and wondered if this was a power the Kyuubi somehow gifted its vessel. Please don't. No, said Gaara, as he tried desperately to get away from the boy, but his injuries prevented him from moving and saw the instrument of his death slowly moving towards him. Young fool, only now, at your end, do you finally understand, said Naruto, as he was about to make Gaara nothing more than a smear on the floor, and would have done so had his own teammates not interfered on the red-haired boy's behalf. Please stop Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he appeared in front of Gaara ready to pick up the boy and get him to safety while Haku was by Naruto's side. He's right, Naruto-kun, look at Gaara's eyes and how they are filled with fear. Show him this act of mercy, as he is your kin, and needs to know he is not alone, said Haku in a whispery voice and saw the conflict in Naruto to smite Gaara. Closing his eyes, Naruto pushed the large object back and let it crash into the wall where it had been sitting against before letting out a tired sigh using such restraint not killing Gaara. Opening his eyes, Naruto showed they were once more blue again, but they were still cold and were like steel to everyone who saw them. Be thankful they asked me to show mercy to you, Suaku no Gaara. Such an act is a rare thing I do and I am not so forgiving to those that betray what mercy I give them, said Naruto, as he walked with Haku back up the steps before sitting down in a meditative stance with the girl right beside him with Kimimaro doing the same on the opposite side. That was unreal, thought everyone, as Gaara slowly rose from the ground after Temari, Baki, and Kankuro appeared to help him to his feet with a look of understanding on his face. Temari, Kankuro, Baki-sensei, we need to talk, in private, said Gaara in whispered voice that lacked the bloodlust he normally did and it sounded more like a boy his age should sound. Of course little brother, said Temari, as she realized that this action by Naruto had helped change Gaara possibly for the better, and mentally thanked the blonde for what he did. The remaining fight that followed was Haku fighting Choji, who had the unfortunate experience of becoming a human pincushion and was too paralyzed to move. The only left that didn't fight was Lee, who had been bellowing in sorrow with his teacher for a good 5 minutes in a genjutsu while hugging and crying about being denied the chance to show the springtime of youth. They would have done more had Kimimaro not drawn his blade and tried to cut them in half before telling him never to do that again. Each of you that qualified will now pick one slip of paper from this box and receive a number, which after being processed with the others will help determine who you fight in 1 month's time, and to learn something new for the people that will see you compete in the Chuunin exam stadium, said the Hokage, as he looked at Naruto, and saw the boy smirking at him with a devious smile that sent chills up the old man's spine. One by one, they each picked a slip of paper, and Ibiki wrote them down on his clipboard before showing them the results of who they would all fight. Match 1, Namikaze Naruto vs Osmosis Omoi. Match 2, Nii Yugito vs Subaku no Temari. Match 3, Starkiller vs Kasu Karui. Match 4, Nara Shikamaru vs Momoki Haku. Match 5, Rock Lee vs Hyuga Hinata. Great, I face a girl, then another girl if Hinata wins, and if not then I face a weirdo who is wearing green spandex that hugs an adult version of himself to create a genjutsu that is very disturbing. Troublesome, thought Shikamaru, as he looked at the masked girl that took down Choji in a heartbeat, and knew it was going to happen to him no matter what. You all know whom you face. Dismissed, said the Hokage, as he saw the Mist team leave, and knew he had 1 month to find out what happened with Naruto before the Chuunin exam finals happened. What's more was how the public was going to take the Uchiha's death and just who it was that killed him. Looking at the statue that Naruto somehow picked up, the old Kage wondered if this was a sign of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that it was that a doom for the village. Oh, make Naruto abusing the mind trick. Naruto was always one to get a good laugh out of life despite the dark arts he learned from Darth Sidious and Darth Vader, since laughter was something that was universal in itself. So whether he was in Konoha, Mist, or somewhere on another planet in one portion of the large galaxy that was the universe, it was up to Namikaze Naruto to bring laughter to it. Today was no exception, as he saw Neji training by himself, and had an idea that would make many feel the end of this world was fast approaching. Oh yes, it was a good, powerful, and evil idea depending on your point of view that not even the 2 Dark Lords of the Sith would not wish upon the unsuspecting Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji, can I talk to you for a second? Said Naruto, as he walked over to the boy, who saw Naruto, and was a little guarded after seeing the display of power the blonde used to take down Gaara. You may, said Neji, as he wondered what Naruto wanted to talk to him about, and felt a chill run up his spine. I was just wondering if you understood what your sensei and his tiny clone were talking about during the prelims when he missed his chance to fight, said Naruto, as he saw Neji shiver at the memory of the genjutsu, and knew it was something in the leaf that no one wanted to understand. In all honesty, Namikaze-sama, I would prefer not to think about it, and try to burn the memories of every single moment they do it from my mind, said Neji, as he knew that to be disrespectful to Naruto could mean your death, and unimaginable suffering before that even happened. I see, then I will have to help you with that, said Naruto, as he now called upon the force, and saw Neji frowning in confusion. How can you help with? Said Neji, but he stopped when he felt a strange pressure build around him and inside his mind while Naruto put in motion his prank. Oh yes, it was truly a good, powerful, and evil, again depending on your point of view, prank. With Mido Guy, Rock Lee, and Isis Tenten. I still can't believe I lost to that Naruto kid in the ways of swordsmanship when I'm the best of my age group, said Tenten, as she sat on a tree stump while Lee hit a training post with Mido Guy watching him. With all due respect, Tenten, you are the only one in our age that wields a sword, and uses swordsmanship, said Lee, as hits the training post again, and then yelps in pain when a kunai hit him in the ass after it was thrown at him by Tenten. Shut up, yelled Tenten, as she swore to one day beat Naruto, and prove she was just as strong as men. Surely her secret shrine to Senju Tsunade was proof of that, right? Right. Whatever became of the argument between them on the matter was soon closed when Neji appeared before his team and caused them to have their jaws drop at the sight of him. Why? Well, it seems the young Hyuga branch family had forsaken his traditional Hyuga robes for that of green spandex and bowl-shaped haircut with super thick fuzzy eyebrows. How he managed the last part his teammates did not know. Hyuga clan compound at the moment. Hyuga Hayashi woke up feeling pain for some odd reason before he got off the ground while trying to remember what happened prior to being knocked out. Walking along his clan compound for some kind of answers, he noticed the other Hyuga around him were snickering and trying to keep themselves from laughing. Frowning, Hayashi made his way to a nearby pond, and stared into the water before his jaw dropped at the sight of his eyebrows. Or rather, the lack of eyebrows to be more precise. What the fuck HAPPENDED to my eyebrows? Where the fuck are my eyebrows? Yelled Hyuga Hayashi, as he was going to hurt whoever did this to him, and make him pay dearly for this. Back with Mido Guy's team. Yosh, Neji finally has embraced the springtime of youth. I am so happy I could cry, yelled Guy, as he along with Lee hugged, and yes they did do a lot of crying before Neji did another thing that made things more shocking for his team. Did I mention it was a point of view? He joined them in their hugging, their crying, and Neji even became a part of that horrible genjutsu with the Hyuga branch family symbol in the sun that was now shining down on the trio with the beach they were now on. They were so wrapped up in their moment, they missed Tenten running for her life, and screaming out in fright saying the words, "It's finally happened." All the way to Naruto's hotel room. The next thing Naruto knew, the girl before him was on her knees, head now touching the floor, and begging him to take her to Mist to become a shinobi there. All is happening just as I have foreseen, thought Naruto with Kyuubi laughing with him in his mind, as he agreed to take Tenten to Mist before she jumped with joy onto him, and seconds later they were soon doing other activities with the blonde force user having to use his skills force to levitate a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his doorknob. Chapter 6 Chuunin Exam Finals. Naruto smiled, as he sensed the presence of another following him through the forest to death after he sent his two teammates back to their assigned hotel with the Kumo team, and stopped before turning around to wait for the person to reveal himself. The figure in question did just that, which was none other than Aburame Shino, who now seemed a bit nervous in a sense, and keeping a well-respected distance of him. It was most likely out of possible fear that Naruto would use his power on him and cause harm to the colony that resided within the Aburame's body. Greetings Aburame Shino. I've been expecting you. How have you been since our match earlier? Said Naruto, as he saw Shino bow his head slightly in a small greeting, and yet still seemed shaken up from what he did. I am well Namikaze-san. Though I did wish to respectfully speak to you about what you did in our match, said Shino, as he felt his bugs inside him worried about him doing this, and told the bug user to be cautious. Of course, from my understanding, all the members of the Aburame clan are rational, and an understanding group that deserves respect for what they can do. You said that you wished to speak to me about what happened in regards to our match, said Naruto, as sat down on the grass, and motioned for Shino to do the same. Yes, I wish to know what it was you did to my allies in our match, said Shino, as he saw Naruto give him a friendly smile from behind the crimson black hood, and let out a small laugh. The power I wield is something older than this world itself. It's a cosmic energy like chakra, but different all the same, and is called the Force. It surrounds all living things, whether it be the trees, the rocks, animals, and even the very insects like the ones you have inside your body. When I used my power against you, I used it in a way that your insects would listen to me through that of simple suggestion, and they obeyed because they respectfully do not have a strong enough mind to resist such a persuasion when used with this power, said Naruto, as he saw Shino nod to that statement since most of his insects were drones, and were very simple-minded in that regard. This power you call, the Force, is very interesting Namikaze-san. It almost sounds like something the Senju clan would possess in terms of their own connection to nature, said Shino, as he saw Naruto laugh further, and seemed to be acting a different manner than what he saw in the central tower. Similar I'm sure, but different nonetheless, and is something this world has yet to truly witness, said Naruto, as he rose from the ground, and Shino did the same before the two shook hands. Thank you for talking with me about this Namikaze-san, said Shino, as he respected the blonde now, and would be more cautious in confronting him in the future should they ever become enemies on the battlefield. Please, call me Naruto since formalities are not my thing. As for what I told you, I must ask that you not tell anyone about the Force, and even more so about this conversation since it will cause problems for the two of us. Knowing your counsels, they will accuse you of conversing with a possible enemy, and make problems for your clan, said Naruto, as he saw Shino raise an eyebrow at that, and seemed confused by the request. I see no logic in him doing such a thing, said Shino, since there was no logic making such false accusations. Just as there is no logic in punishing a child for the demon he carries, said Naruto, as he was referring to himself, and saw Shino stiffen slightly. Point taken, said Shino before he bowed again and left with Naruto to once more walk through the forest of death to bath in the mixture of force energy that resided here. Hokage Tower meeting room a few days later. That brat shouldn't have advanced. We threw several high-level genin at him and he still walked away like it was nothing, said Homura, as he was infuriated by the fact Naruto survived the preliminaries and that they knew little of his skills aside from that of using a sword. Regardless, Naruto did advance to the next stage, and there is nothing we can do to stop it, said the Sandaime, as he saw the Shinobi Council looking peeved at that, and knew they wanted the boy dead. I still say he needs to be punished for killing the Uchiha. Now the only one left with the Sharingan bloodline is Itachi, said a civilian council member, as news of Sasuke's death hit Konoha, and the people began weeping with a funeral service already planned within a few weeks before the Chunin exams. There were even rumors of a petition to the Hokage in naming the stadium after the fallen Uchiha. What happened in the Forest of Death was completely legal and Uchiha Sasuke did sign the form before entering that region knowing that there was a possibility the two would meet, said Aburame Shibi, as he had talked with his son about what happened during the prelims, and Shino told him that it was an enlightening experience. Regardless, the boy needs to be punished somehow, and within the legal realm of the Chunin exam rules, so the daimyo cannot punish us, said Koharu, as she saw Naruto to be a threat, and wanted the blonde to be eliminated. Such a thing is not possible, and to even suggest goes against the Fire Daimyo's orders. I don't need to remind everyone here the price the people have already paid at our feudal lord's hands prior to the Chunin exams, said Hayashi, as the Fire Daimyo had enforced his punishment on the leaf for their actions, and already several people had been publicly executed after being whipped mercilessly in front of their children after explaining why they were being punished. Two of Tsume's own cousins had been brutally destroyed before their own execution for hurting Naruto, and even their dogs were also killed just for good measure to be sure that the dogs themselves that lived in the clan knew that they were not above being punished. Our only chance now of removing Naruto is for him to die during the Chunin exam finals. Who is he facing? Said Danzo, as he saw Homura look at the current list, and scowling at it. Some genin from Kumo that killed one of the 3 sound shinobi that participated this year. If he beats him, the brat will face either Nii Yugito from Kumo, or the Kazekage's only daughter Sabaku no Temari. His teammate known only as Starkiller will be facing the last Kumo shinobi, and Momoki Haku is facing off against Nara Shikamaru, said Homura, as he got a groan from everyone in the room, and glared at Nara Shikaku. Yeah, I know, don't worry, my wife Yoshino is already taking care of it, said Shikaku, as he knew that his wife was going to handle his son's motivation and make them both proud. Their boy kind of had to, since it made Shikaku look bad in terms of being a man, and his wife Yoshino would not let either of them hear the end of it with her frying pan. And my daughter is facing Rock Lee, who has the best advantage right now since no one aside from his team knows what he's capable of right now, and considering his sensei. I do not believe my daughter can win, said Hayashi, as he had been proud that Hinata had won against one of the Kazekage's children, but Rock Lee was different, and Neji had already told him that his teammate could endure power behind Gentle Fist. There was no telling how Hinata would fare. You should at least prepare her for the upcoming fight, Hayashi-san. Your daughter may not be what many in your clan consider a proper Hyuga, but her drive to get stronger is certainly there, and I think she would actually give Mido Guy's student quite a workout, said Inoki, as he knew from what Ino told her at the school that Hinata trained hard, and saw that Hinata's skills in the prelims were pretty good too. We're getting off topic. How are we going to handle the Kyuubi brat? Said a fat civilian council member in charge of a third of the merchant district in the Leaf. Nothing, just like we all should have done after the Kyuubi was sealed and let things run their course in having his mother raise him if not his godparent before you had her killed, Danzo, said the Sandaime, as he saw Danzo not looking the least bit remorseful and just sneered back at the old cage. That woman was not from the Leaf. Kushina came from another country and seduced the Yondaime into having his bastard child, said Danzo, as felt only people born in the Leaf should live in the Leaf, and any who were not from here were considered second-class citizens. That doesn't matter. She was a valuable ally to the Leaf in the Third Shinobi War, and she should have been considered as such, said Shibi, as they all knew Kushina, and saw the woman to be quite the capable shinobi when things had to get serious. She was a red-haired whore from some weak country, who spread her legs, and crapped out a demon child, said the Haruno councilman, as he had always hated Kushina, and her damn husband the Yondaime. Enough. Do not make things any more worse than they already are. We are but a small breath away from being destroyed by the Fire Daimyo, and you want to bring about our death sooner by provoking the dragon that could make it possible by poking it right in the eye with a stick, said the Sandaime, as he could not believe that these fools would be so arrogant in doing this and wish to destroy the village the Shodaime founded. Then what do you suggest we do? Let the boy go and let it be done with. He must die, said Homura, as he had worked too hard to get into this position of power, and just lose it to this abomination of a boy. Yes, the Leaf has lost a great deal of standing with the elemental countries, our clients have dwindled dramatically, my last 2 students will not support us if Naruto wishes to get his revenge, and there are threats of alliances being destroyed to consider. If Konoha is to survive, we must play the hand we are dealt, and learn to adapt to the situation we are in, said the Sandaime, as he saw everyone looking fearful of the future, and he really couldn't blame them. The Sandaime was fearful too of the future. Sooner 1 week later. So Gaara lost. Is that what you are telling me, Baki? Said the Kazekage, as he was sitting behind the see-through curtain and was clearly not pleased with that news. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Namikaze Naruto wielded incredible power against Gaara and was only spared because the Mist Genin's teammate stopped him, said Baki, as he saw the Kazekage was now infuriated by this news and looked ready to destroy anything that stood before him. And the other two, said the Kazekage, as he glared at Baki with narrowed eyes and was now looking for another excuse to kill the Junin before him. Your eldest son Kankuro also lost to the Hyuga heiress, but your daughter Temari was victorious in her match, and will advance to the finals, said Baki, as he expected the still angry Kazekage to lash out, but surprisingly the man seemed to calm down and then started to let out a small chuckle. So one of my children isn't a complete failure. Good, then the invasion will go as planned with Gaara attacking from one side of the Leaf Village and Orochimaru-sama's forces will attack from the other. Did the snake summoning scrolls and ritual instructions arrive here like the Sannin promised they would? Said the Kazekage and saw Baki nod his head yes. The men are learning how to use them as we speak, said Baki with his head down. Good, do inform Gaara of his part in our plan and tell him that if we do succeed in this invasion due to his assistance, I will officially declare him my son, said the Kazekage, as he knew the boy wanted to be accepted, and what better way to motivate the red-haired psycho than that. Yes, Kazekage-sama, said Baki, as he left the room, and entered another few corridors down to see the three siblings. Is it him? Said Kankuro before he saw Baki shake his head no. No, it is not your father. I've served the real Kazekage long enough that he would never call Gaara his son no matter what he did, said Baki, as he looked at Gaara and saw the angry look on the boy's face. That can only mean one thing, said Temari, as she saw Baki nod, and knew what it meant for them if not all of Suna. An imposter had taken the real Kazekage's place. How do we proceed? Said Gaara, as he was now tempted to go into that room with the imposter and unleash his sand upon the man. Nothing, at least not now. We make the fake Kazekage believe we are none the wiser, but the day of the invasion, we tell everyone and abandon the plan that was created. The reason behind it is practically non-existent right now due to the last Namikaze coming back into the spotlight. When this is over, the Leaf will either be dead or dying from the attack Orochimaru is going to unleash with his own sound forces, said Baki, as they were slowly, but surely gaining clients that the Leaf normally got, and the Wind Daimyo was now arguing with the Fire Daimyo about not keeping an eye on his shinobi village. What about Namikaze Naruto and the Mist Village? I think we should have an alliance with them, said Gaara, as he would rather not be on hostile terms with Naruto, and face that kind of power again the blonde showed. We will arrange something after the invasion is over and the smoke clears, Gaara. Until then, we must play the blind servants of a false Kazekage, and wait for the right moment to reveal our true selves, said Baki, as he too wished to be an ally of Naruto, then be against him and that strange power that made Gaara face one of his darkest demons. Figuratively speaking, that is. Mizukage Tower at the moment. How's the job? Said Mei, as she walked in, and thought she was seeing double when she saw one Zabuza doing paperwork while another one sat back, reading a certain perverted orange book that women hate. Good. Naruto told me how to use shadow clones and revealed they can be used to do paperwork. Not only that, but doing it every day will boost my chakra reserves, and make my life a little bit easier, said Zabuza, as he saw the shadow clone blaring at him every few seconds, and then do the mountain of paperwork on the desk. Shadow clones. That's a leaf-only jutsu. How did Naruto-kun learn that? Said Mei, as she ignored the orange book in front of her, and focused on Zabuza for the moment. Back in Wave Country when Naruto encountered Hitaki Kakashi, he used that freaky power of his to dive into the Leaf Junin's head, and copied down all the jutsus there. It just so happens that one of them was the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and whatever the Shadow Clone knows before it's dispelled will be transferred back to the original, said Zabuza, as he saw Mei nod in understanding, and then soon felt a cold chill run up his spine with Mei looking at him with dramatic angry eyes. Okay, now that question is settled. Why are you reading that book? You have a hot woman in front of you and yet you are reading that stupid orange book. Yelled Mei, as she was now ready to deliver some female justice, and make Zabuza know that ignoring a hot girl for some perverted smut is very unwise. Oh crap, thought Zabuza before looking at his shadow clone, who was current smiling behind his bandages, and was now enjoying doing paperwork while the real Zabuza now being beaten to a bloody pulp. Am I interrupting anything? Said Naruto, as he appeared in front of the two via the window, and saw Mei bending Zabuza's arm at an odd angle. No, and how did you get here? Said Mei, as she didn't free a still in pain Zabuza, and ignoring his pleas to let him go. Shadow clones. The original is still back in the Leaf. Just thought I'd let you know that my team is in the Chuunin exam finals, which means Zabuza has to attend to see us all compete like we planned, and the Raikage will be joining us too, said the shadow clone of Naruto, who saw Mei jumping up and down with joy at the good news. She also was jumping up and down on Zabuza's spine. That's wonderful, Naruto-kun. Zabuza should be out of the hospital just in time to attend the finals, said Mei, as she let go of the crumpled form of Zabuza, and hugged the poor shadow clone in a strong grip while smothering him with her breasts. Can't breathe. thought the Naruto shadow clone before it went poof and leaving Mei with nothing. Damn, I pressed too hard. Oh well, I make sure to careful when the real Naruto-kun is in my arms and I give him a well-deserved reward for a job well done. As for you Zabuza, I think we better take you to the hospital and make sure you're all better for the Chuunin exam finals, said Mei, as she grabbed Zabuza's good arm and began dragging him to the hospital. Konoha Hospital 2 days later. Tsuchi-kin was restrained on her hospital bed, as she was to be interrogated by Ibiki shortly after waking up, and then Inoki would dive into her head to make sure they got all the information in it after that little number to her head during the prelims. Outside of her room were two ANBU guards, who went tense when a figure appeared before them, and then they went slack with a wave of the figure's hand mixed with a few suggestive words. When the door opened, the figure silently entered before shutting the door, and walked over to the hospital bed of a still unconscious Kin was on. After reading her charts, the figure smiled at the information that was on it, and was very pleased to know they had not started the interrogation yet, and left the girl ready to be molded to his design. Putting the chart down, the figure walked over to Kin's face, and placed his hand on the side of her head that made the girl's body stiffen slightly from the contact before her eyes slowly opened with a glazed look to them. Tsuchi-kin, can you hear me? Said figure in a soothing voice, as he smiled at the girl's awakening with a simple command of his power, and how she was completely bendable to his will. Yes, master, said Kin, as she felt the powerful presence connect with her mind, and while part of the girl told her to resist, she had little to no strength to do so. Good, good. Kin-chan, I need you to get dressed in the clothes I give you, and sneak out of the Leaf Village before heading to Mist. You are to report to Momoki Zabuza and tell him all that you know about Orochimaru's invasion plans for the Leaf. Afterwards, tell him that you are my loyal servant to the Namikaze clan, and that you wish to live in my clan home Mist, said Naruto, as he saw Kin nod her head slightly, and knew the girl was now within his power, forever. Yes my master, said Kin, as she felt her head injury go away, and a new desire to serve the blonde-haired boy roughly her age any way he saw fit. Rise, said Naruto, as he removed his hand from her head, then freed her from all the restraints that held her down, and saw Kin obey before handing the girl a scroll that was filled with clothing given to him by one slightly ticked Haku. Thank you my master, said Kin, as she got out of the bed, and got dressed while not even caring that she stripped herself of what little she had in front of Naruto to get fully dressed in what he gave her. Planning on making her more than just a servant my vessel, said Kyuubi, as it saw Naruto was not looking away, and was admiring the girl's figure. Perhaps, not now, but maybe later, thought Naruto, as he waited until Kin got dressed, and gave her facial bandages to cover her face. Seeing he could do no more, Naruto used the force to open the window, and left via the door while Kin left through the other. Reikage Tower at the moment. This scroll just came for you Reikage-sama. It's from Yugito's team in Konoha, said Akumo Chuunin, as he came into the man's office, and handed it to the Reikage. Well don't just stand there. Give me the damn thing, said the Reikage, as he took the scroll, and read it before his eyes widened at the contents within it. What does it say Reikage-sama? Said the Chuunin, as he knew anything from Yugito was important, and with the man's facial expression you could tell it was. Get me every Junin and ANBU that can be summoned in the village here right now. Also, get me Killer B2, and tell my little brother I'll kick his ass so hard he'll speak normally if he doesn't obey, said the Reikage, as he saw the Chuunin nod his head, and ran off to do his assigned mission. If this information was correct, not to mention the plan Yugito had been given by Naruto on how to invade the Leaf, then it wouldn't be long before they had a Hyuga here in the Kumo, and they would have a powerful bloodline to call their own. Hey there you ask for the one and only Killer B, said Killer B, as he saw his brother glare at him for his poor rhyming, and the tick mark that indicated that bad habit of his wasn't liked. I need you to be ready within a month to defend Kumo while our forces along with Mist invade Konoha, said the Reikage, as he saw Killer B look at him with surprise, and it was not without reason since the last time had been nearly solid decade ago. Back when Kumo had screwed up the kidnapping of the Hyuga clans only, at the time daughter and nearly went to war unless they got Hyuga Hayashi's body in compensation for it. Of course, the secondary plan didn't work out so well, but it did prevent a war, and that was good enough for the Lightning Daimyo since he had pushed for it with the threat of losing funding if the Reikage didn't. So we're invading the Leaf to take away their beef and you need Killer B just in case our forces need to flee, said Killer B, who saw the tick mark on his big brother go and was ready to beat the crap out of him. Yes, we are. The Namikaze practically guaranteed us at least one Hyuga to help set up our breeding program and establish a Hyuga clan here in Kumo, said the Reikage, as he saw Killer B's eyes widen in shock, and knew that a guarantee from a Namikaze was something you could invest in. Okay bro, I'll just go, said Killer B, as he saw his brother getting increasingly upset with his way of speaking, and ready to throw a mountain at him. Literally. Konoha streets 3 days later. Naruto walked through the place that was his home for 6 years before he was taken and introduced to the vast ocean of the galaxy he lived in. As he walked, Naruto sensed the ever-growing stench of fear the people now had in crossing him, and knew this was what it must be like to be Darth Vader when he walked along the bridge of a Star Destroyer with the crew being fearful of their death at his hands. Still, there were some people that were more angry, than fearful of him, and sensed they still wished to kill him if only to do the world a favor in removing him from it before their own death. Such fools would no doubt strike out at a later time, as they always do, and when that happened. Naruto was going to make them regret it. You can reveal yourself to me now. Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, said Naruto, as he had felt the man's chakra signature, and turned around to see the man make his appearance. Around them, people watched with anticipation, and some hoping the Sannin would kill Naruto to prove his loyalty to the leaf. Hey Gaki, can we talk in private? Said Jiraiya, as he felt those blue eyes now piercing his very soul and made him a bit uncomfortable at the moment. Sure, we have much to discuss, my godfather, said Naruto, as he heard people gasp, and Sannin before him nod in understanding. Follow me, Tsunade wants to see you too, said Jiraiya, as he leaped onto a nearby roof, and Naruto did the same with the Sannin leading the way. When they stopped, it was in the middle of a clearing where Tsunade and her assistant Shizune were waiting for them. Sensing through the force that there was nothing aimed at hurting him, and Naruto walked towards Tsunade, and saw that his two godparents were genuinely happy to see him after all this time. Hi Naruto-kun, how have you been? Said Tsunade, as she saw him take off his crimson hood, and show a face long since removed of baby fat. Good, the things I've seen would probably freak you out, but I've been good, and I've had an even better life living in Mist than I would here. If you ever want to live in Mist, I know the Mizukage could give you a good deal on a house there, and help you set up your own medic program there, said Naruto, as he knew Tsunade wanted to have at least one member of Shinobi team be a medic nin to keep fatalities down and survival rates up. Of course the two councils on the leaf had used their influence on the old Sandaime to shoot it down, saying it was too expensive, and real Shinobi can endure the battles they face before throwing the program on the shelf to collect dust. Tempting, but not right now. The only thing I want is to hug my godson and let him know that he would have been loved by me, said Tsunade, as she walked over to Naruto and gave him a hug that a parent would give their child. Luck brat, thought Jiraiya, as he would kill the Tsuchikage to get a hug from Tsunade and not be fearful of getting his oh-so-precious manhood crushed by a well-placed super strength-enhanced kick there. Thank you, my godmother, said Naruto, as he felt the love the woman held for him, the pain she felt in knowing they had all been betrayed by Konoha, and wished things had been different for the two of them since the Kyuubi first attacked. Okay, now that is finally settled, you Naruto have less than a full month to get ready for the Chuunin exam finals, and I think it's only right that we being your loving godparents help train you in what we know, said Jiraiya, as he has missed over a decade worth of time in being with his godson and was going to make it up to the boy. Depends what it is you tend to teach me. Ero Sennin, said Naruto, as he read the Toad Sannin's mind and saw how his old man called Jiraiya that. Hey, just because I peep on women for research doesn't make me a bad person, said Jiraiya, as he was shocked that Naruto called him that, but in all honesty, the Toad Sannin did miss being called that and was going to let it slide, for now. Yes it does, you stupid pervert, said Tsunade, as she got in his face ready to pound him to the ground and give him a taste of her right hook. Says you flat chest, said Jiraiya, as he glared back with equally comedic-looking angry eyes. What did you just call me? Said Tsunade, as he had her hand cocked back, and Jiraiya was ready to turn his hair into needles. Could you two stop for just an entire second? Said Naruto, as he saw his godparents looking at him, and he smiled at the comedic angry faces they made now directed at him. Why, said both Sannin before they saw Naruto make a time is being wasted motion with his hands with the right pointing to his wrist like it had a watch on it. You're wasting time arguing when you could help train me instead, said Naruto, as he saw the two look at each other and then grin sheepishly at their immature actions. Sorry, said the two before all three of them had a good laugh and began to work out a training schedule to train the young Namikas. Jiraiya wanted Naruto to learn summoning, sealing, and at very least one of two signature jutsus that Minato could do, that was the rasengan. Tsunade wanted Naruto to learn how to use medical jutsus and learn more about the human body in terms of how to heal it. For Naruto, the training with Jiraiya was not a problem, but with Tsunade's teachings, he had one request, and it was for the slug Sannin to teach his female teammate Haku, since she was a skilled medic in her own right when it came to healing. Tsunade agreed since it was clear the girl had potential in being a medic from what her godson told her about Haku's knowledge of plants that help heal others. Naruto also asked Tsunade to give Kimimaro a checkup since he had used his power with Kyuubi's chakra to purge a lung disease from the albino's body and felt Tsunade giving him one would be in the K-guy's best interest. So while Jiraiya taught Naruto, the blonde's two teammates went with Tsunade and thus began a new way of training for the Chuunin exams. Chuunin Exam Stadium Day of the exams. Today was a very big day for the Leaf, as the Chuunin exam finals had come and all the people plus various clients from all over the elemental countries were there. Though if the clients were honest with themselves, they were only here to see the shinobi of Kumo, Mist, and sooner compete to see if they were skilled like the rumors said. As for the Leaf shinobi, who were participating today, they felt a bit deflated if you will due to the fact that they were not the vast majority of young Chuunin potentials here today, and it was clear to the people in the Leaf watching things here today. Even more so with Uchiha Sasuke, as well as the rest of Team 7 now dead, and Hitaki Kakashi being rarely seen by anyone in the Leaf. Those that did see the son of the White Fang, only saw a broken shell of a man, and the guilt of losing his students, mostly Sasuke, during the Chuunin exams weighed heavily on his mind. Even more so when it was rumored the Junin had crossed paths with Team 7's killer, Namikaze Naruto, the demon's hand now currently residing within the mist, and had a simple conversation. Flashback 1 week ago. You shouldn't be here, Naruto, said Kakashi, as he was at the memorial stone looking at the names of his most precious of people written on it, and the most recent group that had been added, that was his genin team. Funny, many said that to me when I was younger, only they used such colorful words like demon, monster, and Kyuubi brat, to name a few. Though considering my father's name is on this stone, I think I have a right to be here, and miss him just like everybody else, said Naruto, as he saw the Junin's head turn slightly to face him, and had a dark look in the one normal eye. You have no right to call him your father. You betrayed him, said Kakashi, as he saw Naruto now laughing at him, and made the Junin feel an even greater sense of anger. I betrayed my father. That is your lame excuse. How exactly could I betray my own father? Said Naruto in a mocking fashion while Kakashi balled his fists up. You left the village. You caused it pain. You hold the, said Kakashi, but he didn't finish that last part, and sensed Naruto's smile grow further. Kyuubi, is that the word you wish to say in that last part? Just because I hold the demon inside of me, which by the way my father did to me, doesn't mean I betrayed him, and if anything he betrayed me for doing it. As for leaving the village, why should I stay in a place that hates me more than it does Iwa? Why stay in a place where they beat, stab, and burn a child for holding something he had no say in? Which brings me to last part in me causing the village pain. My answer to that is, I was just returning the favor to the leaf for the first 6 years of my life and making him know that I was not going to take their abuse lying down. Besides, if anyone betrayed my father, it was you and the rest of the village, since honoring his dying wish seems beyond your capabilities, said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi turn to face him with a masked face full of anger and knew the man wanted to rush towards him with a raikiri to the heart. Your father was a great man. How you can be his son speaking like that, I will never know, and maybe I don't want to know, said Kakashi, as he sees Naruto grinning further and sees the sharp teeth like a fox's sticking out. I got one better. How you can be my father's student speaking like you are to his only son, I will never understand, and I know for a fact, my father would be ashamed of you. Maybe that's why he liked being in company of your Uchiha friend, who did a very noble thing in giving his life for you, even if it was not a well-placed investment, and got this in the near future. What was his name? Alto, Bolto, Obito, that's it, that is the name of my father's real student. The one that should have lived after the Third Shinobi War and was considered closer to my father than you ever could be, said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi's real eye widen and then narrow in anger before preparing to charge at him with a raikiri. Damn you, said Kakashi, as he created the raikiri and was about to charge when a pair of hands grabbed him from the ground before pulling him deep into the earth until only the head remained. Shadow clones, you've just got to love them. Oh, one more thing, Kakashi, the Raikage wanted me to tell you the raikiri is a lovely lightning jutsu, and is happy that you have contributed your fair share of lightning jutsus to him, said Naruto, as he walked off to leave an angry Kakashi screaming out curses and calling the blonde names that were all ignored no matter how hard the Junin tried to infuriate his sensei's son. Nothing the Junin shouted had the power to anger the last Namikas. End flashback. You all know the plan, said Naruto whispered to his Kumo allies, who nodded their heads, and saw Temari looking a bit nervous. Of course, Temari had every right to be nervous after she found out a few hours ago that Mist and Kumo were planning an invasion that would cripple if not take down the leaf while the Konoha shinobi fought the forces of sound. Temari was worried when Naruto told her about the plan, as it meant that she could be considered a risk and be removed from the equation altogether should the Namikas wish it. However, Naruto had simply told Temari that such an action against her was not the case, and when the invasion happened that all the allied forces attacking the leaf were not to engage the eldest of the Kazekage's siblings unless she attacked them. When asked by Temari on why he was doing this, Naruto simply smiled, and told her that her destiny lied elsewhere outside of Konoha. Of course, to make it seem like nothing was going on with Suna helping either allied force, Temari would have to fight Nia Yugito to her fullest potential and not worry about the end result. Time for the first exam to start. Will Osmosis Omoy and Namika's Naruto prepare for battle while the rest of the competitors head towards the fighter's box, said Genma, as he saw many in the crowd scowling at Naruto and only the clients looking on in interest at the blonde. Are you ready, Namika's Naruto, said Omoy, as he drew his two swords while he now waited for Naruto remove his crimson black robes before calling to his hand a long cylinder-type object that he brought in front of his person horizontally before revealing two crimson blades coming out of either end of the cylinder. You will have to forgive me if I remove one of your limbs, as these blades will do just that, and cripple your body beyond repair, said Naruto, as he sensed the shock of the people in the stands seeing this weapon, and the Sandime watching in the cage booth with the Raikage along with Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage also shocked to see such an item. Ready, fight, said Genma, as he leaped back to see Omoy charge forward, and Naruto moved gracefully with his weapon before slicing the metal swords to pieces that was then followed up with an acrobatic motion that ended in a leaning down stance with his weapon at the ready. My swords, said Omoy in shock, as he Naruto smirked at him, and make a come at me, hand motion. I told you, this weapon in my hands will cut through your flesh, and it will do so like it did the metal that made up your swords. I would rather not slay you since you are an ally of the Mist and I will give you this one chance to surrender, before I return you back to Kumo in pieces, said Naruto, as he saw Omoy shake his head no and go through hand signs. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. said Omoi, as he sent a lightning jutsu on Naruto, who raised his free hand, and mimicking what he saw in one of the few rare Jedi holocrons the Emperor had in his possession on Bis before using the Force to absorb the lightning into his outstretched appendage. Though it wasn't easy to do. Damn, I can't do that again. At least not without practice at a later time. Though seeing the surprise on Omoi's face at what I just did with his lightning jutsu, I doubt he will do that again and be more cautious. After all, we have a crowd to entertain, thought Naruto with a smile on his face. How did you do that? Said Omoi, as he didn't know the blonde could absorb lightning like that and was indeed hesitant to do that again. Sorry, trade secret. However, it would be rude to not return the favor with a lightning attack of my own, said Naruto, as he shot out Sith lightning at Omoi, who got hit with the blast and sent flying into the air before hitting the ground unconscious. Winner, Namikaze Naruto, said Genma, as he was shocked at what he saw and a bit unnerved that the spiky blonde-haired boy had absorbed lightning before shooting it out of his hand. Recalling his robe back to his person, Naruto used the Force to levitate Omoi over to the medial station where Tsunade began to heal the Kumo shinobi and make sure he was back to being 100%. Do you have a problem in knowing what we plan to do, Tsunade-san, said Naruto, as he heard Temari's and Yugito's name being called. I must admit, I do feel some conflict within me, but then I think back to how the people have betrayed you, Minato, Kushina, and the entire Senju clan all the way down to my grandfather the Shodime Hokage. I just don't care anymore for the Leaf, said Tsunade, as she had been told along with Jiraiya about the invasion, and told him not to help the Leaf at all. At first, Tsunade had felt the urge to try stopping Naruto, as did Jiraiya since this village was their home, but it all stopped when the blonde used the Force to project his life in the village while growing up in it, and they instantly changed their minds. Of course, the two Sannin made a request to protect the innocent people in the Leaf that were not guilty of crimes against him, and Naruto had agreed since he wasn't about to be a cruel person like so many had claimed him to be. Naruto was brought out of his musing when he heard Nihai Yugito become the winner, as he turned to see the blonde from Kumo was covered in the Nibi's chakra and ready to slay the Kazekage's eldest before stopping at the last moment. Seeing Temari was also in need of medical attention, Naruto used the Force to float her over to the medical station and place her down on a temporary bed with Yugito following since she needed a small medical patch job too. Not to mention some new clothes since the ones she had on were pretty badly torn. Will Starkiller and Kasu Karui please come to the arena floor for their match, said Genma, as he saw both competitors leap out of the box and onto the arena floor at the same time. Kimimaro, there is no need to hold back in this fight. It's time to show everyone what you can do, said Naruto through the Force and saw Kimimaro nod his head once in understanding. Yes, Naruto-sama, thought Kimimaro, as he drew his bone sword with ivory hilt, and then to everyone's shock that didn't know he was a Kage made pointed bone fragments come out of his left arm. Your arm. There is only one clan that can do what you just did, but it's been said they were killed when they attacked the mist and were crushed shortly after, said Karui, as she readied herself for battle with her swords and hoped the months she spent training had paid off. I am the last of the clan. My real name is not Starkiller of the Mist, but rather my name is Kage Kimimaro of the Mist, said Kimimaro, as he sensed killer intent from the stand where Orochimaru was currently glaring at him for his betrayal and smirked with a strange sense of satisfaction. A rare bloodline limit indeed. I must have him for my root program and to breed my own line of Kage warriors, thought Danzo, as he was watching the whole event from his shadowy position in the stands. Ready, fight, said Genma, as he saw this was going to get pretty nasty and saw the two charge each other before engaging in an all-out close combat duel that looked to be to the death. The battle was, for the lack of a better word, was beautiful, as the two shinobi fought in what many would have thought was a strange exotic dance, as they matched the other move for move, and focusing on nothing else except the foe before them. For Kimimaro, it had been a long time since anyone had matched him in such a manner of combat, and for some reason felt his heart pulse a bit quicker than what he would normally feel when fighting. As for Karui, she was in her own world, and felt her own heart pumping at an excited rate that was beyond normal adrenaline-made actions. When the two deadlocked for what would be the final time in this fight, they broke apart when neither would give in to the other in terms of strength, and looked at each other with strong unflinching eyes that told the other they were no stranger to pain. Each shinobi had a look in their eyes that told the other they were ready for anything that was thrown at them by their opponent, and moved at the same time with blazing speed with the intent of being the victor of this match. A flash of metal, the clanging echo that rang from steel hitting bone, and the silence that came soon afterwards with each shinobi having their backs to the other. No one breathed, as they waited to see just who among the two combatants would fall, and just who would be declared the winner of the fight. Blood soon came out of Kimimaro's torso, as had been cut diagonally by Karu's sword, but he did not fall to his knees despite the pain, and willed himself to stand proud. As for Karui herself, she was cut deeply with a horizontal slash to her stomach, and she too was enduring the pain not to fall. Slowly turning, they each saw the other's wounds, and each gave a salute with their blades, not unlike what Naruto did at the prelims before facing Tenten. Still, it was clear that these two deeply respected one another, and tried hard to finally use their swords to support them before their strength fully gave out. The match is a draw. Neither competitor can fight, said Genma, as he saw neither could go on fighting, though it wasn't like they didn't try and aggravate their injuries further. That's enough from both of you. "Do not let your pride destroy your spirit," said Naruto, as he appeared before both shinobi, and saw them look at him for a second before each gave a nod to his reasoning. With that settled, Naruto took them to the medical station where Tsunade went to work on healing Kimimura while Shizune healed Karui of their injuries. "The next match will be Nara Shikamaru and Momoki Haku," said Genma, as he saw the look hesitation from Shikamaru in going down there and get his butt kicked by Haku. "Great, I knew it would to come to this. Well, I might as well give up and take my ever-inevitable beating at the hands of my mum," thought Shikamaru, as he was about to raise his hand and give up when a sudden pull from an invisible presence grabbed him before it threw him off the balcony onto the stadium floor. Not the most graceful way of making someone participate, but it worked, and that's what matters, thought Naruto with a smirk on his face, as he knew Shikamaru would try to give up when facing a girl, and since this was Haku the Nara was facing, the boy should have had a white flag with the words, "I give up," written on it. Sadly for the Nara, he didn't have one, and now he had to pay. "Okay, it's official. Kami is definitely a woman and she hates me," thought Shikamaru, as he got off the ground, and cracked his neck before seeing Haku standing there waiting for him to move closer so the ref could signal the start of the fight. "Go Haku, I've got 500 Ryu says you kicked the Nara's lazy ass." Zabuza, as he saw the three other cages looking at him in shock, and he glared at them that basically dared them to question his parenting skills in betting on his adopted daughter to win. It would only be bad parenting skills if he bet against her. "Oh yeah, like I didn't need that bringing me down," thought Shikamaru, as he saw the senbon needles in Haku's hands appear, and mentally clenched his ass since he had a distinct feeling that it was about to become a pincushion. "Ready, fight," said Genma, as he knew just who would win this fight, and almost felt sorry for the Nara. Acting quickly, Haku threw a barrage of senbon needles at Shikamaru, which resulted in the lazy Nara dodging the attacks, and soon it turned into a weird mating dance of sorts with Nara air dodging the attacks using awkward positions. It was actually funny from the stands, as the client saw Haku make a mockery of the Nara clan, and Konoha in general, much to the annoyance of said people in the leaf. "Time to end this silly dance. 1,000 flying needles a death," said Haku, as she summoned 1,000 ice needles from the moisture in the air, and with a simple stomp of her sandaled foot the needles came down upon the Nara with vicious precision. When it was over, Shikamaru was covered head to toe with needles, and collapsed face first on the ground after simply saying, "Ow," in a boring voice in an almost comedic-like fashion. "Winner by knockout, Momoki Haku," said Genma, as he saw many people in stands from the leaf now booing Haku for winning against the Nara, and Shikamaru himself for losing in such a pathetic manner. Of course, he would have lost anyway since he hadn't trained the entire month, with the exception being that of playing mental games, and his mum hitting him with a frying pan every day to get him to outside to train. Maybe that was why the attack Haku hit him with felt so pleasant when compared to his mother's frying pan. Walking over to Naruto, who was still at the medical station, Haku removed her mask so the blonde could see the proud look that now showed on her face, and without even a word being spoken she grabbed the slightly younger boy before giving him a passionate kiss with tongue. Haku didn't care that Tsunade, Shizune, and everyone in the station saw her kissing Naruto, since there was an invasion happening soon with the chance of one of them dying. Though Naruto said otherwise, the fact he at one point mentioned the future always being in motion was not something to overlook, and was going to let the blonde know exactly what she felt for him in terms of their relationship. It wasn't like she didn't try. Haku had tried so hard to tell, express, and basically scream out how she felt about Naruto to him after his arrival in Mist leading up to the Chunin exam finals. Haku knew that Naruto knew of her feelings, but she also knew that he wanted her to speak out, and say them willingly without fear. And as we all know, actions speak louder than words. "I take it that was not just a good luck kiss," said Naruto after the two finally parted their connected mouths, with Haku breathing heavily while he regulated his breathing using the force. "When this is over, we have much to talk about, and I were not going to have any kind of interruptions," said Haku, as she gave him a "don't fight me on this" look, and saw him smile at her before nodding in understanding. "I wouldn't have it any other way," said Naruto, as he along with Haku heard a hissing sound behind him and saw Yugito looking feral at this moment. "I wanted Naruto-kun. He's mine," said Yugito, as she wasn't going to let this girl steal her mate, and was going to fight for the prize that was her alpha. "No, he's mine," said Haku, as she drew senbon needles to her hands, and Yugito once more had Nibi's fire surrounding her. "That's enough from both of you. Since I am the last of the Namika's clan, I am allowed to have multiple wives, but before I consider marriage, I would like to get to know you both better, and see how things go from there." "Agreed," said Naruto, as he didn't want these two fighting in such a reckless fashion, and the two reluctantly nodded their heads. Though they still glared at each other with the words, "He's mine," in their heads, with looks of promise to knock the other off the path to being with the last Namikas. "Now for the last semi-final match. Hyuga Hinata vs Rock Lee," said Genma, as he saw Lee leap down, and Hinata shortly joined her opponent on the arena floor. "Even though we are opponents, Lady Hyuga, I wish you the best of luck in our match, and hope you prove to be a worthy adversary like your cousin on my team," said Lee, as he got into his taijutsu stance while Hinata got into her gentle fist stance, and prepared for battle. In the stands, Neji smirked at the sight of his cousin trying to put up a strong front, but deep down he knew that she was no match for Lee, since Lee was no match for him, and thus was bound to lose to the spandex boy. For Neji, it would be an excuse to have the Hyuga elders brand the girl with the caged bird seal and make his pain her own, so she understood the humiliation of being a slave in all but name in their clan. Soon Hinata-sama, my rank will be shared by you, and share the pain of being labeled as a second class amongst our so-called family, thought Neji, as he watched with Tenten and Guy with the fight about to start. Fear not, Hinata-chan, for I have faith in you, and know that you will do your best, said Naruto through the force to Hinata, who was shocked at hearing Blonde's voice in her head and wondered if she was hallucinating somehow. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, as she somehow felt his presence near her own and felt the courage to fight all out against Lee. We will talk later, Hinata-chan. Now is the time to prove to me just how strong you are, said Naruto, as he saw her from the medical station, and how Hinata's gentle fist posture strengthened significantly with an even greater determination. Naruto-kun, did you use your power to help the Hyuga girl? Said Haku, as she saw the intense look Naruto had for a moment that was directed at Hinata, and then noticed the change in posture. Not in the way you're thinking. There is an old technique in using the Force called battle meditation, but it's extremely difficult to do, even by a master of the Force, which I can assure you I am not quite yet, and simply gave Hinata-chan some additional confidence by letting her hear my voice, said Naruto, as he had been experimenting with battle meditation back in Mist, but never got it down since it took a lot out of him, and knew it would be unfair to do it for Hinata in this fight too. The girl needed to prove she could hold her own in a fight without that kind of support. Ready, fight, said Genma, as he saw Lee dash forward with incredible speed, and Hinata moving with agile grace to dodge the attack. Unlike with Shikamaru when he fought Haku in his match, Hinata's moves were graceful and used her gentle fist in a way that defied the traditional straight-line Hyuga way of fighting. It was a secret she learned when training by herself away from the prying eyes of others like the rest of her clan, who would all frown upon this style and ban its use while stating it was a perverse version of the traditional style. While that was her defense, Hinata used her gentle fist jutsu with the Byakugan for the offense, and struck Lee hard in the ribs, though unlike normal gentle fist requirements she did not send chakra through her palm, so it didn't cripple the spandex boy. Lee skidded back, holding his ribs for a second before he realized that Hinata had not hit him using the brutality behind the gentle fist jutsu, and remembered what Neji once told him about his cousin. It had been right before the Chuunin exams with Lee's team wishing him luck, which Tenten did with her telling him to fight Naruto, and kick the blonde barker's ass so hard to mist his ass bleeds for a month, before she blushed at her choice of words. As for Neji, he told Lee that Hinata did not have the proper discipline of a real Hyuga, and would not use the gentle fist properly to defeat him, so fate would declare him the winner. Though deep down, Lee knew that was not the case, as Hinata's graceful counters to his taijutsu and strike that could have won her the match in a single moment been any real indication. Pushing that fact aside, Lee still continued on, as he fought the young Hyuga heiress, and found her not so easy to defeat like Neji made her out to be. Part of him wished to use some of his more secret weapons among his taijutsu arsenal, but Guy had told him to hold off on that until facing Naruto. If Kami willing, he beat Hinata in his match, and see if the blonde could withstand such an onslaught. Hinata, however, seemed to be determined to stop Lee from advancing to the next round, and pushed back the green spandex boy once more with her gentle fist, sans the chakra in the open palm that hit his body again in the shoulder. Lee frowned a bit, knowing that this was twice now that Hinata could have defeated or injured him should she use an all-out gentle fist palm thrust. Proctor, I surrender, said Lee calmly, as he saw the shock in the Proctor's, Hinata's, and everyone else's eyes at his statement. Care to explain why? Said Genma, as he had thought that Lee had some remote chance of winning even if it was against a Hyuga, and wondered why the boy gave up. Twice already, my opponent had hit me twice with hits that could have defeated, or led to my defeat in the near future, while I have not landed a single deceived blow that would equal to hers, said Lee, as he was not about to remove his weights, or use several other secrets Guy taught him against a girl younger than him. Very well, winner of the match is Hyuga Hinata, said Genma, as he saw many people had a mixed reaction to this, and yet he was proud of the boy for knowing when he was beat. Lee was holding back, said Haku, as she saw Naruto nod, and yet it didn't seem to stop him from staring at the now blushing Hyuga looking back at her boy. Yes, but so did Hinata. Even if Lee's advantage was greater than Hinata's, his honor that defines him would not permit the use of such things upon his opponent, and was indeed correct about those 2 hits she landed on his body. Hinata could have won the match right away, but would have crippled Lee and sent him to the hospital broken beyond that of his physical appearance. Lee knew this, but continued on in hopes he could match her, and was hit again with another attack meant to cripple him if it had chakra to back it up. I must admit, it would have been close. Even with my insight using the Force, it could have gone either way, and neither future was really determined at this point, said Naruto, as he knew Lee had a chance to win if he kept going, but so did Hinata with her own tricks yet to be revealed, and saw multiple outcomes. It is a shame the Chuunin exams is about to be crashed. They would have easily been promoted after this whole thing was over, said Yugito, as she was looking at the Hyuga girl with interest, but then saw Naruto shaking his head at her, and indicating that was not the Hyuga he promised the raikage. The one your team is going to take is in the stands with his team. He's a branch member, but a prodigy nonetheless, and I can disable the seal on his forehead so you don't have to worry about Kumo being screwed because of it, said Naruto, as he knew that it wasn't exactly what the raikage wanted originally, since he wanted a female Hyuga, but the Namikas had told the man that Hyuga Neji, and with his seal disabled, will be able to give him his own Hyuga clan in Kumo much faster than with one female. His teammates are going to be pissed at us, said Karui, as she was now up, and ready to fight despite soreness that ran through her body. Neji cares little for them. It's sad really. His heart is too bitter to care about others that are outside of his own mindless needs, which will make his transition to Kumo all the more easier, and quicker when this is over since it will stick it to main family he hates so much. Inform the Raikage that it's time for the invasion Yugito-chan. You too Haku-chan. Tell Zabuza to execute Order 66, said Naruto, as he smirked at the idea of taking a page out of his old Sith Master's playbook in terms of code words before a sneak attack, and use these exams against the Leaf like the Emperor had used the Clone Wars against the Republic to destroy it from the inside. It will be done Naruto-kun, said Yugito and Haku before they glared at each other with them leaving to head to their respected cages. Are you prepared to do what needs to be done godmother? Said Naruto, as he saw the woman close her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. I am. I've seen the village my grandfather founded become corrupt and rotten from the inside. I know what I need to do for this, said Tsunade, as she saw Shizune nodding too, and knew that this place was not the Leaf village they had once loved. Then I'll leave that to you. Come Kimimaro, the real battle has only now just begun, said Naruto, as an explosion was heard in the cage booth, and further down in different areas of the village. What about me, my brothers, and my sensei? Said Temari, as she knew by now all Suna forces knew the truth, and would pull back without sound noticing. As I said before Temari-chan, neither Mist nor Kumo will attack you, or your family unless you attack first. Fortunately, Jiraiya was able to examine Gaara's seal, and fix it so he will be able to sleep at night without problems. He will be ready to become Kazekage of Suna soon, as I have foreseen it, and when that happens I look forward to the day you visit to discuss an alliance with Mist, said Naruto, as he gave Temari a wink, which had the end result of her blushing before she rushed off to get her siblings and sensei to get the hell out of the Leaf village. It was Judgment Day for the Leaf. Omake morning of the Chuunin exams. Kimimaro stood outside of Naruto's bedroom, as he had been standing there for a good 4 maybe 5 hours, and had been told not to come in no matter what by the blonde via the Force. Kimimaro obeyed of course since he had no reason to disobey Naruto, nor was he going to even consider disobeying the blonde when it came to such an order. Hey Starkiller, said Omoi, as he walked over to the albino, and saw the young Mist Shinobi looking back at him before giving a simple nod. Hello Osmosis Omoi, how was you this morning? Said Kimimaro, as he saw still quite tired Kumo Shinobi had bags under his eyes and saw he got very little sleep. Good, though I had a bit of trouble sleeping last night, said Omoi, as he had heard noises and other sounds before they suddenly ended like a soundproof jutsu had been put up. I see, how unfortunate for you. Hopefully, it won't stop you from performing to the best of your ability against Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he saw Omoi nod his head, and then frown a bit when he saw Karui coming out of her room with bags under her eyes like him. Someone was partying too much last night, said Karui, as she cracked her neck, and then moved her upper body around to crack her back. No shit, hey Starkiller, where are your teammates, and for that matter where the hell is Yugito? Said Omoi, as he realized everyone here for their 2 respected sides except for those 3. They are around, said Kimimaro, as he did not look back at the door behind him, and tried not to hint where it was the 3 were. Okay, well, when you see them, tell those 3 barkers we'll be waiting for them at the arena, and remind them not to be late, said Omoi, as he was oblivious to what was going on while Karui looked at the door, and then Kimimaro with narrowed eyes before she went with her teammate while muttering something about perverts and clans. It was solid 2 more hours later before the door behind the albino went click to signify it was now unlocked, and the door opened with the thick smell of sex spilling out into the hallway. Walking out with a glowing look on their faces was Nii Yugito, Momoki Haku, Sabaku no Temari, Tsuchikin, Isis Tenten, Matarashi Anko, and Hyuga Hinata before they gave about a Kimimaro moments prior to fleeing the area to take a nice shower in the privacy of their own home. Are you all right Naruto-sama? Said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto walk out in a bathrobe, and had a smile on his face could have outshined the sun. Let's just say the force is now flowing through each girl right now and leave it at that, said Naruto, as he headed towards Kimimaro's room to take a shower there since the shower in his own room was only just recently labeled, out of order. Yes Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he took a curious peek into the room before his whole body turned green, and dived for the nearest trash can to vomit the contents of his stomach from the last couple of days. Force flowing through them or not, no room should have to look like that after a night of incredible stress-relieving sex, and without some kind of warning to the cleaning crew. Chapter 7 No Leaf Village for an Old Man. The invasion of the Leaf had begun. The plan that Naruto had created was coming to full fruition, as Kumo and Mist forces overwhelmed the Leaf. It didn't matter that the Sound forces under the command of Orochimaru had invaded either, as they were caught in the crossfire and then quickly decimated their ranks without mercy. Without Tsunade's support, the Sound forces stood little to no chance in hell of succeeding, and were nothing more than mindless animals being slaughtered. Naruto knew that all the civilians would be moved to secret locations within the Hokage Monument, as they would safe there and could wait out the invasion. Naruto himself had used the Hokage Monument himself, as he had on more than one occasion when escaping villagers seeking out his blood found multiple places to hide in when in there, and served him well in memorizing every good spot there was with plenty of room to run should his hiding spot ever be discovered. As for the streets themselves, the Leaf forces were at the moment currently engaging Allied forces, and temporarily holding their own though the ground was slowly giving. While this happened, the Namikaze headed towards one of the many sources of his pain that was Danzo, who was quickly leaving for his home guarded by his private security force, that was once root, and no doubt wait until smoke cleared to take what he felt would be his in the end once this was over. Naruto had no intention of letting the man live to see the sunset. When the old crippled warhawk got near his house, which was more of a mansion than anything, the blonde demon vessel used the force in mixture with the rasengan that Jiraiya taught him during the 1 month to launch the ball out of his hands and at the root shinobi that guarded him. The root shinobi that was hit took the attack directly in the skull and splattered brain tissue all over the place, with the second bodyguard now drawing his sword. "You have no idea just how long I have waited for this moment since I learned the truth about what you did in killing my mother," said Naruto, as he appeared behind the two, and saw Danzo glaring at him with his one eye. "Anyone who is not born in the Leaf and is an abomination like yourself is a threat to the Leaf. If only that old fool had listened to me, the threat you possessed would have been removed, and made the village stronger by making you a weapon that could be controlled by me," said Danzo, as he saw the blonde smile at him, and it made the old warhawk angry. "Perhaps you should have let my mother live to raise me, instead of just killing her, and then convincing the old man to let the villagers attempt to beat me into submission. You made your fears come to life by setting in motion everything that would make it a reality in the first place. Killing my mother, denying my father's last wish, and then trying to set things up that would force me into submission just so I would one day to be your prized pet to fetch your slippers when your feet are cold under the Hokage's desk after you used me to overthrow the old man. When I was growing up in this place, I was a lot smarter than I let people think I was, so I could make them think I was not a threat, and only use my brains when they served the means of avoiding people that tried to hurt me. Before I was taken away from here, I knew that the only way to learn the truth was to take what I could, and give nothing back that wasn't worth giving. The instant I knew the truth of what happened to my family, which I promise you I would have regardless of what you would try, I had every intention of tearing this place to pieces, and nothing short of Kami coming down from the heavens themselves was going to stop me from taking what was mine. I made that little promise to myself years ago before my former masters, as they trained me to my fullest potential within the rules they themselves set, and became their prized weapon. You cannot believe the wonders I have seen, the places I have been to that make all your ambitions seem so meaningless, and make you realize just how much of an insignificant speck of life you are in the universe," said Naruto, as he saw Danzo look at him with anger and hatred at his words, knowing they hurt his very pride down to the core. "Insignificant speck? Me? How dare you? I am the greatest shinobi of all time. It is you who is the insignificant speck when compared to me, and I will not stand by while you insult the future god of this world that will change it in the way only I can," said Danzo, as he removed the bandages on his face and arms to reveal Sharingan eyes that had been surgically attached to them. "You think those eyes will help you? I'm not using the fox's power so much that I have to depend upon it like a drug, you fool. You think I am unaware of the Sharingan's power when it comes to the Kyuubi? The fox practically confessed to me how those eyes work in regards to his power, and I don't need it to exact my revenge," said Naruto, as he saw Danzo frowning, and saw his root army now with weapons at the ready. "Even still, I have the power of my root shinobi here for support, and they will try to kill you long after you're dead," said Danzo, as he smirked at how he had the boy now and was going to kill the brat before dissecting him for further power. "Power? The quantity of your root shinobi being here in greater numbers is something that you believe is power. How wrong you are. I will show what true power is, and it's not something you can take by surgically attaching it to your body," said Naruto, as he grinned wickedly at Danzo, and called upon the power of the dark side within his body before channeling it into his eyes to use a skill known as Deadly Sight. It was in that moment, Danzo knew something was wrong, as he felt something, his face getting increasingly warm to the point where it felt like it was on fire, and he wasn't the only one. Around him, his root shinobi began to spasm in pain, and cry out before their faces started to burn. Danzo tried to retaliate with his Sharingan eyes, but found them to be unresponsive due to his face being destroyed, and death claiming him to take to the Shinigami for judgment. Ending the force technique that strained his force reserves, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment to let them rest, and then opened them to see the old warhawk had died along with the rest of his forces that were in his line of sight. Knowing that this was one down and several to go, the Namikaze head out to the location of the other two that were guilty of crimes against him so he could deliver their heads to the old Hokage. Right before he took that man's head to Chunin Exam Stadium at the moment, Kimimaro quickly cut through a no-named Leaf shinobi with his blade before shooting several bone missiles from his left arm, hitting several Chunin from behind. Not far from him, Karui was taking down Leaf shinobi that got in her way, as they were given a joint mission to help Kumo acquire a Hyuga to start a clan in the hidden village and to learn the secrets of the Byakugan. "Do you see the target?" said Kimimaro, as he was now beside the female Kumo shinobi, and the two moved to kill an enemy aimed at the other's back. "Yes, he's with his two teammate and Junin sensei," said Karui, as the two moved again in perfect synchronization, and cut down 3 more shinobi, each. "We have one shot to grab the target. I have the anti-seal. Naruto-sama had Jiraiya of the Sannin make sure the target seal is negated upon being used. Once that is done, I will cover your escape, and give you time with your genin team to get back to Kumo," said Kimimaro, as those had been his orders, and the albino had every intention of fulfilling them down to the last letter. For her part, Karui blushed slightly at his statement, as he had said it with such passion in his voice, and the intensity in his eyes told her that he would give his life if it meant to the success of her mission. I am ready. We must move as one, said Kaori, as she saw him nod, and the two moved forward with incredible speed towards one Hyuga Neji. Acting once more in perfect synchronization, Kimimaro kicked away roughly. Kaori disarmed Tenten of her sword before knocked the bun-haired girl into her sensei, and then the last Kagaya in the elemental countries got within Neji's personal space to hit the anti-seal tag after parting the headband that covered it. In that moment, Neji froze in the implication that someone had hit him, much less hit him right there of all places on his head, before Karui came up behind him and hit the Hyuga branch prodigy in the back of the neck that made him fall unconscious. With their prize now on Kimimaro's shoulders intact, Karui let out a whistle noise to signify Omo to follow her and help get their prize out of the village long enough for the Kagaya to pass it on to her to be taken to Kumo. Tenten, Lee, and Guy called out to Neji, even though it was pointless with their attempt to pursue, being blocked by wall of bone spikes shooting out of the ground behind Kimimaro that the Kagaya created to cut off any kind of pursuit. Moments later, the trio was struck by knockout gas, and darkness claimed their vision before Mist Shinobi scooped them up to depart from the village. In another part of the stadium, the same thing was happening to the other rookie genin teams, and throughout the village itself, with the various clans' homes being systematically targeted. Roof of the stadium at the moment. Well, this is a surprise. 2 cages are here with me to take on one old formerly retired one with a few of their shinobi to help. You can't even imagine how delightful this is for me right now, Sarutobi-sensei, said Orochimaru, as his sound 4 bodyguards made the barrier he created to keep him from being interrupted, and while it wasn't how things were supposed to be planned, the Sannin was not going to ignore the sheer luck. Don't assist Orochimaru in fighting me, Mizukage-sama. Reikage-sama. My traitorous student will strike you down when your back is turned, said the Sandaime, who saw the 3 facing him while Yugito and Haku were by their fellow cage's side. We're not, said Zabuza, as he saw the Reikage turn around to face Orochimaru, and the Sannin's eyes widened before he found the much stronger man in front of him with his massive arm sticking out of his chest with lightning coming out of it. That attack looks like Kakashi's Rikiri. But, how? Thought the Sandaime, as he saw his traitorous student scream out in agony and explode from the sheer intensity of the jutsu's electrical output now overloading the man's body. Well, I'll be. The Gaki was right about Hitaki Kakashi's jutsu when he said it was perfect for someone with my lightning affinity, and my in-your-face fighting style, said the now smiling Reikage, as he saw sound 4 bodyguards remove the barrier and began to escape while they still could. Unfortunately, their escape attempt was soon thwarted by the quick efforts of Yugito, and Haku having killed 3 out of the 4, with the red-haired girl being put in a false death state by the senbon needles hitting her in the neck while the others were turned to ash. You are not going anywhere, said Haku, as she picked up the girl, and then took off with Yugito to drop the redhead off to the rendezvous point for those that were collected from the invasion. It's a shame the Gaki isn't here right now. I'm sure he would love to run the glowing red blade of his right through your senile ass, said Zabuza, as he saw the Sandaime was now in his battle armor, and summoned Enma before having the Monkey King turn into his adamantine staff form. Who says I can't be? Said Naruto, as he appeared before the 3 cages, and threw a pair of heads onto the roof that belonged to the Shinobi Council members that were once Hiruzen's former teammates. Naruto, you need to stop this. You are taking this too personally, said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto tilt his head in thought to his words, and then shake his head no to say he did not agree with that. Hardly. If I wanted to take this personally, I would have simply butchered everyone in the Leaf, and not set things in motion to make sure that the Leaf's potential is shared by others. For instance, Kumo will now have the Byakugan in their possession now that they have one Hyuga male, who is considered a prodigy, and will no doubt bring the Reikage here many strong Hyuga offspring for him to raise in a clan without the cage bird seal on their heads, said Naruto, as he saw the Reikage give him a thumbs up on that, and Zabuza smirking behind his bandages. Do you realize what you've done? Said the Sandaime, as he saw that Naruto didn't care, and was quite proud of it. Yes, I have killed Danzo, your teammates, made the fears of the Hyuga clan become real, and I'm taking the Leaf Village my father died for down piece by piece right before I kill you to make sure that justice is done for in the name of my family, said Naruto, as he now brought out both of his lightsabers and prepared to destroy the old Hokage. Naruto, I'm sorry you lost so much, but everything that happened to you would have been worth it if you stayed, and proven you were not beneath their standards of honor, said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto scowl at him, and knew he was hitting a sore subject with the blonde. Had I stayed, I would have been this village's punching bag, and it's not like you did a good job keeping them off of me, you old lying piece of shit. What right did you have in letting my mother's killer go free? What right did you have in letting this village hurt me the way it did and then have the Uchiha prick be treated like his Kami's favorite son, all the while knowing full well just what his clan was up to when they wanted to take over Konoha? Said Naruto, as he saw the Sandaime scowl at him now, and the blonde knew this was not the same old man he once looked up to as a child before the truth was shown in front of him. I did what I had to do, Naruto. Danzo was better off being alive than dead, because him being dead was not worth the backlash of information that would have gotten out. Your mother's death was a necessary evil to keep you here in Konoha, and if it means having you beaten within an inch of your life keep the Namika's bloodline in Konoha, then I would have gladly thrown the first punch at your face myself. Said the Sandaime, as he wasn't going to be the sweet old grandfather figure in front of Naruto anymore, and teach the blonde a lesson in going against a Hokage. I see. So that's how it is. Shame we had to end things this way, old man. Jiraiya and Tsunade since they helped train me during the month prior to today. You must be so proud knowing that your legacy in this world is that of failure in doing anything that you did when you came out of retirement was wrong. Don't worry though, because you won't be going to hell alone, and I have every intention of having your grandson pay a visit to you shortly, said Naruto, as he smirked at Hiruzen, who looked at him in shock and then snarled angrily at his words. You wouldn't dare. My grandson is innocent of all the evil I have done to you, said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto raise an eyebrow and give him a, "Are you joking? Look at him. Just as I was innocent of all the evil Kyuubi had done. Why should I spare your ever so innocent grandson the same honor of being a punching bag that you bestowed upon me when I was far younger than him? We've come full circle in this, old man, and it's time you got the judgment you rightfully deserve in terms of suffering for being a traitor to my family," said Naruto, as he saw the Sandaime rush him and try to take his head off with the staff. "Not if I kill you first," said the Sandaime, as he began his duel with Naruto, and two began fighting it out with the adamantine staff barely holding its own against Naruto's lightsabers. "You're so pathetic, old man. The second Hokage must have been desperate to name you his successor before he died," said Naruto, as he kicked the old man away after dodging a blow from the staff and saw the Sandaime look at him now with pure hate. "You think you've got everything figured out, Naruto? You don't know anything," said the infuriating Sandaime, as he tried to again hit Naruto, but the blonde was done fooling around with the old man and had decided to end this dance of stupidity right now. "I know enough," said Naruto coldly, as his eyes became yellowish like a Sith before moving faster than anyone could see, and appeared behind the Sandaime with the man's legs cut off at the knees, causing the old cage to fall harshly with the loss of Enma in his hands. "Sarutobi," said Enma, as he turned back into his monkey form, but was hit by a kick from Zabuza, so the Monkey King couldn't interfere, stopped the summons from going to the Sandaime's aid, and went poof, after falling right off the roof of the Chuunin exam stadium. So this is how it ends. The god of shinobi is beaten by a mere child, and at the hands of the son of my late successor at that. It's almost funny actually. I always thought that it would be Orochimaru who would be the one to do that, and kill me since he's plotted it for years," said the Sandaime, as he was now looking up at the crimson black-robed boy wielding those two glowing energy blades now crossed, and ready to take his head off should the blonde desire to do so with a flick of his wrists. His act of revenge was not justified. "Mine is. At least when you go to hell, you won't be alone, and have plenty of people to keep you company," said Naruto, as he sliced the old cage's head off, and deactivated his lightsabers before picking it up off the ground. "How does it feel?" said Zabuza, as he saw the blonde staring at the dead Hokage's head, and saw the far-off look on Naruto's face. "Somewhat satisfying, but it is still leaves much to be desired, and I think I know where to get it," said Naruto. Dropped the head onto the ground and used a fire jutsu to burn it along with the body. "And where are you going to get it?" said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto's smile increase, and it was starting to send chills up high spine. "It's simple really. The Sandaime's own grandson is going to be a new addition to the mist ranks," said Naruto, as he looked towards the Hokage monument and pointed to the stone head of the Sandaime. "That's cold, kid. I like it," said Zabuza, as he laughed at the idea of having the Sandaime Hokage's own grandson under his command in Mist, and seeing the Sarutobi clan be an excellent addition to his village. "You're all right, Gaki. I'm glad I signed that alliance with Mist," said the Raikage, as he felt alive for some reason that was beyond battle, and then leaped off to engage any other leaf shinobi that were putting up a fight. With that being said, Naruto along with Zabuza headed to the Hokage monument where the true spoils of war were held, and the power to make Mist truly a force to be reckoned with was located. Hokage monument. Sometime later, Konohamaru was nervous, as he waited with the others in the Hokage monument's secret safehouse area that was filled with civilians and children from the academy, with some being from various shinobi families. From the sound of the intense fighting outside, this was the real thing that his parents and grandfather had always warned him about to take seriously. His two friends Moegi and Udon were both beside him, worried that something bad was happening with their teacher Umino. Iruka looking worried when he thought no one was looking at him. "Iruka-sensei, is everything okay?" said Udon, as he walked up to the teacher, and the man smiled at him even though the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Yes, it is, Udon. Don't worry," said Iruka, as he thought it was best to comfort the boy, but deep down the man knew it wasn't the case, and feared for the boy's survival. "Indeed, everything is all perfect," said Naruto, as he appeared before them, and Iruka instantly drew a kunai to defend the children. "Stay back, I won't let you hurt the children," said Iruka, as he saw Naruto smiling almost kindly at him, and then looking at the children in the room the man was watching. "Hurt them? I'm not a cruel person, Iruka-san. I don't hurt children. I came to see this one here to be the bringer of bad news," said Naruto, as he pointed to Konohamaru and saw the fearful look in his eyes. "What do you mean? What happened to my grandfather?" said Konohamaru, as he saw Naruto give him a sympathetic look, and shook his head. "He's dead. Orochimaru tried to kill him and your grandfather sacrificed himself to kill his former student," lied Naruto, as he knew that the best way for Konohamaru to trust him was to believe that his grandfather died a hero and make it sound like he was well respected for it. "No, you're lying. That's impossible. My grandfather is the Sandaime Hokage and is the strongest shinobi in the village," said Konohamaru, as he saw Naruto shake his head, and threw the metal headgear of the Sandaime battle armor in front of the boy. "I wish that was the case, my boy. However, such is the reality of war that brings death to those we hold dear, and there will always be casualties. Your village has lost, your leader is dead, and most of the people in the leaf will not survive through the day, said Naruto, as he saw Iruka collapse to his knees and stare at the helmet piece of the Sandime before seeing the Konohamaru along with his friends start crying over the loss of such a great man. What do we do? Said Moegi, as she was fearful of what was to become of her and all of her friends. You must join me, little one. All of you must join me in Mist. There, you will find a new future, and happiness that is no longer here in the leaf, said Naruto, as he gave them all a gentle smile, and saw the kids looking nervously at him while Iruka was too stunned to say anything to break the hold the blonde had on them. And you can train us to be shinobi, said Konohamaru, as he saw Naruto nod his head yes, and felt safe around the older boy for some reason. Yes I can, though the way Mist teaches is much different the leaf's way and it won't be easy, said Naruto, as he saw the children nod in understanding, and made a hand motion before Haku appeared before him via ice mirror that got a lot of looks of awe from the kids. Yes Naruto-sama, said Haku with her masked face not being revealed to the kids. These children wish to join our ranks to become strong. Please, be discreet and make sure to escort them to safety away from the fighting, said Naruto, as he used the force to soothe the children's fears that plagued their minds and let them believe they were now in safe hands. All that was left was Iruka, who soon snapped out of his daze and then glared at Naruto before rising to his feet again. You lied to those kids. The Sandime didn't die killing Orochimaru. It was you. You were the one who killed the Hokage, said Iruka, as he saw Naruto look at him with crimson eyes and made the Chunin nervous. And what if I did? If they had learned the truth just now, then I would have no choice but to summon some Mist ANBU to kill them all, and I don't want to give such an order to kill innocent children. I gave them a lie they could believe in so they could continue living their lives without complications. I hold no ill intent aimed towards the Sandime's only grandson, if that is what you are thinking, as I only want a boy to grow up strong, and from what I've seen that hasn't been the case with the boy being in the shadow of his grandfather, said Naruto, as he saw Iruka clench his teeth and got ready to fight him with the kunai in hand. Bastard, said Iruka, as he was about to charge Naruto when a blade came out of the man's stomach with Kimimaro being its wielder after sneaking through the shadows of the already dark room to slay the man. Blame the Sandime for this, Iruka-san. It was because of him that I came to hate the leaf in the first place, said Naruto, as he looked at Kimimaro, and then nodded his head to signify for the albino to end it. In an instant, the Kagaya pulled his blade out, and then beheaded the Chunin quickly to keep the pain to a minimum. Everything is proceeding as planned, Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto nod, and motioned him to follow. Of course my friend, soon, we will have what we all desire, and then some when this is over, said Naruto, as he walked through the shadows of the corridors within the Hokage monument, and knew that the time of the leaf was over. Now it was the time of the Mist and the future shinobi trinity he had foreseen that would revolutionize the shinobi world throughout the elemental countries. Mutarashi Anko is nearly finished setting up the explosives all over the village. I think she is enjoying the mission a little too much though, said Kimimaro, as he saw Anko the other day secretly marking places with explosives and had a strange glint in her eyes that spoke of pure enjoyment in this. Of course she would feel joy from this. Anko learned of their true intentions towards her in the distant future. Once we learn the truth about who our real enemies are from those that we thought we could trust, only then do we realize just who the true enemy is in our lives, said Naruto, as he had revealed to Anko what the leaf had planned for her during the 1-month wait for the Chunin exam finals, and the special Junin was none too pleased. Apparently, Danzo wanted to use Anko for his special projects division, which was like Orochimaru's lab, but wasn't labeled knowing how it would sound, and wished to study the special Junin's untouched seal. That was the official record of the council's proceedings on the matter, but the unofficial records that Naruto found in Danzo's home in an underground section revealed that the man intended to experiment with Anko's seal in a way where it could be modified to the point where its power would pass on to her very offspring. Then came the second part of the project, which Anko had read with the Hokage's seal on it at the bottom, and made her say, "Screw the leaf," before saying, "Hello Mist." Danzo was a man who was not unlike Orochimaru, and obsessed with his own mortality due to his old age. That being the case, after Anko was restrained, tamed, and became his ever-so-obedient servant, he was going to take her to his bed to impregnate her with his future offspring to pass down all that he was to mix with Anko's curse seal power. The fact the Sandime approved of it for whatever reason he did, which was no excuse in Naruto's opinion, was all the more icing on the cake needed to bring Anko to his side and give her a chance for a new life where people wouldn't hate her for being Orochimaru's former apprentice. So with that being revealed, Anko agreed to help him burn the leaf to the ground, shook his hand to their new partnership, and then kissed him right on the lips to signify she wanted more at a later time before walking off with a sway in her hips that he could see despite the trench coat. "When do you want the explosives to go off, Naruto-sama?" said Kimimaro, as he knew that after everything of value that wasn't nailed down was taken from the leaf, then the fireworks would begin, and all leaf would be nothing more than a memory. "When the time is right, Kimimaro. Don't worry. All of the explosives Anko placed have seals on them of my own design that will activate in connection to the starter seal I placed a safe distance away that requires my chakra while mixed with Kyuubi's in order to start the process. Did the transportation seals get placed on the Aburame, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamaki clan homes among the various other few places I mentioned? said Naruto, as he knew that those were vital for being transported to Mist and was going to do it in his own way. Yes, though I must admit the seals placed on him appeared to not activate using chakra. Is it from your other power? Said Kimimaro, as he knew that Naruto, force, was not something to scoff at and seemed to hold infinite possibilities. Yes, nothing is impossible with the force. Chakra, I'm sad to say, has its limits, which is why shinobi compensate by using other arts like sealing, summoning, and weapons to handle its limitations. However, the force does not have such limits, and can do many incredible things when you focus on what you want to use that power for. Even with my own power, I have the skill of a young apprentice Kimimaro, and have a long way to go before I have reached the title of master in understanding the infinite wisdom the force possesses, said Naruto, knowing that while his strength in the force was at knight level if not rivaling that of a master, his knowledge of it was apprentice level and he still had much to learn. Still, such a use of its power on such a scale will no doubt put a strain on your person, Naruto-sama, aid Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto nod his head and saw the grim look on the blonde's face. Indeed it will, so keep a sharp eye out for anyone that wishes to get in a shot at me during my moment of being weakened, said Naruto, as he along with his albino friend made their way to the outskirts of Konoha and the blonde sitting on the ground on his knees in a meditative state. Be careful, one small fraction of an error in doing this and it could kill you, said Kyuubi, as he saw Naruto call upon the force and prepare to use its awesome power. Naruto didn't answer, as he called upon all of his strength within the force and used its power to reach out to each of the sealed buildings within the leaf. It wasn't easy, as it had strained Naruto's concentration right away, and focusing on the image of Mist before picturing where these places would be relocated wasn't helping either. Even now, the blonde could feel his nose bleeding, the pounding headache, and the unimaginable pain his body was receiving from this. Still, Naruto was not one to simply stop something due to the feeling of pain no matter how strong the feeling was, as he was no stranger to it, and pressed further with the seals activating around the marked buildings. One moment, the buildings were there, and the next, they were gone. A few minutes later, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, and struggling to stay within the realm of consciousness while Kimimaro called for Tsunade to heal him. I don't know whether to punch you or kiss your forehead knowing that you're still alive, said Tsunade, as she worked on healing Naruto, and saw the boy was resisting the urge to shrug his shoulders. Regardless, I'm sure either one would numb the pain I'm in and actually feel better than I do now, said Naruto, as he felt like his body was drained of life and decided to rest a little longer while Tsunade patched him up. I just got a full report from our forces, Naruto-sama. Kumo has pulled out, having gotten their fair share of the spoils in terms of jutsu scrolls, various training techniques, and a few various other exercises they could use. We have most of the various members of each of the clans restrained and are being taken back to Mist, though we lost a few of them due to the fighting during the Allied invasion, said Kimimaro, with Naruto nodding his head in understanding. And the 2 people I requested be taken alive and unharmed, said Naruto, since there were a few others worth sparing. The ramen chef and his daughter were recovered with little effort, said Kimimaro, as he saw Naruto nod his head, and the blonde smiled knowing they were safe. Excellent. And what of those that deserve to die within the leaf? Said Naruto before he got off the ground and heading towards the seal marker after thanking his godmother for healing him. All of those that weren't killed have been restrained in the stadium per your orders, said Kimimaro, as he knew what Naruto had in mind and it was going to quite an event. Good. It's time to close the book on the last chapter of the leaf, said Naruto, as walked over to the seal marker, wired to hundreds if not thousands of explosives all over Konoha, and sat down in a more calm version of meditation before calling on the force again despite the drain. Fortunately, the use of force projection didn't require too much of what he had left, and let the cosmic energy fill his body once more. Konoha Stadium at the moment. The people in Konoha, who came to watch the Chuunin exams, which mostly consisted of civilians, were terrified the moment they woke up in their seats and saw the stadium was in ruin. Some of the people in the stadium were dead from the battle, but had yet to be removed, so panic was the natural course of action at seeing death and destruction all around them. What happened? Said one person before screaming at the sight of the dead leaf shinobi at his feet. I can't move, yelled one person as he struggled, and the person next to him was doing the same. People of Konoha, shut the hell up, said the projected voice Naruto, which got the intended result, as he created a projection of himself in the middle of the stadium and made sure that everyone was paying attention to him. And they were. You filthy demon, you betrayed the village, said someone amongst the crowd, and it was clear that everyone was sharing the same thought in that regard. It's funny how things change, yet still remain very much the same, and seeing this is no exception. How pathetic you all have become in my absence. Your Hokage is dead, your shinobi, who will defend you, are either dead, and or now in my custody after learning some particular truths about the leaf. No one will fight for you, no one will die for you, and those that are in charge that you think will are now dead. Your arrogance has come to destroy you, and I am the form of your destroyer. Maybe in the next life, should you all have one, of course, you won't be so arrogant and hate-filled towards someone with no control over what happened to them. Goodbye, so long, and good riddance to rubbish like yourselves, said Naruto, as he then vanished from their sight, and their cries to be set free from their bindings. Back with Naruto. Arrogant until the end, said Kimimaro, seeing the disappointed look that was on Naruto's face. Yes, even now they curse me, demanding I set them free, and wishing to be treated like they are royalty. Not that it will matter anymore after today, said Naruto, as he used his chakra while mixing Kyuubis into his hand, and putting on the seal marker in front of him before watching it travel into the leaf village. As it traveled through the leaf, various buildings exploded in rows one after another, and it was all leading up to the stadium that had the largest amount of explosives attached to it. The second largest was the Hokage Monument. It's quite the sight, isn't it, Naruto-kun? Said Anko, as she walked up behind Naruto, and leaned down so her breasts were now pressing up against him. Indeed it is, said Naruto, as he knew that Anko was trying to seduce him, and wished to show some kind of appreciation for setting her free. They could talk about it later in Mist, provided Haku didn't try to kill Anko first. Chapter 8 Surprising Encounters. It had been 3 long years since Naruto had helped orchestrate the destruction of the leaf, Orochimaru, and helped the Mist Village become the power that the shinobi village was always meant to be. During that time, Naruto had spent countless hours integrating the new forces taken from the now destroyed leaf into Mist, and it was most tiring. Not everyone taken from Konoha were willing to join the very village that was responsible for the annihilation of the one they called home. Naruto knew that would happen, as it was always a case with people strong-willed, and loved their home despite the truth behind that home not being so good. It took all the skills he had in persuasion he learned from the Emperor to make him see things from his point of view. How the leaf was poisoned by those within that ran the village, citing several examples in terms of the late Uchiha Sasuke getting what he wanted when others from different clans were denied the same thing, and how they treated several people wrong for something that wasn't their fault. Again, Naruto cited examples using his own situation, and Mitarashi Anko currently free of her cursed seal now that Orochimaru was deceased. It wasn't easy to get the former branch family of the Hyuga clan on his side, as he had freed them from their cage bird seals, and arranged for them to set up the Hyuga clan in Mist under the stipulation that the cage bird seal never be used. The branch family had no problem with that, but they were concerned about who the clan head would be, and were a bit worried that either of Hayashi's daughters would take that position. Hinata was appalled by the use of the cage bird seal the moment she saw it used on one of the branch members when she was younger, and made her kin know that such barbaric times were not going to happen to their clan. Hanabi was the same way, though she had gone along with her late father's ways simply to avoid the cage bird seal herself, but had also opposed the use of the seal, and wished for the family to be whole again. With that being resolved, Naruto focused on the Inuzuka clan, and the Aburame clan, knowing that their support of being in Mist would hold a lot of sway with the people from Konoha still on the fence in pledging their loyalty to another village. The Aburame clan was easily more willing to join Naruto's side and Mist due to their sense of logic being second to none in the world. They also saw this as a chance to explore their new surroundings and possibly acquire new insects in water country to add to their colonies in their clan homes. As for the Inuzuka clan, they were more stubborn since they felt village loyalty was something of a badge of honor to them, and to serve one's conquers felt like a sting on such honor. Naruto told them how it could be when it was clear the people of Konoha would rather embrace a boy descended from a clan of traitors than a clan that embraced loyalty. When the clan head Inuzuka Sume questioned him about it, Naruto presented her with information about the Uchiha clan massacre that had been covered up from the start, and how it should have renamed the failed Uchiha clan rebellion. Naruto also pointed out that his life was wronged by those same people that covered it up, despite what his father the Yondaime Hokage himself did to save the village from the Kyuubi in the first place. That it was unfair to punish the innocent while the guilty fed upon their suffering each day and without mercy from them, because to do so would threaten their power. In Naruto's mind, the Inuzukas had bled for people that didn't deserve their loyalty, and should only give to those that do. Sume agreed and helped get the rest of her clan on board in joining Mist from that time on. The remains of Team 9, that was Guy's team, found themselves integrating rather well despite the loss of their teammate Hyuga Neji, as they took to Mist almost like fish do with swimming in water, and Guy was teaching Taijutsu to a wide variety of students at the academy now. With the man's genin shelved at the time, Naruto felt each of the Junan's students should take on teachings away from Guy until a third candidate for their team arrived. Lee wasn't thrilled with that at first, since Guy was like a father to him as well as a sensei, but Naruto told him that while Taijutsu was good, Taijutsu mixed with swordsmanship was even better, and it would just be considered more hard work in terms of being a shinobi. Needless to say, Lee wanted to get the best sword instructor he could, and was beginning to spend rigorous hours of intense swordsmanship training. Tenten took to her training with joy, as she was already skilled with weapons, and used her time in Mist to further expand those skills to new heights. She found herself learning from Naruto in the way of swordsmanship in the lightsaber form 2 stance he used to defeat her at the Chuunin exam prelims. In Konoha. Naruto-kun, come back to bed, said Haku, as she walked over to the meditating young man, and wrapped her arms around his shoulder. What could Naruto say about Haku during these 3 years? Nothing that he'd repeat in front of Jiraiya without giving the toad Sannin perverted thought and then having to castrate the man for putting it in his orange books. Zabuza hadn't been exactly pleased with Haku wanting to be with the spiky-haired force user, but Haku was an adult now, and to deny her the man she wanted to be with would mean he didn't trust her decision to be with him. That and Haku would turn the demon of the Mist in pincushion for being overprotective. So with Zabuza's reluctant blessing, Haku moved into Naruto's home fully, and the two became lovers ever since. Yes, Naruto-kun, we so miss your warm body cuddling with ours, said Anko, as she joined her fellow sister in trying to bring the young stud of a man back to bed and to cuddle before they had some early morning fun. Anko didn't consider herself to be Naruto lover like Haku had been until a year in living in his estate in Mist, since she considered their relationship to be that of friends with benefits. She still wasn't used to being trusted like Naruto was doing with her, but that changed when the young Namikas asked her if she liked to be more than what they were at the time, and Anko had been hesitant to admit she did. She wasn't much for the whole relationship bonding, due to how the Leaf had treated her after Orochimaru went rogue and everyone saw him when they saw her. Naruto had helped the nervous woman using therapy with the help of the Force to soothe her doubts, and soon after had gone into one incredible sexual frenzy after her doubts were washed away. I'm sorry. I thought after last night you two deserved some rest, said Naruto, as he saw Anko grinning, and sensed Haku smiling behind him with both women having their arms wrapped around his waist. How sweet of you, Naruto-kun, but it's even sweeter to have you with us when waking up, and feeling your hot body against ours, said Anko, as she knew the other girls in Naruto's life like Mei and Hinata would kill for time with him. Though that didn't mean Naruto himself couldn't visit on occasion and spend some much-desired, quality time with them when they had it. Unfortunately, Hinata would have to wait a few more years until Hanabi was officially old enough to take over the Hyuga clan, and Mei was currently on a different shift of work hours than Naruto. The two had become very fond of Naruto during the 3 years that followed Konoha's destruction and eventually became more than friends during that time. The same could be said for his servant Tsuchi-kin, who had become the official maid of the Namika's estates, and was also another lover of Naruto's that he made sure would be a strong defender of his home. Since Kin was skilled in the arts of Senbon, Haku would teach her the skills needed to use them with deadly accuracy, and Anko would help with the girls' taijutsu, since the serpent-style Orochimaru taught his failed student was still considered one of the deadliest forms to date. As for Tayuya, she found herself being with Onna Kiba, and the two had hit it off in a strange love-hate relationship that somehow resulted in the two becoming lovers, with the jury being out on who was the alpha. Inuzuka soon liked her because the red-headed girl just had that terrifying effect to keep Kiba in line, and yet the young man was also able to keep Tayuya in check too when it came to being vocal. There was also the business Naruto had to attend to when he worked, as he had to help Kimimaro with being around women and finding potential wives to help restore his clan to greatness. It wasn't easy considering Kimimaro was more of an expert on combat than he was women, and it didn't help Jiraiya tried to corrupt him with his damn orange book of smut. The albino Kagaya had already found one potential future wife in Kumo's own Karui of Team Sumui, and using the Force Naruto sensed the two would indeed be happy together in being a family. Another possibility was Tsunde's own assistant Shizune, who had interactions with Kimimaro on several occasions for medical checkups that Naruto insisted the man and any member of his clan take to be safe in terms of the lung disease that the Kagaya clan had suffered from in the past. Tsunade didn't like Kimimaro being around Shizune, but it was clear the two had some kind of bond, and Naruto suggested that they see what became of it. Though Tsunade still vowed to crush Kimimaro's balls should he break Shizune's heart. The next woman to consider was Inuzuka Hana, who Naruto believed would be perfect for a man like Kimimaro, and was right when the woman was out walking her dogs in the park where the two met. Kimimaro had made 3 bones come out of his body to let each of the dogs have one to chew on, and Hana instantly fell in love with the man with approval from the woman's mother after fighting the Inuzuka clan head in combat to prove his worth. I'll try to remember that, said Naruto, as he smiled at the woman and kissed her before turning his head to kiss Haku. It would be a good morning for all 3 of them. Mizukage Tower later in the day. You're sure about this? I know how much your lovers hate it when you leave or not tell them anything, said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto nodding his head, and his face was clearly troubled. While we've achieved a level of prosperity never before witnessed in Mist after Konoha was destroyed, we can't let it go to our heads, and I sense a key to the continuation of the village being strong lies somewhere in water country. Though for us to achieve it, I must find it, alone, said Naruto, as he saw Zabuza frown at him, and knew the demon of the mist was skeptical of that. But why you? Or rather why just you? Does this have something to do with your cosmic force, feeding you visions? Said Zabuza, as he was never going to really embrace the whole force thing, even if he had seen some crazy shit since Naruto became his right-hand man and helped out on various missions. I've been having some visions lately. I'm walking through a grey and I stumble upon an underground tomb belonging to a powerful force user. I don't know if he or she was a Jedi or Sith. What I do know is that there is a good chance this person left behind some form of knowledge and could be useful to me in my training. Remember, I may wield the power of a master, but I still have much to learn, and need to learn more if I one day wish to teach a new generation, said Naruto, as he was hoping to have children one day and teach them what he learned. So you're grave robbing, said Zabuza with a raised eyebrow that couldn't be seen due to the hair for it not existing. In way, yeah I am. Believe it or not, Jedi and Sith have never really minded it so long as the robber in question is someone willing to learn whatever lessons left behind to teach, said Naruto, since he knew that much. I'll never understand these people, said Zabuza, shaking his head in disbelief. You're not the only one. I'll only be gone a few days if not a few weeks, since I have a significant amount of land to cover, said Naruto, since water country was pretty massive unto itself. How do you even know this tomb you're looking for is even in water country? For all you know it could be in wind, sound, or Kami help you in rock country near Iwa, said Zabuza, as he saw Naruto smirking at him, and knew the young man had some idea of where to go. Because my oh-so eyebrow lacking Mizukage, in the vision, I was at a place near the tomb of plants that only live here in the environment of water country, said Naruto, seeing Zabuza fuming at the eyebrow comment. Don't mention my eyebrows, said Zabuza, growled out. I didn't. I mentioned the lack of your eyebrows. Big difference, said Naruto before his head was disconnected by Zabuza's sword and the boy went poof to indicate he was a shadow clone. You're lucky Haku's loves you, brat, because it's the only reason I don't tear your guts out, said Zabuza before going back to his paperwork. Namika's estate sometime later. What do you mean you're leaving on a solo mission? Said Anko, as she clung to the young Namika's and practically trying to be his second skin so he'd have to take her with him. It's a mission I need to take for myself regarding a vision I've been having for the past few days. I'm not going too far, Anko-chan. I'll be back when I can, said Naruto, as he saw Anko pout and look sad, until he pinched her rear. Fine, but when you get back, you're staying home to be with us and only be free from that bed to eat or shower, said Anko, as she poked at his chest and he just grinned at her. I look forward to it, said Naruto, giving Anko a kiss before heading to the bedroom to get his supplies. This is more serious than you let on, said Haku, as she could always read him the best out of all his lovers and saw him nod his head. You know how I told you the stories of the Emperor and how he used the Force to see visions of the future. He also taught me a more advanced version that not even the Jedi know, and how to see what happens in the aftermath of events we see depending on the situation. If I don't head to this place, I see mist slowly decaying again, and a shadowy figure looming over the village swallowing it in darkness, with the moon being eclipsed over the world with a single eye looking down at everyone. Something is coming, Haku-chan, and it threatens to destroy or enslave all that I cherish, said Naruto, as he finished packing what he needed, and turned to see Haku looking in the eyes with worry. What did the eye look like? Said Haku, seeing him frown in confusion at the vision. It was like the Sharingan, but different. It was the Sharingan and yet it wasn't. Like the Sharingan and another eye-based bloodline coming together to create something far more powerful than either one alone, said Naruto, seeing Haku embrace him in a hug. You think it could be the rogue Uchiha Itachi you saw with the eye? Said Haku, as the only other Uchiha left in the world to her knowledge was Itachi, and the man was part of some kind of organization to capture people like her, Naruto-kun, along with Yugito. Maybe, though I doubt it. I sense he is a key to finding the source of the true villain. In any case, I want you to have Zabuza send a letter to the Raikage, telling him about the need to protect Yugito and Killer Bee from the Akatsuki organization Jiraiya told us about. That Yugito should move here to the Namika's estates, where she will be under the protection of her most trusted friends, said Naruto, as he didn't doubt the Raikage's ability to protect Yugito, but Kumo wasn't fond of their demon vessels like Mist was with him, and the people around the Namikas liked the Nibi vessel considerably. And her lovers, said Haku, added, since she along with Yugito were more embracing the fact they were in fact bisexual, in no small thanks to Anko, and knew the other woman wouldn't mind being among intimate friends. That too, said Naruto, kissing the woman in front of him before he left the room. I should have told him, but then he would be distracted, and I'm not even sure, thought Haku, as she saw Naruto leave, and knew that what she was going to tell him was bound to happen with all the times they were in bed together. That she was possibly pregnant with Naruto's child. Is everything all right, Haku-sama? Said Kin, as she came into the room after giving Naruto a goodbye kiss, and went into the room to do some cleaning before seeing the worried look on Haku's face. No, Kin-chan, I just wish Naruto-kun wouldn't leave on this mission. Sometimes I think he pushes himself so hard in protecting us that he's burning himself out, said Haku, as she had seen on occasion the young Namikas doing that, and saw him trying to hide it by spending what time he did have with her or his fellow lovers. Haku could only hope that when Naruto returned from his journey, he would rest his body and enjoy more of what life had to offer. Mist prison hours later. Hitaki Kakashi sat in his prison cell, a shell of his former self, and wondered why he hadn't been executed or killed yet. Was this the end? To waste away in this cell until he became a corpse? Maybe he did deserve it. He had betrayed his father for not supporting him when the man needed it most. Kakashi had betrayed his sensei by denouncing the Yondaim's own son. The former Leaf Junin had done much that went against the words he taught others to live by. Still alive, Hitaki, said Naruto, as he came to the cell door and looked at the man before him. More or less. Tell me, why are you here? Said Kakashi, as he saw Naruto looking at him with those eyes that screamed power and a deadly edge that made his body want to shiver. Just to visit. I can visit my father's last student, can't I? Said Naruto mockingly, seeing the former Junin narrow his only eye due to the Sharingan the man possessed no longer being in his skull. You haven't for the last 3 years since the leaf was destroyed. What's changed? Said Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. No reason. How do you like your prison? Said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi look from one side of the cell and then the other. Can't really complain. Not that anyone would listen if I did, said Kakashi casually. True. Then again, you should have realized this was the outcome of being trapped by the enemy. Suffocating slowly at the hands of people that hate you, said Naruto, seeing the realization hit Kakashi. This is how you felt inside when it came to the leaf growing up, said Kakashi simply. Correct. Growing up, I suffocated under the leaf when I should have breathed clearly and freely without fear of being persecuted. My mother didn't suffocate because of the Kyuubi, so why should I? Said Naruto, seeing Kakashi look at him with surprise. Kushina had the Kyuubi sealed inside of her, said Kakashi in surprise. You didn't know, did you? That my mother was the second vessel of Kyuubi. That the Shodime's wife that was my kin was the first and that she passed it down to my mother, said Naruto, seeing the shock on Kakashi's face. No, no one knew. The only people who could have known were Minato, the Sandaime, Jiraiya, and the Sandaime's wife, since she was responsible for helping Kushina during her pregnancy, said Kakashi, remembering how the Sandaime's wife died during that time and the former leaf shinobi thought it was due to the Kyuubi attacking. That's because they knew what would happen if the people learned of what my mother held would make her become hated. She would have been turned into weapons of war. Nothing more than common pets to be trained, fed, and housed like animals defending their master's home. I intend to put an end to such nonsense, said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi shake his head and acting like it was impossible. It can't be done, not even by you. Your plan may have the support of others, Naruto, but there are people in the world that will oppose your actions and try to keep the status quo the same. I don't believe you can win, said Kakashi before looking at Naruto. That is why you and the leaf failed, said Naruto, as he left Kakashi to be left alone with his thoughts and to start his own journey. Akatsuki home base. So it's been confirmed then. All the vessels are located and known, said Pain shortly after his projection went up. Yes, it wasn't easy, but they are where we thought they were. Except for the three-tailed demon, we're almost ready to proceed and hunt the others down, said Kisame, as his projection came up, and Itachi's doing the same right next to him. What about the Kyuubi vessel? With the leaf destroyed, we're having problems in terms of filling the gap and making ourselves known, said Itachi, as the organization had been thin for a while and the last 3 years had made things difficult. He's in mist. It's also said he wields strange powers and weapons beyond our own. Don't underestimate him. There is a reason the Sandaime Hokage and the leaf no longer stand in Fire Country, said Pain, as he saw the two nod and vanish. It will take a few more months before the three-tailed demon re-emerges after Yagura's death, said Conan, knowing that the man's death had happened ahead of schedule and they would have to fight the three tails in all its greatness on the water where it had the advantage. Kisame will handle that after we deal with the others per our schedule. Once we have the needed tailed beasts in the order required, then we'll begin the extraction sequence and be one step closer to our goal, said Pain, seeing Conan nod slightly. When do you wish to go after Suna's demon vessel? Said Conan, knowing that the two assigned to the job would be in position shortly to head there. Not for a little while longer. The time is not yet right to strike, said Pain, knowing that things had to be timed perfectly for this to work. When it did, the world would bow before its new god. Water Country. Several days later with Naruto. The young Namikaze man walked through the one of many dense forest regions of Water Country, feeling the force flow all around him, singing like the grand orchestra back on Khorasan. It was one of the few things Naruto missed, as a young hand in training, and would often watch over the now-late emperor from the shadows. The aged Sith master attended such things in his private booth, trying to teach Naruto about culture and the more civilized arts that many take for granted. Maybe I shouldn't have destroyed my ship. I could have taken Haku there and shown her some of what I've seen, thought Naruto, as he kicked himself mentally for destroying his ship, and wondered if he would ever get a chance to get off planet to head to the center of the galaxy to see that wonderful city-covered world again. If not, Naruto could always show his lovers what he saw using the Force, and hope they loved it just like he did. Stopping suddenly, Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the Force singing its loudest at this very spot, and the one he had from his visions told him the underground tomb was here. The steps were buried under years of dirt, insects, and weather over the lost centuries before the shinobi villagers came forth to this world. Raising his hand, Naruto parted the ground around him using the Force, and activated one of his lightsaber to provide the light needed to enter the dark tomb. As he walked, the young man sensed this place had once belonged to someone strong in the Force, yet he sensed the person was conflicted in terms of which side of the Force to serve, and if there really was truly a side. Naruto knew that many masters over the many long thousands of years had experimented with the idea of using both sides, with it being the only supposed evil Jedi and Sith could agree could not exist. It was possible this person had been hunted by both sides, and this tomb was their final resting place with whatever knowledge was left behind for the right student to use it. Walking through the corridor, he saw a door not that far away right in front of him, and entered to see a large statue of a robed figure, indicating this was indeed the tomb of a powerful Force user. At the base of the figure was an urn, several lightsabers of various designs, and what appeared to be a Jedi holocron. Holding the object in his hand, the cube glowed wide before it projected the imprinted form of its creator, and was surprised to see just who it was that made this object of knowledge. It was Darth Revan. And yet the person in this form was not Sith, but dressed in Jedi robes, and did not appear to be touched by the dark side. "Welcome, young one. I am Jedi Master Revan," said Revan, smiling at the shocked young man before him. "Hello, Master Revan. I am Namikaze Naruto," said Naruto, knowing that holocrons like this one were interactive with their students. "Hello, Naruto. What has brought you here to my tomb?" said Revan, motioning for the boy to sit on the ground in meditation position with his own holographic form doing the same. "The Force actually, Master Revan. The galaxy has been pretty hectic since your time in it amongst the living, said Naruto, seeing Revan nod, knowing that it would. I suspected as much before my death. I didn't expect the galaxy to simply stop in pause at my death when it happened. From the way you are dressed in crimson robes that are clearly not Jedi nor Sith, I take it much has happened since my death, and you are very much surprised to find this Jedi holocron on a world like this, said Revan, seeing Naruto nod. You could say that. It was rumored that you made another holocron specifically for the ways of the Sith ages ago, so you can see why I'm a bit surprised to see a Jedi version of you here in this tomb, said Naruto, seeing Revan put his hand to his chin in thought. It is possible I made another for the Sith. From what I can recall of my life since my own mental imprinting here on this holocron, I lost my memories of the days when I became a Sith, and chose to leave known space for a life away from the Republic. After I left for the Outer Rim near the unknown regions, I came to this world to rediscover myself in the Force and to find a new place in the galaxy. It was only after countless years wandering throughout this world helping others, becoming an old man in the process, did I realize that the galaxy didn't need me so much anymore, and I prepared for my inevitable end with this holocron being my only legacy to be found by someone like yourself, said Revan, seeing Naruto nod in understanding. You didn't have lovers, children to call your own, said Naruto, surprised someone like Revan would do such a thing. I couldn't exactly settle down here like that, Naruto. Simply because the woman I loved wouldn't have understand what I was and no doubt be frightened to know I wasn't from this world. Even the children I were to sire would be too unstable for this world to handle, since their powers would bring about the attention of those that wish to abuse them, said Revan, as the people during his time on this world had prevented such a bloodline-based legacy and saw Naruto think about such an action. Times really have changed since you've been around. That's not the case anymore with this world using chakra and dealing with the nine-tailed demons that used to roam the world, said Naruto before explaining that to Revan, with the Jedi Master being impressed with the world changing like that. That is most interesting, but we're getting off track about why you are here, young one. Now tell me, what is it you seek, and why you seek it? Said Revan, as he saw Naruto look grim, and began telling the Holocron Project Jedi Master everything about what the Force was telling him about the future. It's not that I want this power out of greed, but I need it in order to protect those I care about, and from something on par with the cruelty of the Sith. I need to learn how to use the Force to be offensive and defensive when the time requires them to be, said Naruto, as he saw Revan look away for a second, and then back at him. When I fought for the Republic, I tried to be noble like the Jedi kept telling us we should be, and fought for the galactic government when the Mandalorians started their war. The Jedi Council told us to wait, be patient before rushing into anything, and see what the future held for us. When they told us to wait, I looked over battle reports, casualty rates, and heard the cries for help through the Force where the Jedi on the Council chose to ignore them. When I fought the Mandalorians, I fought with a purpose to fight for the Republic with everything I had, and didn't care what the Jedi Council thought of me for doing so. In the end, we crush our enemy, but the Republic and the Jedi Council had practically denounced us into becoming Sith by going into battle continuously while giving into our bloodlust in the process. While some of us no doubt had fallen, they were not willing to betray me and simply go to war despite the dark side running through their bodies. They were loyal to me more than they were to the influences of the dark side, and would have eventually changed had the Jedi not attempted a preemptive strike with the fleet they had that would start the Jedi Civil War, said Revan, as he went on further to explain how the galaxy suffered much from that, and led the Jedi Master to become a Sith after embracing the Jedi's betrayal with his own military of battle-hardened soldiers fighting for him. What does this have to do with my problem? Said Naruto, not understanding why Revan told him this. It doesn't. I'm simply telling you this, Naruto, because it's important to know that just because you fight for all the right reasons doesn't mean that the aftermath of victory will be what you're expecting, and be mindful of your actions. I learned that from the various masters that taught me from in my early days in being a Jedi, and I pass down this bit of knowledge because it's a key importance to any battle you're in. Every action you take has a long-lasting consequence that echoes throughout the Force and those around you that witness what it is you do in life. They will each see things from their point of view and judge you based on their own beliefs that they were raised to embrace that could possibly conflict with your own. You need to things from both sides and then choose just which path is the best path while dealing with your own conscience when making such crucial decisions. From the look in your eyes, there have been people who have made bad decisions and thought they were the best ones at the time, said Revan, seeing the young man nod his head. Yeah, you could say that, said Naruto, seeing the Jedi Master look at him with kind eyes. You still have much to learn, young one. You have power, but not the knowledge needed to take it to the level it was meant to be and used to its fullest potential, said Revan, seeing the young Namikas admit that as well. Would you teach me? I've had some experience with holocrons before, and I know that the training is entirely up to you at your discretion, said Naruto, seeing the Jedi Master nod his head. When the student is ready, the Master will appear to teach. You are my student and I am the Master. You will learn what I teach you and only what I give you until I believe you're ready to learn anything else. Understand? Said Revan, seeing Naruto nod with a serious look on his face. Yes, Master Revan. I humbly accept myself as your apprentice, said Naruto, bowing his head to the Jedi Master projected on the holocron. Good. Your training begins now, said Revan, as he began to teach Naruto all that he knew, and would indeed be a cruel taskmaster. Revan would soon show Naruto why he was considered among the best Jedi Master the galaxy had to offer. Chapter 9, Calling in Help. Naruto hadn't been seen for several weeks and it was making the people close to him very nervous. Jiraiya's spies in the Akatsuki that they didn't have him. Quite a small mercy for the women in his life who loved the blonde force user, but it didn't make things easier on them, and it was even discussed with Zabuza that they should search for the Uzumaki. The Mizukage said no to it since he wanted to have faith in the blonde in the fact that he would indeed return to Mist still healthy and wiser than when leaving for the lost tomb of knowledge Naruto had spoke to him about. Hurry up and return soon Naruto. Haku's getting all moody over something, thought an annoyed Zabuza currently working on paperwork by himself after May caught him with Iko Paradise again while a shadow clone did it. Back to Haku, the man began to notice the change in the girl, and wondered what it was exactly that made her be in such a mood. The other women in the Namikaze clan were being tight-lipped about it, and if there was one thing the demon of the mist didn't want to fight, it was Moody Woman or her fellow sister in the clan harem. Besides, they were ultimately Naruto's problem and Zabuza didn't envy the kid. Speak the devil's name and he shall appear Zabuza, whispered the hooded figure that was Naruto from the shadows and nearly gave the Mizukage a heart attack. Damn it Gaki don't do that, yelled Zabuza while getting in Naruto's face and looking pissed off in the process. You should pay better attention to your surroundings, replied Naruto with a smirk on his face behind the crimson hood. I take it your mission was a success? Asked Zabuza before slumping into his chair, and Naruto walked over to his desk and revealed in his hands the small square Jedi holocron of Jedi Master Revan. That and more. This ancient source of knowledge locked in this Jedi holocron is worth so much every Force user in the galaxy would kill to possess, answered Naruto before putting the object away. Didn't look like much to me, stated Zabuza with Naruto once more smirking. It's not the size cube that matters Zabuza. It's the contents of knowledge within it that's more valuable than this entire planet. If the Sith still existed in vast numbers, they would have fought tooth and nail against everyone trying to stand in their way of having it in their possession. Trust me on that, replied Naruto and gave the man a look that told the Mizukage he wasn't joking. I trust you Naruto. I've seen you enough stuff in the past few years from the time I first met you up until now to know not to doubt your words, answered Zabuza before the sound of a stampede was heard coming from outside of the room and heading towards them. When the door opened, Naruto along with Zabuza saw all of Naruto's girlfriends enter the room, seeing their boyfriend after weeks of no contact, and instantly leaped on him. The Mizukage found it amusing that Naruto stumbled a bit while the large pile of women were on him, kissing his face, and groping his body, and whispering all sorts of things into his ear. Was Zabuza envious? Hell yes. Was he going to say anything to them? No, not unless he wanted to risk the wrath of the women wanting time with their man and it being ruined by his big mouth. I've missed you girls. I'm sorry it took so long to come back, said Naruto and was able to put their feet gently on the ground with all of them still hugging her. Why were you gone for so long? Do you know how hard it is to orgasm using toys when I've had your thing inside my body spoiling me silly? Exclaimed Anko while she poked Naruto's chest with Zabuza now blushing and leaking blood from his nose. Sorry Anko, but I have not used, nor will I ever use such, items for that purpose. But that doesn't mean I haven't ached for your touch Anko, or any of yours my himes, said Naruto and they all gushed at his words before hugging him while pressing his head into the sea of breasts before him. By this point, Zabuza did pass out from blood loss, and was buried under paperwork. It hurt. Let's go home. You need your rest Naruto-kun, came Mei's voice into his ear and Naruto shivered with anticipation at the thought of what was going to happen when he got home. Also, Haku-chan has something important to tell you, came Hinata, as she saw Haku looking nervous now, and Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Really? What? Asked Naruto with his eyes on the blushing woman. I'm pregnant, exclaimed Haku happily and Naruto looked at her in shock before a smile grew on his face. I'm going to be a father, stated Naruto in a whisper, but his face showed he was indeed happy and excited with such news. Yes, said Haku while she saw in the corner of her eye Zabuza struggling to get free from the mountain of paperwork he was buried under to no doubt unleash his fury onto the blonde for getting the girl he considered a daughter pregnant. Today is truly a great day to be blessed by so many things in life, said Naruto before kissing Haku on the lips passionately. Hey, save it for when we are at home and away from the angry surrogate father-in-law you have for a Mizukage. Exclaimed Anko while Zabuza finally got out of the pile of paperwork that apparently not so much buried him, but rather was trying to eat the man alive, and the demon of the mist was looking to unleash his ever-protective fatherly anger out on Naruto for making him a grandfather. Surrogate grandfather, but a grandfather all the same. He wasn't ready to be considered that old in his life. You knocked her up, exclaimed Zabuza while his sword was in hand ready to swing. Knocked up is such an ugly word. I was thinking along the lines of us, making love to make a baby. It sounds more natural and pleasing to the ears, don't you all agree? Replied Naruto with the women around him nodding. Much better than Zabuza's choice of words, replied Mei while wishing she was in Haku's current position. Well you're not going to be able to make love to her or the others once I chop off your junk. Exclaimed Zabuza before taking a swing at Naruto, who used the force to stop the sword from hitting male pride. Now you're just being stupid, replied Naruto before using the force to lift Zabuza's sword out of the man's hand and threw it out the window. No, my sword. Stay where you are so when I get back I can't hurt you. yelled Zabuza before leaping out the window, and those in the room just sweat dropped. Much to learn Zabuza still has. Does anyone feel like listening to him? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. No, was the answer from his lovely ladies. Me neither. Let's all go home so I can take a much needed shower and you can all tell me what's happened since I was gone. And no Anko, you can't join me in the shower. You too, mate, said Naruto, with Anko snapping her fingers and Mei pouting with the sound of a whine being heard from the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman really wanted her fun time with Naruto. Namika's estate sometime later. Naruto sighed, as he mediated in the gardens, finding the tranquility of his surroundings helped his focus on channeling the force. After many days being in bed with the lovely ladies of his family, Naruto managed to get out of bed, bathe, eat, and get to work on his studies in the way Master Revan had taught him. The Jedi Master had been ruthless in his teachings when it came to powers, knowledge of the Force, and lightsaber techniques not seen for several millennia. Naruto had shown Revan the power of chakra and his own ability to make shadow clones so he could learn to do multiple things at once. Revan was pleased by this, surprised by the appearance of chakra, and wondered if it was the Force simply mutating or even evolving into something else. Not that it mattered, since the two could be used separately and to the blonde's advantage when fighting the Akatsuki when they came for him. In fact, Naruto was wondering if he should propose to Zabuza a radical alternative to this situation, and simply expand the horizon of this world by introducing new things to it. And by new things Naruto meant introducing the elemental countries to the New Republic, if not the galaxy at large. Naruto knew introducing Zabuza, Haku, and the others along with the entire world to the galaxy above was something that would no doubt be terrifying. Every country would be scrambling to be the most technologically advanced power to claim supremacy over the world in order to use that newfound authority to expand their horizons upward. A new all-out war would be upon the world before any form of galactic government like the Republic or even the Empire, if it was still around, could make their presence known on this planet. There was also the matter of Jedi Master Revan's holocron and keeping it in his possession, knowing it could be put to better use within the Jedi Order. During his training with Revan, Naruto had spent his time using the Force to gaze into the life of the galaxy he had left behind to come back to his planet and see what had transpired since the Emperor's death. As expected, Darth Vader had abandoned the Sith Order, and his late master's dark side influence from his person. Also, it was clear that Vader had found the information Naruto had researched in secret to healing the man's injuries he suffered years ago, and was no longer considered what many would call half a man in terms of his crippling condition. Now Vader was whole, his flesh healed, his face no longer pale, and was with his son after sending agents to Tatooine, and keeping Obi-Wan Kenobi away from Luke so the former Sith Lord could see him in person. Looking at the events that transpired through the Force, Naruto saw Luke was surprised to see Vader, who now calling himself Anakin Skywalker once more, and saw the reunion was heartfelt for the most part. Apparently the Lars weren't exactly thrilled to see Anakin, and Owen Lars tried to scare him away with no success. Not surprising, since Anakin Skywalker was a hero of the Clone Wars, fought in many incursions behind enemies' lines, had been in life-threatening situations, and had been nearly killed after on multiple occasions. A farmer wielding an old blaster rifle wasn't going to do much against someone with the power to crush your windpipe with a single flex of the hand when calling on the Force. As things progressed, Anakin crushed the blaster rifle itself with the Force instead of his stepbrother's throat, and continued to talk to Luke. The boy wanted to know what had become of his father, and Anakin answered, though it pained him to do so, knowing the truth would hurt Luke in knowing he was once Darth Vader. Luke for his part was very shocked and appalled at first to hear that part of his father's life. Who wouldn't be? Still, the boy had inherited his mother's forgiving and loving nature. The former queen-turned-senator of Naboo was well known for during her years of service. Luke could tell, despite his lack of training in the ways of the Force, that his father's intentions in seeking him out were pure and true in wanting them to be a family again. Anakin was also slowly changing the Empire into a new republic, as he wished to honor his late wife and bring back the democracy she loved so much. He even pardoned the Jedi of all the trumped-up charges against him, even revealing the truth about the late Emperor being a Sith Lord, and how the man had orchestrated certain things to cause the Republic's downfall while using the Clone Wars as a means to make the Empire possible. Not to mention use the war to get the parts needed for the super laser of the Death Star, which Anakin had decommissioned, the plans for the space station destroyed, and the dreaded super laser being broken beyond repair. As it stood, Anakin Skywalker was returning the galaxy back to the way it should have been, and wanted his son to be a part of it by becoming a Jedi like himself. Naruto smiled at seeing Luke's reaction at the offer and accepting, despite Owen's protest that the boy should stay on the desert planet to be a moisture farmer like himself. By this point, Obi-Wan Kenobi arrived, having gotten around Anakin's agents, but realized he was too late to stop the two from meeting, and the older Jedi wondered how things would play out between them now. Former master and student staring at each other. Not since that time so many years ago did they meet, and the memory of Anakin burning nearly to death played out in Kenobi's mind. It was clear Anakin had no love for his old master. The man just couldn't hate Kenobi anymore, and told the man to leave his family alone. To stay on this planet in exile or do something else with his life. Anakin didn't care so long as the man didn't try to influence his son into hating him for what he once was in life. Obi-Wan himself was surprised, since he half expected Anakin would try getting his revenge on him using his newly restored state of health. Still, Naruto was disappointed in Obi-Wan after the Jedi Master brought out his lightsaber, preparing to do battle with his old student to save Luke from his father's dark influence, and the older man was surprised that the boy stood by Anakin's side. Anakin had discreetly moved his son away from him so his lightsaber could be brought out and prepared to duel his former Jedi Master once more. Luke had pleaded with Obi-Wan to stop this nonsense, but the aged Jedi wouldn't listen, and two warriors did battle on the sandy battlefield that was the Lars homestead. Surprisingly to most, Anakin was not the aggressor in the fight, and had several chances to kill Obi-Wan at multiple points in their duel. It was only when the former Jedi and former Sith Lord knocked the lightsaber away to have his old Jedi Master at his mercy did breaths really catch in their throat. "I'm no longer your enemy, Obi-Wan. I have a new purpose in life, and that purpose is to be with my son. I am going to be the father I was denied for so long. The Jedi are no longer considered the enemies of the galaxy, and several have already returned to Coruscant to rebuild the Jedi Order. My son will be among them. Leave me to do what the Force has decreed, Obi-Wan, for if you defy it any further, I will kill you." With his mind now spoken, Anakin turned his lightsaber off. The Sith blade had yet to be replaced with a Jedi one due to his constantly busy schedule, and the man was hoping his time spent with his son's training would help him do just that. Walking back to his son, Anakin was wrapped in a hug from the boy, who thanked him for not killing Obi-Wan, and further proving he wasn't the monster the galaxy made the man out to be for well over a decade. The two walked away from the Lars homestead to the shuttle, much to the shock of the boy's aunt, uncle, and the Jedi Master on the ground, seeing this with pure disbelief in his eyes. Since then, Naruto could see Anakin's struggles were a bit uphill, even with the return of the Jedi Order, with the man becoming a Jedi Master under the new Jedi Council made from the various Jedi Masters that came back to Coruscant. Many of the Emperor's loyal followers had tried to stop the new age of the Jedi Order from arising, but Anakin, with the help of several Jedi Masters and the clone troopers of the 501st, were able to stop them from succeeding. The Senate was having its power restored, and a new Supreme Chancellor in the form of Bail Organa was appointed to keep the Republic from turning into the tyrannical monstrosity the man's predecessor turned it into before becoming an emperor. There was also the matter of Anakin finding out about Leia being his daughter, which he learned about from Starkiller, who had told Anakin that the girl's Force presence while masked was similar to Luke's own, and it made the man suspicious. Using some of his agents from the days of being a Sith Lord, Anakin was able to get a blood sample the Organa royal family had on file regarding Leia, and ran it against his own after making sure to check for every possible way it could have been altered. Sure enough, Leia was his daughter just as Luke was his son, and decided to bring this to the growing woman's attention with her adopted father in the Chancellor's office. It was a shock to Leia's mind of that there was no doubt when Naruto saw the events unfold in his mind, and Bail Organa had tried to explain why he had done it. Leia had loved her adopted father, but the entire time he had lied to her, and hated those that couldn't speak the truth because it bred dishonesty which led to corruption. She also was a bit concerned about her now biological father doing something rash against Bail for keeping it a secret for so long, but strangely enough the former Sith Lord wasn't focused on her and offered to help his daughter control the power laying dormant deep within. Naruto saw Leia was hesitant to accept, and Bail was fearful since he was afraid the girl he had raised like his own would become a Sith Lord like her biological father. However, Anakin had sensed this, and stated that Jedi General Rom Koda would be the one to help teach Leia while he himself would be training Luke. Koda had already finished Starkiller's training just last year, and the need to revive the Jedi Order's ranks required those masters that came back to train students as soon as possible while making sure not to go too fast. Anakin figured that Leia would learn well under Koda and that she would become a great Jedi with his unique insight in life. Naruto was pleased to see Leia, after thinking the offer over, accept the offer Anakin had made, and become a Jedi like her father. However, just because the ranks of the revived Jedi Order was once more flourishing again, the knowledge they once possessed during the height of their time was either lost or destroyed during the purges. Some of it was successfully retrieved, but not all of it, and the gap needed to be filled in order to prepare the next generation of Jedi. Naruto knew what he had to do. If only to make sure Revan's holocron was able to reach the Jedi Temple and the man was able to pass down what he taught Naruto to the other Jedi so they could grow stronger from it. With that in mind, Naruto called upon the Force to his being, feeling the cosmic energy weave around him in a fluid tapestry of sorts. The blonde reached out to the one Jedi he could trust and ensure this item would reach the Jedi Council on Coruscant. "I wasn't sure you would come here, considering our brief history together when we last met," stated Naruto, while the form of Galen Marek aka Starkiller appearing from the shadows wearing Jedi Knight robes with armor in certain places that would give added protection. "I spoke to Koda and Juno about it. They felt this was something that couldn't be ignored. Not when the holocron you spoke of to me is considered irreplaceable to the Jedi Order," stated Galen, with Naruto smirking at him when standing up to face the man. "How is Juno?" asked Naruto calmly while Galen smiled at him. "She's happy to be part of something she can believe in again. After what happened with her being labeled a traitor to the Empire by Vader and then with what happened on the Death Star," stated Galen, with Naruto nodding. "I understand. I was against the whole idea of you being used by them like that. I also bet you were surprised at how strong Anakin was when fully healed," replied Naruto, and Galen nodded. "Yeah, I thought he was strong before when he was still in that armor, but now he's simply incredible," exclaimed Galen, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, Anakin Skywalker is something, which is why he and the other Jedi Masters will appreciate this item, said Naruto before showing Galen the Jedi holocron in his hand. Is that? Asked Galen, wondering if it was indeed the holocron of Jedi Master Revan. Yes, the Jedi holocron of Jedi Master Revan himself is in my hands. Take this treasure of Jedi treasures to Coruscant where it belongs. Take it to the Jedi Council. Let him bask in the man's wisdom and the knowledge he gained from his many years of experience to further strengthen their connection to the Force. I sense only through this holocron will the Jedi Order be able to return to its former stature in the galaxy, stated Naruto before putting the holocron in Galen's hands. You could have kept this a secret. Even destroyed it, why haven't you? Stated Galen, and the blonde smirked at him. Because that would be wrong. Revan's knowledge is to be shared with the Jedi. To do otherwise is wrong and goes against the will of the Force. The last time that happened was before you were born, and the Jedi fell to the powers of the dark side, replied Naruto, with his tone becoming sad in the end. I don't follow, said Galen with a frown. Ask Anakin when you get back. He'll tell you what I'm talking about, replied Naruto, and the Jedi Knight nodded. What happened to your ship, if I may ask? Questioned Galen, and Naruto smiled softly. I destroyed it. At the time, this world was not ready for such technological advances that would destroy this world. But now, things have changed in my mind, replied Naruto, and Galen thought for a moment. When I hand this to Anakin, I'll request leave to return, bring an extra ship, and help you with your problems here, since I sense something sinister on this planet is coming. You will need my help, stated Galen, and Naruto smiled. I'm honored. Please do return if and when you can. I'd be honored to fight beside you when the time comes, said Naruto, and the two shook hands before Galen left. Mizukage Tower. So you called in help from your friends far, far away? Asked Zabuza after hearing what Naruto did, and the blonde had a sweat drop form in the back of his head at the way he said it. Do you have to say things like that? Considering they have the power to crush objects, move said objects gently or violently, and can invade your mind while making you do things against your will. I would think you would have a great deal of respect for the Jedi Order, replied Naruto, with Zabuza grumbling a bit. Yeah, well, seeing is believing, so until these guys prove to me they are hot shit, I'm not going to be impressed, stated Zabuza, with Naruto smirking at him. The one that is coming here again is very powerful. Trust me, you'll be impressed when he arrives, answered Naruto, knowing how Starkiller, or rather Galen Marek, would make Zabuza pee himself at seeing the Jedi Knight unleash his power upon their enemies. Naruto almost laughed out loud when picturing Zabuza fainting at the sight of Galen Marek bringing down a Victory-class Star Destroyer down from high orbit. Chapter 10 Naruto Unleashed. Naruto waited at a deserted training ground for Galen Marek and his ship to arrive, since he sensed the man had entered the system moments ago. Zabuza, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Haku, Hinata, Shizune, Mei, Anko, and the rest of his wives plus the various clan heads were all with him waiting as well. They were all curious about meeting another human from beyond the stars and was going to aid in fighting the Akatsuki with the same powers Naruto himself possessed. This guy better be impressive, mumbled Zabuza before getting elbowed by Mei and Haku, since they didn't like him insult their husband's friend because it indirectly insulted their husband. So little faith, Zabuza. I would think you would have some after all you've seen me do with my power, commented Naruto, with Zabuza mumbling something. Soon enough though, the ship they were waiting for had arrived, and the rogue shadow piloted by Juno Eclipse had landed in all its glory. The group behind Naruto had gasped at seeing such a technological wonder landing right in front of them, since the design of it made the ship look like a giant metallic bird. When the ship's ramp opened, a lone figure, possibly male from what could be seen behind a slightly dark robe, stepped out of the large vessel and had a hood covering his face. Walking without pause once down the ramp, the figure made his way to Naruto, and stopped only a few feet away from the blonde Uzumaki. And just stood there as if waiting for something, while the wind picked up slightly around them with an invisible tension manifesting. Does anyone else feel twitchy? Asked Jiraiya, with Tsunade nodding, since she was now expecting the two to draw weapons. I can practically feel the desire to whip out a kunai and get ready to attack, remarked Anko, with the others looking at her slightly. Aren't you always like that? Questioned Mei, with Anko sticking her tongue out at him. Their conversation ended when the sound of a snap hiss came from both Naruto and the robed figure with their lightsabers activated. They began moving at incredible speeds, clashing against the other, and just when the others were going to get involved, the two combatants turned off their weapons and proceeded to laugh and had a brief hug between them. It's been a while, Galen. How are you? Asked Naruto, with Galen removing his hood and smiled at his friend. Good. How are things with you? You've gotten yourself into quite a situation on your world, replied Galen, with Naruto smirking. I am. There is a lot about this world you don't know, Galen. How is Anakin? I thought I sensed him earlier on your ship, asked Naruto before he saw another robed figure now descend from the ship and revealed himself to be Anakin Skywalker. Hello Naruto. It's been quite some time since we last saw each other, stated Anakin, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yes, the last time we met, you were an injured Sith Lord contemplating his future, and I was the Emperor's former hand responsible for his sudden demise. You look good by the way since the last time we met, replied Naruto, with Anakin smirking at him. Yes, well, the last time you saw me, most of my body was burned, I was in that wretched life support suit, and was badly injured further from fighting this one, countered Anakin, as he pointed at Galen, and Naruto nodded in agreement before pulling out a small cube-shaped device. Here is the Jedi holocron I promised. It contained the knowledge and wisdom of Jedi Master Revan. Make sure his teachings are shared with the other Jedi Masters on the Council, said Naruto with Anakin nodding and taking the cube from his hands. This will go a long way in helping the Jedi Order grow. Thank you Naruto, said Anakin with the Uzumaki smiling. Juno is going to take Anakin back to Coruscant. I'm sticking around to help you with this problem you have with this group, said Galen with Naruto smirking. The two of us working together against them. That's almost cruel, remarked Naruto while Galen smiled. Almost, commented Galen while Anakin shook his head. I'll check in on Galen and you a month after I return to Coruscant with the holocron, said Anakin while the two nodded. May the Force be with you Master Skywalker, said Naruto before bowing slightly and Anakin returned it. And you, Master Uzumaki, replied Anakin with a smirk before leaving for the ship. Master Uzumaki, I like the sound of that, said Naruto with Galen shaking his head. Try not to get a swollen head over it, remarked Galen with Naruto smirking. Who, me, never, replied Naruto and let out a laugh with Galen following. Care to introduce me, said Galen after walking with Naruto to the others. Of course, Galen Marek, these are some of my very best friends, and loved ones in the entire village. Everyone, this is Galen Marek, also known as Starkiller. He was once Darth Vader's secret apprentice before breaking away after an incident. I was assigned by the late Emperor to work in the shadows to contain the aftermath of their eventual battle that I no doubt believe was orchestrated by the late Sith Lord on the throne. To protect him in the event Galen here bested Vader for the moment and moved on to him. Something that did happen and I intervened during the fighting before I made the final decision to turn on the late Emperor, explained Naruto with everyone listening to why he betrayed Sidious. Wow, this Sith Emperor sounds like a real jerk, commented Anko with Naruto letting out a chuckle. He was more than jerk Anko. He orchestrated the fall of the Republic, the Jedi, started an intergalactic civil war, and used that same war to gather materials to make a super laser for his Death Star that could destroy entire planets. He makes Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru look like innocent children, replied Naruto with everyone shivering since anyone that made those two infamous shinobi look tame by comparison was to be feared for all time. Okay, now that the introduction is out of the way, how do we take out the Akatsuki that is threatening everything? Asked Sabuza with Naruto smirking. Jiraiya has a spy in the Akatsuki, right? So we'll use him to pass information onto them that the remaining Jinchuriki are gathering in one spot to meet to form an alliance against them. We will make it so tempting that they would be foolish to not come get us in this one moment before we spring our trap to finish them all off in one swift stroke. It's the only way we can stop them now before they decide come after all Jinchuriki one at a time like they originally planned from what Jiraiya's first spy told him, answered Naruto with Jiraiya scratching his chin in thought. It would take some collaborating effort from Iwa, Suna, and Kumo because of how the Akatsuki has spies of their own in these three villages. Only through the cooperation of the cages in actually making it seem like they will do it can we to make this trap seem genuine, added Jiraiya with Naruto nodding. Can you make it work? Asked Galen with Jiraiya thinking for a moment. Kumo and Suna aren't the problem. The Tsuchikage and Iwa might need some convincing though I'm sure it can be done if handled discreetly, answered Jiraiya and the only way to make that happen was if he went to see the old cage. Then I suggest you get to it Ero-Sennin, said Naruto with Jiraiya having a tick mark on his head and got laughed at by the others with the exception of Starkiller. How many times must I tell you not to call me that? Yelled an angry Jiraiya while Naruto stayed completely calm. Ero-Sennin, asked Galen with Naruto smirking at him. Let me put it to you this way. If Juno meets him, you will want to go Sith Lord on his ass for looking at her body, and more if he tries to peep on her if she ever used our hot springs, answered Naruto with Galen scowling at a now nervous Jiraiya. I wouldn't do that, protested Jiraiya though everyone just looked at him while crickets chirped in the silence that followed. Sure you wouldn't, and I'm not married to a bunch of hot women who I love with all my heart, replied Naruto while the women around that he loved blushed heavily. Sure, rub it in why don't you, mumbled Jiraiya before he was hit in the back of the head by Tsunade. Sorry about that, apologized Tsunade while Galen looked at the downed Jiraiya and then at Tsunade before looking at Naruto. You hang around with some strange people, replied Galen with Naruto laughing since he had been to various parts of the galaxy and met some strange people in the process. You have no idea, said Naruto with a grin on his face before he decided to show Galen around the village. They could relax for a bit before they set their plan into action. Village sometime later. Is this right Itachi? All of the currently existing Jinchuriki are gathering in 1 week, demanded Pain with Itachi nodding his head. Yes, our spies in the other villages have confirmed that each Jinchuriki from the other villages have mobilized to meet in what was once Whirlpool country. According to the old history books, it is the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, replied Itachi while the other members thought about this information. We must act on this. If the Jinchuriki successfully band together, then our plans will be ruined, and it will take too long to counter before putting the next phase of our plan into motion, commanded Pain with the others nodding. It could be a trap, stated Conan calmly though it was clear her words were ignored. Trap or not, we have to investigate, replied Pain with his tone telling her his decision was final. Everything is going according to plan just as Jiraiya-sama said it would after I told Pain about this false information, thought Itachi, as he had no intention of surviving the upcoming battle and planned to be a secret weapon against the Akatsuki when the time came for the trap to be sprung. We were able to make a small army of Zetsu clones thanks to the six-tailed Jinchuriki being caught not that long ago. We were fortunate that we caught him at all, so we can't waste this opportunity to use them to get the other Jinchuriki while using the clones in combination of us all fighting the Jinchuriki when the time comes, stated Pain knowing that the Zetsu clones would go a long way to capturing the others. Soon I will have the means to creating the Kyuubi. Even if it is some kind of trap, all the remaining Jinchuriki will be unable to stand against us and our powers to nullify each Biju within them, thought Obito behind his orange swirl mask. Whirlpool Country 1 week later. They are here. Get ready, replied Naruto in a whispered tone to Galen and the others wearing robes covering their forms while seeing the members of the Akatsuki along with the clone army of Zetsus appearing before them. So our intel was correct. The Jinchuriki have gathered for battle, said Pain, as he saw how the Jinchuriki standing before him wearing robes to hide their identities. Not quite, team, replied Naruto before he removed his outer robes, as did Galen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Mei, Zabuza, Kimimaro Anko, Gaara, who was the Kazekage of Suna, Temari, Kankuro, the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and the hidden army of allied shinobi hidden using the power of the Force. We've been tricked, exclaimed Kisame with Naruto smirking at him. What was your first clue? Asked Naruto rhetorically while activated his lightsabers and Galen did the same. It doesn't matter. We have more than enough power to crush them, replied Pain, as he brought out his paths, and the others brought out their own abilities. It's time Uchiha Itachi, said Naruto to Itachi through a mental link with the Force and saw the Uchiha nod slightly while silently drawing his sword. And stabbed Kisame with it while staring at the shocked swordsman with his Sharingan eyes. Itachi, you fucking traitor, exclaimed Hiden furiously before Itachi was in his line of sight and the Jashin priest knew only blackness. I was never a traitor because I was never loyal to the cause to begin with, stated Itachi before he found a hand through his back exit out his stomach. A hand that belonged to one of Pain's paths. Foolish Itachi, now you die, replied Pain coldly while Itachi smoked while blood leaked from his face. He could have used a substitution, but deep down the Uchiha was tired and his body was dying on him. You are the fool, I am already dead, my body has been ill for some time, I wasn't going to last much longer. I don't care about my life and I'm ashamed of my clan for their past sins in this world. I'm glad to die knowing that I spent the last few moments of my life saving the world from a tyrant that would enslave the world for his own ends, replied Itachi, as he looked at Pain for a moment, and then at Tobi before a dark fire flickered in his Sharingan eyes before it shot out to hit the shocked masked Uchiha. Only for the masked Uchiha to appear to be unharmed due to his manipulation of space and time with his Sharingan eye. You failed Itachi, said Tobi calmly while Itachi still smiled. Did I? Questioned Itachi before his life left him with a smile still on his face. What? Thought Tobi before something caught his eye on the ground and his eye widened in shock when he saw an explosive tag on the ground that was about to explode. The explosion from the explosive tag itself didn't cause any harm despite its proximity to Tobi, but that wasn't Itachi's intention, as the man knew the masked Uchiha would use his power to get away and attempt to cause bodily harm happened. So rather than use it in a vain attempt to hurt Tobi like everyone thought, Itachi used it to cause damage to the mask and making the item fall apart. It can't be, exclaimed Jiraiya, as he saw the face of the man behind the mask, and easily recognized it despite the many years since seeing him. It was Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya's student. Hello Jiraiya, replied Obito with a scowl on his face. You know this guy? Asked Galen while watching this guy carefully. His name is Uchiha Obito. He was a student of the Naruto's father in his younger years during the Third Shinobi War. We presumed he was dead after a boulder crushed half his body. Kakashi and Rin reported him dead, answered Jiraiya with Obito smoking. I did die, or was pretty damn close to it. You would not believe what I went through to become what I am now. How much I suffered, how much I lost, exclaimed Obito with Naruto scowling. How much you suffered, how much you lost, cared to explain that to us? Questioned Naruto with Obito frowning at him. I lost half my body. I lost my former teammate Rin because of Kakashi, explained Obito with Naruto waiting for more. And that justifies your actions in doing everything that had led to this moment. What you did to my parents in causing the fox sealed inside of her to attack. The sealing he was forced to do on me to keep him contained and make my life miserable. All because of that, questioned Naruto with Obito scowling at him. You wouldn't understand brat, I lost over half my body, nearly dying if not for Madara's intervention, and was unable to love Rin like I wanted. I came to rescue her because she was in trouble after my body fully recovered and saw Kakashi kill her when I showed up on the battlefield to do what he promised he would in my place. Rin is all that matters to me. Hence why I intended to bring all the Biju together to form the Kyuubi and create a worldwide Tsukuyomi using the moon itself to make a reality where Rin is alive, stated Obito with Naruto's eyes widening and everyone looking at the Uchiha like he was nuts. That was not what we agreed upon to achieve peace, said Pain with narrowed eyes. It's still peace. In my reality, there will be no wars, fights, pain, and suffering that we both detest so much. In my reality, your body will be perfectly healed, and can move around like it was healthy. It will be a wonderful world where Rin can live again, smile again, and we can be together again, replied Obito before Naruto started laughing at him. That's it, that's the reason. You are doing all of this, you've done these terrible things just because your former teammate you had a crush on was killed and you want to bring her back, using an eternal Tsukuyomi. You are so pathetic, exclaimed Naruto while laughing at the Uchiha that was once his father's student. Pathetic? How is it pathetic? Questioned Obito with Naruto now glaring at him. Think about it for 2 seconds, you dumb shit. You would be bringing back a fake Rin. A Rin that you only know from your memories. You have no idea what she would look like now or how she would act. You would create an empty shell of a woman forged from the past. This Rin would have no emotions except what you give her. She would laugh at things only because you want her to laugh at them. You would make a Rin that is not the true Rin and can only create an empty puppet to fill your heart that will not be satisfied for long. Eventually, you would have gotten tired of this fake Rin because she would be predictable in everything she did, as she was created in your fake illusionary world, and you would ultimately one day kill her yourself. In fact, I can easily imagine you would only lose your mind over this, killing a new manifested Rin again and again until it's not enough. I imagine you would start killing people off one by one, until finally after so many have died through your twisted eternal Tsukuyomi by your hands, you are the only one left alive on this planet, explained Naruto with Obito looking infuriated at him. You didn't imagine that, did you? You saw it through a vision of the Force, whispered Galen with Naruto nodding. Down to every last horrible detail, Naruto whispered back. Unless we stop him here, replied Galen with Naruto nodding. Are you ready? Asked Naruto with Galen nodding and could feel the Force ready to be unleashed through him. I believe in true peace like our organization has long strived for, but I will not let serve a madman that will enslave everyone in such a manner and bring about the end to all that is human life. Die, said Konan as she sent sharp kunai-shaped projectiles at Obito, who sneered at her, and used his Sharingan to phase out for a moment so it would fly through him. You first, exclaimed Obito as he moved with incredible speed to get in front of Konan and grabbed her by the throat. Only for a vertically spinning blue lightsaber accurately thrown by one Galen Marek to slice through Obito's hand at the wrist. That's no way to treat lady, remarked Galen as he recalled his lightsaber back to his hand and saw Obito looking at him with a murderous expression on his face. Don't just stand there, you idiots. Kill them all. As Uchiha Madara's true heir I command it, said Obito with the Zetsu along with his clones charging forward along with Kakazu, Sasori, Deidara, Zetsu, and Pain doing the same. Time for the fun to begin, remarked Naruto with a smile on his face as he along with Galen charged forward and the others beside him doing the same to engage this army that was threatening their way of life. The two Force users launched their attacks at the Zetsu clones, slicing through one after another with their lightsabers, using their Force powers to annihilate the enemy around them and enjoying every second of it. When they weren't fighting Zetsu clones, the two were destroying puppets sent their way by Sasori, and using the Force to create perfect synchronized teamwork to combat their foes. Sasori frowned at the sight of his army of over 100 puppets being destroyed by the two Force users and allied shinobi rallying around them in the fighting. He seethed at the sight of these shinobi destroying his works of art and the Zetsu clones they had made to overpower the Jinchuriki. Only now, the Akatsuki was being overpowered, falling apart from within, and were fighting for their lives because they had been trapped due to a spy in their midst. The fact that Konan had turned on him too was even worse, as she had refused to fight for Uchiha Obito, and his plan to place a genjutsu on the entire world that would make him a god that would end war forever on his terms. His musing were cut short when Kimimaro appeared seemingly out of nowhere from the thick of his puppets, now all destroyed by the Kagaya in a brilliant display of violence worthy of his clan name, and sliced the Suno puppet master's head clean off his shoulders with a katana made from the Kagaya's body. Fortunately for Sasori, it was not his true body, as he made himself into a living puppet, but also kept himself hidden within that of another puppet to provide himself with a means of protection, and to catch his prey off guard for a sneak attack. However, as he leaped over the slightly surprised Kagaya to strike the undefended back of his enemy, Sasori found himself stabbed in the back through the front multiple times by sharp paper object that came from Konan, and one of the projectiles had hit the puppet master through his heart that kept him alive. You bitch, whispered Sasori, as he felt life fade from him, and cursed Konan one last time before death took hold of Suna's greatest of puppet masters. Thank you for your aid, said Kimimaro while fighting off the Zetsu clones that now swarmed over him. Save your thanks for later when this is all over, commanded Konan as she continued to battle the Zetsu clones, and started fighting her way to Zetsu himself. Persistent little bastards, remarked A, as he tore through clone after clone after clone, and they still kept coming. How did they make all of these? Questioned Yugito, as she set a whole line of them on fire with Nibi's chakra, and still more came. We used the chakra from the six-tailed Jinchuriki that was caught a short time ago. He put up quite a fight, answered Kakazu arrogantly, as he appeared in front of her, and saw the woman hiss like an angry cat at him. Bastard, exclaimed Yugito with Kakazu shrugging off the insult. You should be thanking us for putting him out of his misery. Your fellow Jinchuriki was not in his right mind. He thought everyone around him was the enemy. Kept whispering to himself how people betrayed him and was going to destroy the next village he walked into, replied Kakazu while Yugito not letting her glare leave. Probably due to the mental trauma suffered when he was in Mist, remarked since he knew some Jinchuriki if not all of them had suffered in the past and not all of them came out mentally stable. It didn't give you the right to kill him and use the Biju for your twisted plans. He could have been saved or his mind healed, countered Yugito with Kakazu smirking at her. As if I care about that. All I care about is money, replied Kakazu before felt a shadow fall behind him and turned to see Kyuubi with his swords out looking pissed. You killed my bro and care only about dough. Number 8 is going to unleash his own hate, rap B before he unleashed his swordsmanship skills on the shocked Akatsuki member with the oldest member of the Akatsuki now sliced to pieces. Normally I'd scold you for rapping, but considering the situation, I'm letting you off the hook this one time B, said a while B grinned at him, and the Raikage knew he was never going to hear the end of it. While this was going on, Pain had decided to go after his old sensei Jiraiya, and the man's teammate Tsunade with the Toad Sannin telling the Slug Sannin not to hold back. Pain merely watched them in amusement, as Jiraiya went into Sage mode, and Tsunade was trying to use her super strength against the Rinnegan user. This is pointless. I killed the man you could not defeat in Am. Hanzo was stronger than all 3 Sannin and you were in your prime when that fight occurred. The chances of the 2 of you defeating me are less than it was when fighting Hanzo all those years ago, replied Pain confidently while his 6 paths easily handled the 2 Sannin. Then let's even the odds, exclaimed Fu, as she along with Anko, Mei, Gaara, Han, and Roshi were now attacking Pain's paths. Fools, I'll show you what it means to challenge a god, stated Pain, as he focused the power of his eyes on them, but found himself suddenly unable to use it, and frowned before turning to see Naruto's hand outstretched towards him. The Rinnegan may be impressive, but it is no match against the power of the Force, exclaimed Naruto, as he focused on Pain while Galen fought off the Zetsu clones now trying to get to the Uzumaki, and break his concentration. We will see about that, replied Pain, as he focused his attention on Naruto now, but the young Force user was still somehow suppressing his power and it infuriated him to no end. Even if you defeat his paths, the real Pain is to the north of here, said Konan, as she used her origami paper to kill the real Zetsu, and saw Pain glaring at her. You dare betray me, after everything we've done, demanded Pain with Konan giving him a sad look. You betrayed yourself, Nagato. You could have opposed the Uchiha's plan when you heard it for the first time, but instead you went against everything we believed in, and chose to fight for an empty world that will be filled with drones for people. That is not true peace, answered Konan with Pain frowning. Peace is peace, Konan. How it is achieved doesn't matter so long as the end result of it actually happens. Whether by subjugation, enslavement, or genocide, I don't care so long as true peace occurs and wars end, replied Pain with Konan looking at him with pity. Galen, cut your way through the Zetsu clones to the north. Find and kill the guy there that's commanding these paths. The Force will show you the way, commanded Naruto while fighting off some of the clones and still keeping his focus on Pain. Are you sure? Asked Galen with Naruto nodding. Yeah, but you better hurry, exclaimed Naruto, as he felt Pain was using his Rinnegan to fight the Force and his ability to suppress the Dojutsu. Shinra Tensei, said Pain, as he was finally able to use the Rinnegan to force back Naruto, and the blonde Uzumaki grinned at him. Impressive, most impressive, but much to learn you still have, commented Naruto, as he sent Pain flying with his force push, and sent the man's body through several trees. Not bad boy, you may not have the Rinnegan, but your strange power seems to rival mine. Because of this, I must kill you now, replied Pain, as he got off the ground, and stared at him. You are an Uzumaki, like my mother. Why would you do this knowing that it would kill your own kin? Demanded Naruto with Pain just staring at him. Because I do not care about blood ties. I do not care about what others think of me. I have a vision where there is no war and I am going to achieve it one way or another, replied Pain with Naruto scowling at him. Even if it means following Uchiha Obito. What makes you think your Rinnegan will grant you immunity from his massive genjutsu? Questioned Naruto, as he created a rasengan in his hand, and made it hover using the Force. The Rinnegan is the absolute dojutsu. I will live outside of the genjutsu he creates and live in his world knowing we have peace. What becomes of everyone else in this world is not my concern, answered Pain with Naruto getting angry when hearing that. So you'll just screw over everyone the world over just for your own desires to be met regardless of how it happens. How very Uchiha of you, remarked Naruto with Pain frowning. Enough, I will not tolerate you anymore, right, stated Pain, but his eyes widened for a second, and then his body along with the other paths went limp. What just happened? Asked Tsunade when she saw the rods in each of the paths fall out and the Rinnegan leaving their eyes. Starkiller, replied Naruto to see that everyone except Uchiha Obito was among the dead or in Hiden's case, in a coma. In fact, Obito was no longer on the battlefield. The man had fled after losing his hand and no doubt returned to Am. The one Uchiha that deserves to die isn't among the dead, spatter since he had to respect Itachi for fighting beside them when it came to choosing sides. Fortunately, I know where he's headed, said Naruto before Galen came out of the forest with a pair of Rinnegan eyes in a preserving jar. With his dying breath, he wanted us to have them. Apparently, he felt they would be put to better use in the hands of someone who could use them responsibly, stated Galen, as he handed them to Naruto, who looked at them and considered the implantation process. It could give me the edge when I face Obito in AM, added Naruto while looking at the eyes and how they could repel the Sharingan. We should hurry. You need to go and get those eyes surgically implanted before we go to this village, commented Galen with Naruto smirking at him. Who said anything about all of us going to AM? This fight with Obito is mine and mine alone, replied Naruto with Galen frowning along with everyone else. Are you sure? Asked Galen with Naruto nodding. It has to be me that puts him down. Trust me, answered Naruto with Galen sighing. I trust you Naruto, but I don't trust your ability to show restraint in this case. I still sense a lot of aggression in you, stated Galen with Naruto nodding before taking the eyes out of the jar with the force. Naruto, you should really do this with a medical expert, said Tsunade worriedly. There is no time for time-draining surgery and besides, I know what I'm doing, replied Naruto, as he used the force to manipulate the eyes to merging with his own, and it took all of his concentration in using the force to make the merger happen. The fox covered the rest in terms of healing any problems he may have with them. You all right? Asked Galen, as he saw Naruto shake his head to shake off the massive headache he was getting. Yeah, just give me a few minutes. Kurama is working on the internal stuff, answered Naruto with Galen smirking. You're just like Master Skywalker was during his younger years as a Jedi. Reckless and impatient, remarked Galen with Naruto smirking despite the headache. Thanks, said Naruto since he felt Anakin Skywalker was a good role model to follow regardless of his fall to the dark side and the man did redeem himself in the end when it came to his family. Sure enough, Naruto felt the headache leave and his vision cleared up while possessing to turn the Rinnegan on and off whenever he wanted. Giving a thumbs up to everyone, Naruto suddenly moved at incredible speed, clearly heading towards Am with his eyes to engage Uchiha Obito in battle and settle things between them. That Baka is going to be the death of me with his actions, remarked Tsunade with a sigh knowing the boy's recklessness while Rare these days was creating stress marks from her worrying about him. What do we do about them? Asked Galen, as he saw Konan and Hidden being the only members left of the Akatsuki. She should be locked up, remarked the Tsuchikage with a grunt before he screamed in pain and about his back giving out. No, she's suffered enough, remarked Galen with a frowning at him. And how has she suffered? Questioned a while Galen looked him dead in the eyes. I can sense her pain through the force. I have seen her past. The man that she knew that was pain before his fall betrayed her. The man that inspired the two of them to rise up above themselves is dead, his body used by pain, and now the very purpose for existing in this world has been destroyed because of the lie made by Uchiha Obito being exposed. All those important and precious to her are now dead with nothing left to fight for since the organization she joined has been crushed, explained Galen with his eyes softening a bit. He's right, everything she once believed in about the Akatsuki is no more and it's not like she can just go back to Am after everything that's happened. She only tolerated it because of Yahiko and Nagato before everything spiraled out of control. Too many bad memories, replied Jiraiya before walking over to the clearly depressed Konan. What about the Jashin priest? It said he can't be killed no matter what we do, inquired the Raikage while seeing the man in a coma. Uchiha Itachi clearly put him in some kind of genjutsu with his Sharingan that he can't get out of for a long time if ever, though one can never tell with that boy's mastery over the dojutsu. Still, I say we behead him and then throw the head into the water while burning the body. There is a reason all the Jashin followers were killed off in the first place. They were into some weird voodoo, said Tsuchikage with everyone nodding in agreement. Allow me to set the crazy priest's head free, rapped Biwala just groaned at him and watched the eight-tailed Jinchuriki slice the head off with Yugito burning the body. Remind me to hurt him when we get back to Kumo, said Itakarui with the woman nodding. Akatsuki HQ underneath Am days later. Obito was seething in rage, as his lost hand was replaced, and fully usable with one of the pieces of an incomplete Zetsu clone being used like it had been after half of his body was crushed by that damn rock. The shinobi above in Am had been told of Pain's death, making him a martyr, and pinned the blame on Naruto. Though whether that was true or not didn't matter to Obito so long as everyone in Am fought Naruto the bitter end. Naruto will fall before me and his allies will soon join him, thought Obito, as he cursed his Lat sensei and his wife for having such a strong son. Life had become so unfair. He tried to be generous. He tried to be helpful, kind, caring, and always encouraging others. Obito tried to put up with the laughter of others, all the ridicule by Rin, and being outdone by Kakashi. He followed a path of principles and in the end all it got him was heartache when Rin died regardless of how it happened. It was when she died that the principles Uchiha Obito had in life were destroyed. What was the point of living in a world without Rin? Rin was all that mattered. Everyone else was insignificant. Kakashi, Minato, Kushina, the Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and every other person in the world was nothing compared to Rin. So what if they were enslaved by his genjutsu? So what if they were denied free will? Rin was all that mattered. She was his world, and if he couldn't live happily in a world with Rin in it, then no one else could either. It was why he set out to cripple Mist by being its mysterious third Mizukage while manipulating his successor from the shadows. He made the bloodline purges in the country happen, eventually caused the distrust that followed, and weakened Mist almost the point of little to no recovery. Then he moved to Kumo, using his Sharingan on the head ninja before leaving for Konoha to make him steal the Hyuga heiress and cause problems for Konoha. The dividing of the clan, making the entire family become divided, tensions rising to the point where the branch family risked fighting the main family and destroying themselves. Sadly, the Hyuga clan was made of sterner stuff and failed to destroy themselves. Then he went after the Uchiha clan, the tension rising in the aftermath of the failed attack using Kyuubi, the connection the clan had to the fox getting out thanks to Obito, and the whispering of words in secret to Uchiha Fugaku resulting in the plan to overthrow the Sandime. A plan that Obito knew would fail from the start, and it would result in the weakening of Konoha to the point where they couldn't boast they had the muscle needed to repel their enemies with ease. Orochimaru had gone rogue, the Sandime was getting on in his years, Jiraiya and Tsunade were wandering throughout the elemental countries embracing their vices. Konoha was becoming corrupt from within, the hunger and lust for power had taken root with it flourishing almost violently since the Yondaim's death. And Konoha did fall, but not in the way Obito imagined it would. Instead of Konoha's shinobi that could pose a threat to him being killed or enslaved by Iwa or Kumo, they were taken to Mist to strengthen it once more. All because of Minato-sensei's damn son, who now had freaky powers, and help from some freaky guy with similar freaky powers. Then the brat gathers allies to ruin a plan that was orchestrated by the real Uchiha Madara himself and had taken literally over 2 whole decades to set into full motion to the point where it would take the armies of all the shinobi villages along with their cages of both past and present to have a remote chance against him. Only for the damn Uzumaki brat to engage his organization and usurp the plan before the grand scheme could properly be revealed in a dramatic climax that would have resulted in the eternal Tsukuyomi manifesting. Obito wanted to see their last moments of free will being filled with despair, knowing they failed to stop him and that they would live in a world of his own creation where they all obeyed him. Not the Yondaime Hokage, not the Sandime Hokage, not a Mizukage, not a Tsuchikage, or any other Kage for that matter. The world would bow to Uchiha Obito, the true god of shinobi with his goddess Rin ruling by his side for all time. Even now, your thoughts are that of the selfish and the stupid, remarked Naruto, as he appeared from the shadows and glared at Obito with his Rinnegan eyes. How did you get in here? Not even Minato-sensei himself could have infiltrated and without going through an entire village filled with shinobi on full alert. Demanded Obito with Naruto smirking at him. My father never had the force or the Rinnegan at his command. Kurama helped out too in supply the chakra I needed to stay active all this time, answered Naruto calmly while Obito seethed. So the fox has an actual name. I don't know who was foolish enough to give the beast a name or if the others have names as well, but none of the Biju deserve to have one. Their purpose is to obey when given a command. To heal when commanded. They are made to serve their rightful masters, and in this case it's just me. Stated Obito while Naruto's eyes narrowed. If you must know, the Sage of Six Paths himself gave each of the Biju names. Surely you are not calling the father of all things chakra and shinobi a fool, are you? The same man, whose very own offspring eventually helped create the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clan, countered Naruto with Obito's eyes narrowing. Sometimes fathers make mistakes, replied Obito with Naruto's lightsabers coming to life. Yes, clearly yours did by not killing you in your sleep while you were an infant. Would have done the world a favor and simply ended your life. Probably would have if he knew just how whiny and pathetic you are. Oh no, Rin, my poor Rin, I'm lost without you. Whatever shall I do? Mocked Naruto while using the dun mock with Obito's rage rising from it. Shut your mouth, boy. You wouldn't be mocking me if one or all of those women you married to restore your clan were killed, countered Obito with Naruto thinking it over in his head. Possibly, but I know I wouldn't be whining about it like a 5-year-old who just had his toy taken away. You don't even see Rin as a person. You see her as an object. A trophy to be won and paraded around for all to see. Maybe that's why she rejected your affections when asked out on dates. Maybe she saw the ugliness inside of you, replied Naruto with Obito snarling in rage and began going through hand signs. We'll see who has ugliness inside of them, exclaimed Obito before shooting a fire jutsu at Naruto, but the boy deflected it with the force, remaining unmoving as he did, and seemed to wait for the Uchiha to make his own move. The jutsu was a distraction. He expects me to dodge, block, or counter before sneaking up from behind to strike with his space-time technique. A crude copy of Dad's strategy when using his Hiraishin no Jutsu, thought Naruto calmly, as he sensed Obito behind him, and ducked under the massive fan-like sword the Uchiha was wielding. Kicking upward, Naruto saw his kick go through Obito, the man phasing out his physical body from the dimension, and saw the Uchiha smirk at him. Not to be taken lightly or as a fool, Naruto focused on using the force to grab Obito from the dimension his body was hiding in, and brought him back before throwing the surprised fool into a nearby cave wall. How did you do that? Not even the Rinnegan can stop my ability to physically phase out of this dimension. Demanded Obito with Naruto smirking. The force is a cosmic power that transcends all things, even dimensions. Besides, in order to have some form of a physical presence here, you must be partially connected to this dimension, and so long as you are even remotely connected on that level, I can pull you back with ease, explained Naruto before motioning for Obito to try again. We'll see about that, said Obito before launched a now growing, twisting tree at Naruto, who used the force to redirect it towards the statue to his left. I have already seen it. You've already lost, replied Naruto, with the statue being hit and the unnatural creature seemed to moan in pain. No, called out Obito, seeing Gedomazu had been pierced through the heart. Your vessel for all 9 Biju is useless now. Or rather, it will be soon after this one fire jutsu Kurama taught me on the way over here. Fox fire style, flames of Inari jutsu, stated Naruto, as he went through hand signs, and stopped on the one for fox before he launched white flames from his mouth in the form of a white celestial fox. The fire traveled through the entire twisted tree where Naruto aimed it, which was now traveling towards the statue, and Obito watched helplessly in horror at seeing Gedomazu go up in white flames. The statue itself howling now in pain, as it was now consumed in the fire, and what was left of the 6-tailed Biju leaving to one day reconstruct itself into a mighty beast of incredible power. Die! Exclaimed Obito, charging forward with the fan-shaped sword, his mind lost fully to the madness, as the chances of bringing back his beloved Rin were lost, the chance to remake the world, and rule it with her by his side now lost for all time. You first, Shinra-tensei, replied Naruto, as he repelled Obito with the Rinnegan, and saw the Uchiha fly backward before quickly landing on his feet. Why did you have to take my chances to be with Rin away from me? You're just like that Team Kakashi. He got everything handed to him. The fame, the glory, and Rin's affection. You're just like him, cried out Obito, as he swung his blade at Naruto, who dodged, or blocked the blade with his lightsaber while finding it was made of some kind of metal that made it resistant to lightsabers. That, and it was using Obito's chakra currently coding in it too. First off, never compare me to that hypocrite Hitaki Kakashi. If anything, you two are 2 peas in a pod, and more alike in your stupidity. Second, Rin was already lost, no form of genjutsu using the moon, and your eyes will change that. The Rin you would have acquired would only be what you knew from your memories and would never be able to compete against the real one. Face it, Obito, your Rin would have been cheap, and pathetic copy of the original. Then again, you are an Uchiha, so only an Uchiha would be able to come up with such a pathetic plan to replace the woman he cared about, and then whine when the truth hits home, replied Naruto, as he used lightsaber form 2 to keep Obito's sword off his back, and while his own lightsabers were not designed for it like say Count Dooku's own lightsaber, the blonde Uzumaki was still very skilled with it. I don't care, it still would have been Rin, exclaimed Obito, with Naruto parrying his strike and pushing the Uchiha back. A fake Rin, a Rin that would most likely act like an empty shell or doll. Besides, do you really think Rin would approve of your actions? Killing so many people, betraying your shared sensei that was my father. Trying to bring about this sick plan to rule the world with a fake copy of her by your side. She would hate you for that, countered Naruto, with Obito letting out a war cry, as something in his mind seemed to finally break, and rational thought left him. It was what Naruto was waiting for, and struck true with a burst of force speed already enhancing his already natural speed. Obito's Sharingan had no way of catching it, no matter how advanced or powerful it was in tracking movement. Obito himself learned that the hard way when he found his hands were no longer connected to his arms, the sword still gripped tightly at the hilt by the 2 hands, and the Uchiha looked back at Naruto. He saw Naruto looking back, the Rinnegan eyes never leaving, but it was clear through the facial expression on the brat's face that the fight was over, and the Uzumaki had landed the killing blow. Unfortunately for Uchiha Obito, he never knew, or felt the killing blow Naruto had just delivered to him. You think the loss of my hands will stop me? I can easily use pieces of the Zetsu clones still around to regenerate them, said Obito, with Naruto shaking his head. No, you won't. This is the end, stated Naruto, as he turned off his lightsaber, and saw the Uchiha's shocked face. What are you talking? Questioned Obito before he felt his head falling from his body, with the body soon following. It is done, whispered Naruto to himself. It's strange. Father once said that all of us would be made whole again right before his death. I thought he had seen the future when we were told that, remarked Kurama while wondering if the sage had just imagined things. The future is always in motion, Kurama. Things happen depending on the actions of not only ourselves, but others around us we interact, or are connected to our actions. Can you imagine what would happen if the Emperor and Darth Vader didn't come save us from Konoha all those years ago? Thought Naruto, with Kurama smirking. Yeah, you wouldn't have reached your full potential, Konoha would still be around, the Sandaime would have been alive long enough to try molding you into a tool for the village, and Orochimaru would still be around. Not to mention the Akatsuki would have been stronger than you, so the chances of them capturing you would be great and you wouldn't have so many hot wives to lay down in bed with, answered Kurama, with Naruto sighing, since that was indeed the truth. As I said before, Kurama, the future is always in motion, and while some events in life will happen regardless of what we do, others can be changed, thought Naruto, as he walked out the cave he was in, but stopped to look at Obito's head, and with a flick of his wrist he used the force to crush the man's skull. Naruto wasn't going to take any chances of the man somehow regenerating despite losing his head. What will you do now? Asked Kurama, knowing that the true enemy of this world was destroyed, so things had a chance to settle down. I don't know, bring this world out of the archaic age and introduce it to the Republic. Thought Naruto, with Kurama thinking it over. Yes, should be interesting, and let's not forget, the girls will want to see an opera on Coruscant, and you can get those nice luxury spots the Emperor reserved for you. It was clever to have such seats when relaxing from a mission or simply using them for covered assignments, added Kurama with Naruto smirking, since that was true that he did go there to relax or pretend to relax while he planned how to handle assignments given to him. The Emperor had done it himself since before the days of being the Supreme Chancellor on many occasions, since no one would be able to hear him talk to said agents during the opera playing. Everyone was so enthralled by the play or clapping at the end to even hear what someone in the next booth was talking about, much less pay attention. "You think we still have that booth?" thought Naruto with Kurama smirking. "Perhaps, perhaps not, but I'm sure you have enough pull to get enough tickets to take all your wives to at least one opera in those seats. If not, we know a former Sith Lord, turned back into a Jedi Master who does, and could help you acquire them," answered Kurama with Naruto smirking, since that was true too. "I'll talk to Anakin about it when he comes back. For now, let's just enjoy this time of peace we've gained before things spiral out of control again," thought Naruto, as he exited or what was left of it, with the rain stopping and the clouds parting to reveal the sun was shining brightly. A good sign if there ever was one that balance and peace had returned to the world. Epilogue years later. "So this is Korasan. It's very alive," remarked Mei, as she, along with Naruto, her 3 precious children, and the other members of their family plus friends coming out of the cruiser-class family yacht called the Crimson Whirlpool Naruto had commissioned be made so they could all come here. Once his bank accounts were accessed with the credits stored there for his paid services to the late Sith Lord of an Emperor, it was easy to spend a large mountain of credits to make the ship, and still had more than enough to spare. Plus there was interest added to them since Anakin had made sure to tell the bank managers that Naruto was still alive and used the excuse he was on a long-term assignment of planetary security that was highly classified. The whole planet is one big city filled with billions if not trillions of people. Don't get too close to the ledge here. You'll fall for hours on end before hitting the bottom with a loud splat. That will leave a hole in the ground, replied Naruto while seeing the mothers of his children that could walk from getting too close to the ledges despite the energy barriers in place to prevent that. Children tend to climb over things without looking. "And you lived here after taken out of Konoha?" asked Haku, as she walked with her 2 sons in her arms beside him, and he smiled back at her. "Yep, back then it was called the Imperial Center because of the Empire ruled, and even then this planet was and still is quite literally the center of the galaxy. It was said long ago that an empire or republic that rules here, rules the center of galaxy, and that has been proving more than once on multiple occasions," answered Naruto, as he along with his family and friends were greeted by Anakin along with several Jedi Masters. Even Anakin's old Jedi apprentice Ahsoka Tano was there, dressed in Jedi Master robes, and was standing proudly by her old master. It was clear she had felt a shift in the Force and in Anakin when he renounced the dark side to become the man she admired during the Clone Wars. Beside her was young Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker, and beside him was his twin sister Jedi Knight Leia Skywalker. "It's good to see you all here. I welcome all of you to Korasan," said Anakin, as he saw Naruto and his family plus friends with him bow as he did. "I thank you for your welcome, Master Skywalker. Has everything been prepared for my family and friends per my request?" said Naruto with Anakin nodding. "That they have. I'm just glad the transition of your world in joining the new republic was easier than I thought it would. Plus your chosen representative in the Senate will no doubt have a strong influence in it," answered Anakin with Naruto smirking. "I should think so, since she is one of my lovely wives. I take it the reason I have so many has been made public knowledge. I don't want the Holonet press suddenly asking poor Conan-chan such privacy-invading questions so soon after being made my people's first intergalactic senator," replied Naruto, since nothing stayed hidden among the people of this planet for long. "Of course, some species don't like such customs, but that's their way of doing things, and I already explained to them the reason behind it. So long as the marriages are not for some desire to satisfy your perverse sexual needs, I'm highly confident that those species representatives in the Senate won't look down on hinata, and treat you all with respect," answered Anakin with Naruto smirking. "Good, because if they insult Conan, hinata, or one of my other wives, well, let's just say they will not take it very well, and nor will I for that matter," replied Naruto with Anakin nodding in understanding. "Revan's Jedi holocron you provided us has been invaluable to the Jedi Order. Many old Jedi Masters, who survived the purge, are relearning about the Force, and understanding how attachments to people can make us stronger. Even more if they are family," said Anakin with Naruto nodding before the Uzumaki glanced at Haku, with the woman now blushing since she helped inspire it. "Looks like it's not too late to teach an old Jedi new things about the Force. I'm glad I could help you become the Jedi you were always meant to be and reunite with your family. Has Obi-Wan Kenobi returned? Or Master Yoda? I know they were some of the few Jedi your late Sith Master was obsessed with finding before his unexpected demise," said Naruto while the group walked to the large transport speeder that could hold all of them. "Obi-Wan rejoined us fully last year. Master Yoda, well, he's still in exile. Obi-Wan and Bail Organa know where he is, though I haven't asked. I don't think he approves of the new Jedi Order and what we stand for in terms of attachments," answered Anakin with a hint of sadness in his voice. "It was said in the file I have on him that Master Yoda is nearly 1,000 years old. Just shy of it by a little over a century. Someone like that must have trained hundreds if not thousands of Jedi and seen each one grow up. Not to mention seeing him die from war, disease, or time itself. Part of me is not surprised he shuns attachments. Living that long and being that old must make attachments painful for him on an emotional level, offered Naruto with his opinion into Yoda's way of thinking. That and I think he dislikes being proven wrong, added Anakin with Naruto smirking since that was probably another reason. In any case, I can tell the Jedi Order will grow strong again. Your children, your former Jedi apprentice, plus Galen, his own future children, and the rest of the Jedi Order will be a strong pillar of light defending the Republic from future dark threats, said Naruto with Anakin nodding in appreciation. What about you? Will you and your children join the Jedi Order? Asked Anakin with Naruto smiling. Of course, I already consider myself a member. Though I do want to train my children myself in what I know before they become full-time students themselves at the temple, answered Naruto with Anakin nodding while steering the ship to the large building that was Naruto's home. Well, more like a large apartment, but the levels of it that Naruto owned were more than enough to cover their family and any friends he wanted to stay there. I'll leave all of you to unpack and get to know what to do and what not to do while on Coruscant, replied Anakin, as he saw the group unload their stuff and themselves from the massive transport speeder designed for the large families that some species had. I really don't want to do any heavy lifting right now, whined Anko since she had her child, plus one on the way, and wasn't in the mood to carry her luggage. And you won't have to, Anko-chan. That's what protocol droids are for, replied Naruto before he clapped his hands twice and 5 different protocol droids appeared. Greetings. We are C2R3, C6P0, C2T0, C1B2, and C0M9 protocol droids. How may we be of service to Master Naruto and his guests? Asked C2R3 with the women and their children looking on in shock at the sight of the protocol droids. These are my wives, children, and some of my friends from my home planet. You 5 are to ensure that they are treated with the utmost respect that you would treat me. Am I understood? Commanded Naruto with the protocol droids nodding at the same time. Yes, Master Uzumaki, replied all 5 protocol droids at once. Good. Now I'll show you where you can take their luggage and prepare the rooms for their stay, commanded Naruto, as he motioned for the droids to do what was asked of them, and they obeyed immediately. Have I ever told Naruto-kun just how much I love him? Asked Anko with the others nodding slowly while the children that weren't asleep in their respected mother's arms went after the droids and asked their father questions. Many times and in many different ways, replied Tsunade, as she wanted to see this planet with her godson, and knew the woman in front of her had been very determined to have a child with Naruto after Obito was killed. Of course the others were the same way, hence the large number of pregnancies, and the violent eyebrow twitching she got from seeing so many of them with bulging baby bellies soon after. She would have blamed Naruto, but he pointed out that no amount of forced suggestion on his part would have stopped them, and no amount of threats from the slug Sannin herself would have stopped the women in his life from wanting his child. And if I wasn't pregnant right now I would express my love for him, added Anko with the others sighing, though they were also happy she wasn't more explicit given all of the children around. So, who wants to go with me to the nearest red light district to see the exotic women? Asked Jiraiya Tagara, Zabuza, and Kankuro before he was hit in the back of the head by Tsunade. So much for going to the red light district, mumbled Kankuro with Gaara glancing at him while Zabuza snorted while Temari smacked him on the back of his head with her iron fan. Idiot, said Gaara and Zabuza at the same time. Finn. Omake Aburame Shino is a Vulcan. You are taking the large ship to Coruscant I hear, said Shino, as he was seeing his friend off to the ship parked on one of Mist's many training grounds. Even with all the slowly progressing changes made to their society in being part of an intergalactic government, Shinobi would always be needed and Mist planned to stay in business. Want to come with us? Offered Naruto with Shino shaking his head. No, some other time perhaps, replied Shino calmly. I must say Shino, you have taken everything I've done with my powers, the fighting with the Akatsuki, and the fact the galaxy is so massive very well. You're not, well, freaking out, said Naruto with the Aburame looking at him impassively. Logic dictates I keep an open mind. The Aburame clan is well known for their logic, answered Shino with Naruto nodding. Still, I would think you would want to see Coruscant. You would like it, said Naruto while hoping Shino would take the offer. Thanks, but again I must decline the offer to go with you on this journey, Naruto-san. I am actually going on my own separate journey where man on this planet have yet to truly go, replied Shino while Naruto stiffened and turned around to look at the Aburame with calculating eyes. You're secretly a Vulcan, accused Naruto while pointing a finger at him. You sound surprised, though I suppose it's only natural considering I have hid it from you and the others. After talking things over with my father, I wish to see the stars and the planets that lay beyond here when our ancestors first arrived here ages ago during a time before the Sage of Six Paths. In fact, my ride is above the planet waiting to take me, and I must go to them now. Live long and prosperous, Naruto-san, replied Shino before giving the Vulcan sign for living long and prosperous. Damn, I got to get me one of those teleporting systems, mumbled Naruto before he went back to packing. The end.